Welcome back, YouTube. Welcome back, Discord.
Welcome.
Somebody got to feed that dog.
Guys,
Dbloc, do you think that's
Let-
the big shakeout before the wake up call?
I'm shooting at these retracements here. Got to figure
Okay.
it out. Hold on.
Because you were drawing the
yeah,
arrow.
guys,
before, like,
give Dbloc a minute to do the update.
Nah, we're good. We'll do
Yeah.
it in a second. I'm gonna be up, so
why does everybody
let's
keep
get
telling me
this
to
ready.
be quiet? Do I actually talk that much?
you got a high WPM, a high words per minute, but it's okay. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be mean. I just know he likes to do the. I know he likes to give an update like at the beginning of the new when he starts.
Yeah,
the stream.
I try to keep the audio
I'm
clean
just-
in the beginning so
I
I can do the
apologize.
update
I
so that
am.
the replay people don't have to watch the whole stream to sort of figure out what's going on. But it's cool. I did it in the last one and I'll do it in a couple minutes. Right now I'm just watching price action and trying to snatch up some of these alts.
That was going to be my next question. Can we buy alts now?
I mean, I'm nobody's dad.
Yeah, but no,
It's a
Manny,
nice,
we're going
it is
down.
a nice dip. Okay, let me just set up my side charts for a second because I need to stay focused. Let's see. How are the alts reacting here? At the top 100 on the 1 minute. See if anything is standing out.
Solana retested its previous all-time high, but that breakout point looks like it's bouncing from that.
Pengu is holding like at the all-time high very good right now.
Yeah, I see her right here, kind of looking like she wants to take the lead in these bubbles. What's this? Oh, Volta. Today. Yeah, I mean, it would have been criminal to not take some of these, to not take some of this off the top. Right, this is basically what the portfolio was looking like for the week. This is what it looks like for the day. So, this is specifically for people who, I mean, for USD it matters too. But when you're trading in Bitcoin pairs, you don't want to give back those Satoshis. You had one, yeah.
Guys, Coinbase USDT just listed on futures.
Excuse me?
What?
Coinbase USDT. I just got a what do you call this? Wait. I just got a
Well, the digitized stock or
notif-
whatever.
Wait, I'm checking because it's a high market. It's a 390. Sorry, it's at a high price. It's 393.
Coinbase isn't just gonna
It's,
stealth
okay.
launch a coin. Just so let's be clear.
Yeah, right now they're doing Ethereum and Bitcoin. I just started yesterday.
Is it the tokenized stock?
That's what I'm thinking.
Is it?
No, it's perpetual.
Watch your guru
Yeah,
said
but
300 million just got liquid.
It's a beta.
Yeah, it's in beta. It's in beta.
what exchange
But
did it get listed?
Mexi and other exchanges. I just got it notifications right now. It's
So
flying.
it's not listed on Coinbase.
Yeah. Wait.
Wow.
Sounds legit.
Wait.
Should we short it?
Yeah.
Yes. No, I'm just kidding. No financial advice.
Every time I get the feeling to like buy into those, I always just get super underwater.
Yeah.
And then I tell
Deep-
myself,
Probably
next time
'cause
I'm
you
gonna
fund
short
money.
that.
Hey, Dbloc, looking back on the last 48 hours, what was the catalyst for you that triggered the thought of moving back into alts? I know that dominance plays, but how are you able to anticipate that?
Dominance had a big one for me, right? So the way I was looking at it is if we get this push to all-time high with dominance at these lows, chances are Dom was going to run with Bitcoin into ATH anyways. So if I know I'm going to get an elevated Dom, and I know that that move to ATH would probably be Bitcoin heavy if it did happen, then de-risking on some of these alts, in the case that we did get a down day on Bitcoin, wasn't really that big of a risk, right? Because if Bitcoin kept going, it was probably going to be a Bitcoin only pump, right? Where Bitcoin outperformed. So having that alt money back in Bitcoin wouldn't have been a loss. But if it went wrong, then that, saving that downside by being in Bitcoin was a good hedge. So it was basically like a hedge, right? It was a hedge against a strong Bitcoin and a very strong dominance. But the main thing was Dom, right? The main thing was seeing how Dom reacted when Bitcoin pumped. Then I just ran it forward and said, you know what, if we go for ATH, Dom's gonna go crazy. And I don't want to take the risk of being in alts when that happens, because if we reject off of ATH with Dom popping, then we're gonna get a crazy, sort of flash crash on alts. This was best case scenario that it happened here and not at ATH, honestly, because this will be more of a short dump. If it happened at ATH and Dom was still going up and Bitcoin retraced all the way back down to 115 or something, we would have had like heavy double-digit drops on alts.
Did you adjust your percentage of TP there above the 20% that you would maybe ordinarily do?
I had already taken 20% on the day before yesterday's sort of pumps, so an extra 20. So right now my alt positions are about 60% allocated, but I've got 40% to buy these dips with. So I'm still underwater on the alt positions I'm holding, but I've got plenty of dry powder to buy the dip with.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Dbloc.
Oh no, bro.
All good, man. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, man.
So when do you think that, at what percentage are you looking at to converting your Bitcoin into alts?
I'm looking
rather dominant percentage.
Yeah, I'm looking for Dom to, we're at the 236, right? 61.8. I'm really looking at maybe 382 retracement. So it's possible that this is done. This just doesn't smell like enough of a relief for the drop that we had. The drop that we had was crazy. So anywhere between 236 and 382. But my alts that have taken a big enough hit already, I'm not gonna hesitate to buy. I'm already getting more coin, from TPN, so I'll probably start a sort of DCA on my stronger alts. But yeah,
And
for
right
the
about now,
micro
you reckon?
caps and stuff like that, I'm gonna wait until we get a rejection.
So do you think to get that percentage up to dominance where you want it, it's highly probable that we have a false move down this weekend?
Well, Bitcoin turning around here and going back up to ATH will get that percentage.
Okay.
Dom will go with
Which
Bitcoin.
will save the alts.
Yeah. Dom will go with Bitcoin. That'll help pull the alts up. Then we just have to worry about what happens when we get up here, right? Now, what I'm hoping happens is that, follow me for a second because this is going to be kind of convoluted. Let's say we go up to ATH, right? That brings dominance up. The alts already took their dip and are starting to move up. If Bitcoin stays above all-time high and consolidates, then I think alts have a really good possibility of running, right? Because dominance at that point will be coming down. But if it rejects, right? If Bitcoin comes to all-time high and just hard rejects, then even if dominance is coming down, the alts will still bleed a little bit more. So what I'm doing is I'm filling back up my high cap, mid cap positions once we get to all-time high. My low cap positions, I'm going to fill up once we figure out if we're consolidating or we're rejecting. If we're rejecting, I'm going to wait to fill up my low caps when we come back. If we're not, I'm loading up here. That's where my mindset's at for filling my portfolio back up. Make a plan, stick to the plan.
Thank you, Dbloc.
Yeah.
This was good.
At this point, these days are for the repositioners, right? You caught really good numbers on your alts and you're happy with your position. My opinion, there's no reason to freak out. So I was saying yesterday, they were asking me yesterday if I was closing any of my positions. I'm like, nah. Those positions took a lot of grinding to open up, but I will reposition them. That investigation line. So to keep it short and sweet, what we have is a golden pocket retracement from our bottoms. Right? To invalidate the 3-day up theory, we'd have to close underneath 15.7.
How long has the 3-day up, 3-day down uh trading? How long has that went? Like, how long has it been playing out?
I mean, I've been trading this model for probably close to like 4 or 5 years now, 3-4 years. But you go back and back test it and you can see it. It's just a counter liquidity swing to the move out of the weekend trap. This is basically what it is.
Hey, Dbloc, I can't see it, but you said the beginning of that 3-day up was at 15.7. When was that?
That was on Monday. Your false moves usually end on Monday, so our false move down started on Sunday, and then we popped up, and then we got that final low on Monday. That big stopping volume candle, remember when we fell out of that bear flag and got that really nice stopping volume candle?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's already Wednesday. There should be a nice push eventually here, a little relief rally. And then we'll see if we can actually break those highs. I really do want to hit ATH before the weekend. Or at least make an attempt. I want the data that I need from attempting to make. Even if we fail, I need to know that going in. See if these walls have gotten any bigger. Alright, so remember that grid that we were talking about last night that would catch price if we came down through it? Right, all those standing orders, it's basically what slowed us down here. We still got the big boy down at 15. But I don't think they go for that. Honestly, I think that guy might have to move his order eventually. I might be wrong. He might have the last laugh. But this guy right here, I don't know. We'll see.
He's gonna miss the whole move before it gets filled.
Yeah.
It's probably the same guy. It's probably an exchange.
Probably got a very large leverage position underneath that he's defending with that. So whether it fills or not has nothing to do with his bag, right? It's just defense in case.
Right, yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
Must be nice, right? To be able to defend your liquidation. Be able to defend your liquidation with 1,700 Bitcoin.
Right.
Pay to
That's
win.
just a safety net.
Yeah. Good life.
That's probably the Michael Saylor.
Dude, I always look at it like as there's like people getting liquidated for millions of dollars. I'm like, I wonder if that was like Jeff Bezos or or like Bill Gates. Like oh, this one trader lost $200 million. I'm like, oh, I hope it was Bill Gates.
There's usually some hedge fund losing somebody else's money.
Right. Yeah.
Like one hedge fund losing 70 different people's money on one position.
Hey, Dbloc, did you, in the education portion of the Discord, did you make those chart patterns in the education?
No, those come right out of Bukowski, Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns. That's the man himself, the granddaddy of this all.
Yeah, I've been listening to this channel for years, but I have just been too busy to dive into detail. So I just became a Discord subscriber and
Nice.
just kind of perusing through the details of the channel, and it looks awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, bro. It'll get bigger. I'll definitely start adding more once we start getting to a more stable part of the market.
By that, do you mean the bear market?
Or parabolic. Parabolic is nice and
How's-
comfy. Once we start going, it's like,
That's not stable though. Parabolic. That's when shit gets hectic.
yeah, but plans already set. That's the best part.
Well, our plan, but everyone else that it just gets involved when it starts going parabolic.
Oh yeah,
they're
no.
gonna be
The
like, "What's
chat is
going
gonna
on?"
be absolutely hectic. We'll get the. Do you think it's going back to insert number here on whatever alt you missed out on?
Yeah. Or on a huge dip. Do you think it's going back to all-time high? That's where I bought.
What's good, YouTube? How we feeling out there? Everybody. All right, let's do a poll. And let's check the temperature.
Yo, Dbloc. So with your dry powder that you have on the side right now, you're not swinging at Bitcoin here, right? You're looking for some
No.
puts.
No.
Gotcha.
No, it's already in Bitcoin, right? So I'm looking to I'm watching my BTC pairs to see if anything deserves to get the Satoshis back. How I look at it, right? All right, quick temperature check for YouTube. Which best applies here? We listen and we don't judge. Oh, I guess I should have added sideline too. Damn, I should have added a fifth option there.
Crypto banter. Crypto banter.
Just naming YouTube channels.
Felt a little strange.
Every now and then we're gonna pick a bunch of them up, right? Quite simple. So what they do then, they put on the music.
Hey, Manny, we can hear what you're watching in the background.
Something to the gulag.
He might have been asking Alexa to put that channel on.
He was talking to somebody in his house.
It's kind of funny, but it also kind of hurts watching newer people that are newer to crypto, like go to channels like that for guidance.
It's a decent it's worth paying attention to because this is what the people that you're trading against are thinking for the day, for the most part, because of the numbers, right? Like that's what the retail masses are going to be thinking for the day.
Yeah, it's good to know like the contrarian, like you know what I
It's
mean.
good to know
Like you
what to
want to know
short.
what
In other
their
words, like whatever they're
audience is thinking.
shilling. Whatever they're shilling is
Yeah,
probably a good
exactly.
idea to sort of start watching for a short.
Yeah, you can counter trade them for sure.
Mhm.
But the sad part is like most people think like, oh yeah, they know what they're doing. They're right about this. It's like they know what they're doing when it comes to trying to find exit liquidity.
Yeah, Rajesh, I'm working on a full weekly cycle sort of write up. Mike, we got an open mic roll in the Discord now. I'm still not sure if it works, but for repeat offenders, um, you can just give them the open mic roll.
Does that give people the ability to have an open mic, or does it take it away?
No, it's like push the talk basically. Push the talk gang is the name of the role. So if you get put in the push the talk gang, then you just got to use push the talk.
Oh man.
Yo.
Oi.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
When I figured out that yo is just oi backwards, it changed my way of communicating with Europeans. I feel like I understand them. I feel like we understand each other better now.
Right. They just spell shit backwards sometimes.
Uh-huh. Bro, this is one of the craziest like cycles. Like everybody, okay, ganito ah. When you look at the chart from behind, that means hindsight, no?
I
You
was
feel
about
like
to say.
Whoa.
My bad. That sounded funny. That chart looked good from
Hey yo.
behind. Nah, go ahead. What were you saying?
Try to look good from behind, but when she turned around, god damn.
Wow. I'm glad all that like extreme wild XRP action has happened when I was asleep. Oh.
If I wasn't awake, it didn't happen, right?
Yeah, damn. I probably would have messed with it if I was awake at the time.
What happened? Went down and then back up again? You're in a long position.
Yeah. But I think it could be feeling out of support here. I don't know.
Nice, Lippy. You said they they doubled their XRP position.
Nice.
If it doesn't make it back past its previous all-time high, Rick, are you gonna take profit on the position or what? I guess you have to really think about it.
Damn, everybody's doubling up. Okay, Sui, XLM, those are two pretty good positions to have more of.
Morning.
Money. What's going on, Dirty?
Is it over yet?
It's never over.
Hey, Dirty.
Hello, Rick. Quiet. Dbloc.
What's going on, brother? Your mic is all gurgly though. You good?
I think
It's just the way his mic is.
that was my voice. Yeah, you'll get to know me.
What are you in, Dirty?
Just my Doge and XRP.
You're not holding Ondo anymore?
No, I flipped my Ondo to my XRP.
Oh, okay.
But I've been wanting to get into these small cap meme coins. Flip my Doge, but I'm a little hesitant on that.
Yeah, be careful, man. I've
Because
been
I know it
focusing
happens in
on
the
some of the higher cap meme coins, and that hasn't failed me yet. The problem is going into these lower cap meme coins, but you better be a sniper with what you pick because there's so many of them. I just don't think they're all gonna go right. So it's like you got to be super accurate with your selections.
Right. Yeah, because I don't know. The thing I'm what I'm thinking about is that like on the last like 4 years ago when Doge was not new, but you know what I mean, it was pretty low and the market cap was low. That I don't see Doge making those big moves no more because the
Nah,
market cap is so much bigger. You know.
nah, I won't do the same thing. Definitely, it's a
You're right.
balance, right? It's a balance between putting your money in something that you know is gonna move, but probably won't move as hard as everything else, or putting your money into something that could go crazy, but it might not move at all if people don't buy it. So what I do is I put the majority of my shit in stuff that I know is gonna move, and then I take that like speculative bag and I sprinkle it into those low caps, and hopefully one of them shits goes. But just taking the appropriate amount of risk. You know what I mean? Since they're gonna move so
Yeah.
much harder if they do go, then you don't have to have as much money in it. You can have way less money in it and still get good gains if you're right. D, we're trying to find the bottom here. So as of right now, nothing screams bottom yet. We hit golden pocket. That's cool. But I don't see buyers stepping in here. So and yeah, up is more liquidity at this point, right? We build plenty of short side liquidity. If the attempt was to get through those walls, we couldn't get through them because we didn't have enough gas. We've sort of taken care of that problem, right? When market maker does decide to go, he's not going to need retail to carry the load because we have these degens here that'll do all the hard pushing. So if you really want to oversimplify, that's your downtrend. If you're interested in this position, then you would want to find yourself in position above this uptrend. Downtrend, I mean, what am I doing?
What would you think the likelihood would be to like break above the uptrend and just basically range, right? So just building liquidity kind of on both sides. I mean,
Well, we talked about we talked about the psychological ranges yesterday, right? How if your alt hadn't come down to a psych high, psych low, that might be a target, which was sort of what led me to my getting out of alt position. Well, we're there now, right? So liquidity swept, mean reversion met. Now our liquidity and our mean reversion is above, right? Mean reversion would be to the daily open. Liquidity in between price and daily open to get it there. So in my opinion, the motivation's changed, right? The chart is different at this point because we've already hit that weekly mean reversion. We can go to pretty much any alt. Just pick one. See how it came down to a psychological range? See how I didn't have to worry about what alt I picked. I just picked a random alt. That mean reversion back to the psychological levels, right? When you go sideways too long above a mean reversion, if buyers don't step in, then price will revert. Right? Look at Bonk. Just randomly picked another one. See how it's down at its psychological range? Gallup bled past this. So now this is a way that you can tell strength versus weakness. Did it stop at its psychological range? Is it under its psychological range? Is it still coming down towards its psychological range? See how under Toshi is? Turbo. These are all things that ran hard already. Did he want to look at Launchcoin? Look at Launchcoin for my Launchcoin scalpers here real quick. You guys have been absolutely eating on this shit. That's great. But yeah, so my point being that most mean reversions right now on the chart are above, right? Whether you've come down to your psychological ranges, like we were saying. Why is it taking so long to load? What's going on with TradingView today? Come on, TradingView, you're killing me here. There we go. So whether you came down to your psychological low and already hit it, and your mean reversion as the daily open is above, or you've missed you're underneath your psychological low, your mean reversion is still above, right? A daily open, psychological low, psychological high, motivation is still up. What we're looking for is for these things to find bottom right now. Yeah, this is going to be annoying. I'm not going to be able to go through the alts until TradingView chills out. See, Jasmine's not even down at its bottom yet. You see how it's still showing weakness here?
wow. Very nice. Yeah.
Chances are it's probably going to come down. If the 200 EMA doesn't hold, probably going to come back down. IMX, all that motivation is up at this point. Vector gaps filled. Most of the ones that broke their psychological ranges and didn't hold, if you look to the left, because there's a vector gap that needed to be filled. Brett back down to its ranges. Mew broke its ranges, broke the 200. It's got a vector gap down here that I think it's shooting for. The only motivation underneath at this point. stacks, broke its range. You look to the left, see the vector gap that it came down to fill. I'm gonna have to wait a minute till it goes through the alts, guys, because this shit, the lagging is driving me crazy, and it's gonna take 10 times longer. But for the most part, everything's sitting in the same position as the point I was trying to make. Just waiting on Bitcoin to decide if that's it. Yeah, I'll go through some more of the alts in a second, Lucas. Just give TradingView a second to chill out here.
While TradingView is chilling out, I will just mention yesterday we looked at Binance on Google Trends for the US. And if you look at that Binance US on the 7-day, 30-day, and like the 1 year, it's insane. I've just never seen anything that obvious on Google Trends before.
Google Trends is cool. It's a cool little sentiment tool you can use. But yeah, you can't be too deterministic on it. It doesn't tell you if people are looking at something because it's good or it's bad. Right? When something has high levels of FUD, a Google Trend search is super high. So it's a good starting point. And now you got to go figure out why people are searching it. You know, like what is it that people are seeing when they search?
For sure. Makes sense.
The psychological ranges are set from the high on Saturday to the low on Saturday from 5 till 3 o'clock in the morning. TR main has them drawn out for you. These are the ones that I use just so it's always on the screen for chat, but it can be done manually too. But the same indicator that gives you the vector candles and the EMAs as your daily open and your psychological high and low.
Maybe chill here till Tesla earnings.
Yeah, how were earnings? Because there was tech. Wasn't Google today too?
Yeah, Google and Tesla. But yeah, sometimes doesn't Bitcoin react heavily on Tesla if they've like done
It's
anything?
tech. Yeah,
they own a lot of
earnings. Tech earnings always affect Bitcoin. At the end of
they
the day,
they own a lot of
Bitcoin is a
Bitcoin,
tech
right?
company. Yeah, yeah.
What if Elon said he adds Doge? I doubt that.
Freaking Elon, yo. Yeah, I try to go over some alts parabolic, but TradingView is refreshing all slow and shit, so I gotta chill. We'll come back to it. Let's see if we get this breakout on Bitcoin. What we want for Dom is every single time that Bitcoin goes up, we want Dom to go higher. Right? We want it to take advantage of Bitcoin going up. We don't want it going up while Bitcoin's going down. Right? If we can safely get Dom up to that 62, 62.6, like that 382 area, without getting any more blood from the alts, that would be the best. That'd be best case scenario. You can see the appetite for alts though, right? So think about what it means when you see Bitcoin go up and dominance go down. Right? When Bitcoin goes up and dominance goes down, that means Bitcoin's rising, but the money that was in Bitcoin is going into alts, right? People are buying the dip on alts. So it's a good sign to see it. But for the most part, you need to see Dom push up with Bitcoin. That's the safest. That's the safest way to get to this retracement.
Dbloc, last question about the education. Uh, I, I see the piece on the market maker. That's awesome. If you guys haven't checked that out, do you have anything on dominance in there?
We've got the quick sort of overlay just to show. If you go into technical, hold on, where is it? The main thing that you really need for dominance is that, PDF on movement. It is under technical analysis and research links. And it's the second PDF there. It says Bitcoin dominance. I still got to fill that section up. But that, you want to save that. Just save that to your PC. Memorize it. That's why
Sure,
I have Dom up on the screen for the most part, just so that we sort of know what to expect for alts.
Do you put as much like confidence in dominance reverting back to its mean, like with a psychological high and low? Like for example,
No, because it's not price based, right? So you can't really expect Dom to do these things. Structure still matters, but yeah, it's not the same, right? Because you don't have traders pushing Dom in a direction towards a goal. Right? It's not price based, it's percentage based. I wish it'd be nice if there was something that reliable. But mostly just the theory that nothing goes in a straight line forever, right? There has to be relief at some point. Excuse me.
What about vectors, like vector gaps with dominance?
I don't.
Same?
No.
Okay, cool. I mean, based on your chart, that's what I thought, but
yeah,
now that I'm looking at it, I wanted to definitely ask things.
In Dbloc, I don't see where you're talking about it. You said in links.
It is under research links. And it's the channel is technical analysis. If you don't see it on the side, just go to browse channels. Go up to the top of the Discord, go to browse channels and see if you find it there. No rejection off of that downtrend.
Hey, Dbloc.
Yeah.
So can you? I think you were sleeping probably last night. You weren't around any which way when I was around. I had a theory or a thesis. So if you go back up to the top of this last little run there, where those vector candles are. So my thesis was, and I thought I heard you say it before. So you see that those three vector candles going towards the top there. It looked like market maker was trying to go for a run towards the top and then came back in. It didn't get enough from retail, so it just came back down. Let retail do their thing, going towards the top, made another run, didn't get any interest from retail, so basically took his vector back. Is that proper thing?
Yeah, yeah. They'll go after their targets as long as there's interest, right? If sentiment shifts or if there are no buyers, they're not going to take the entire ride up. They won't pay for the entire ride up. What they'll do is what they'll do is what we've seen here, right? So they'll pop up, they'll clear liquidations, and then liquidations run out, sentiment runs out, so price drops, liquidations fill back up as price is dropping, and then he whips it again. Right? These were big walls here. This was like a $1,200, a 1,200 Bitcoin sell wall that gave us that reaction. But then shorts piled back up, and then they sweep them again. You see how these shorts, this line starts here? That means that there was no 200x, no 100x shorts left at all on that swipe up. By the time price dropped, this had already filled with shorts. So they swept it again, right? It's not hard to keep price moving as long as there's shorts there, because then retail doesn't have to pay for the move, and neither does market maker. All market maker has to do is send the vector through some liquidations and clip them, right? Force those shorts to cover. But eventually, it becomes harder and harder, and it's because of this sell wall, in my opinion. And then the math has to be done. There's 800 Bitcoin. We've got a couple of 100x liquidations. Is that going to be enough, or is that just going to be another rejection? Then, in my opinion, I think the calculation is made to drop price, go after these liquidations, because by this time, this is all filled up. So the easiest move is sweep those liquidations and then build these. Now, when you go up to try to absorb those 800 Bitcoin, you've got all of that momentum to do it. Question is, are they done sweeping, right? Because we still have licks down here.
Right on, man. That was just going on in my head. I said something to the other guys in the Discord, and the overall sentiment was we had a lot of momentum going up, but I was kind of pointing to those vectors. I'm like, I don't know, man. We're not getting retail following those vectors, because by what I understand, the vectors are the market maker. They're trying to get the party started, and it wasn't getting started. The retail was just not interested in attending.
They're just not biting. Yeah, just not biting. You can see it all the time, right? You see it at the top of those when it starts to stall out. It's like that point, like I said, if you throw like a ball up in the air, that point where it just hits equilibrium and it floats for a second before it starts coming back down, you can almost start to feel that right at these tops.
I guess that's what I was feeling, and because I had the overwhelming urge to short that, but decided it would be a bad idea.
Well, think about what we just said though too, right? It's the shorts that have that overwhelming urge to short it that, if they're not careful, eventually end up getting swept. So exactly. If you're gonna short those things, it's probably a good idea to go for a quick rip. Like the amount of people that shorted right here when we hit that sell wall and instantly got paid nice money, quick money, but didn't take it, and then just got, yeah, it hurts. Kind of sickening when you think about it.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, for sure. You make that money and then boom, gone. See
you. I say bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered. Right? Greed will catch you.
Dbloc. I got more info. My friend just called me a while ago. So these are tokenized stocks. They represent the same. They're only on 5x futures.
Okay.
5x is maximum leverage. Tesla has just been listed as well. So we have Coinbase, man, Tesla. I'm waiting for more listings throughout the day.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I love this. I love this industry, bro. They're like, we're not gonna wait for NASDAQ to tokenize stocks. We'll do it. We'll do it for you, NASDAQ. Just keep dragging your feet.
So
What
it's following
exchange
price
is this?
perfectly because I checked Trading View, and they've been respecting the price to the dime, to the cent.
So they basically just brought perps to legacy, in a way. Craziness, man.
This is gonna be fun. These, oh man, 5x. Let's go.
Yeah, BTCC has a pretty big lineup. It's got like all the major stocks like Tesla, Apple, Coinbase. You can do, I think, 20 to 50x.
Oh, there was Prime XBT as well before. They were doing commodity stocks. You can use USDT to trade it. I wonder if they have spot, right?
It's all
No,
on
it's only
chain
future.
though. It's all on chain, Panda. So the money stays in crypto. It's not like extractionary in that way, but it definitely people are gonna get right, like anything else.
It's gonna be fun.
Robinhood was just listed.
What exchange are you talking about?
Mexi.
People don't realize like what's really big about that is not even you guys, but just people in other countries that don't have exposure to our stock market. Just opens that wide for them.
Yeah, but it's not, you're not actually buying the it's just leverage. It's
That's
just
what I'm
like
saying. Yeah, but they get exposure to the price movement, right? Like they can actually invest in Tesla going up and down. You don't get any shares, but till now they haven't been able to.
But don't you think that's what I was saying earlier? Don't you think that USDT, instead of going into crypto, is going to be like playing that field? Or
Yeah,
does it still stay in USDT?
we're
So
about to
it's
see
still,
tons of Tether and USDC come in that doesn't go into crypto because of this genius bill. Like money's just gonna be, it's just money now. It's just internet money, right? People will be using it to buy shit online. People will be using it to buy stocks. People will be using it to gamble. But so much of it is coming in that I'd have to assume it's still gonna be a net positive for us. You know what I mean? Like I don't think we'll lose our stables going into that type of shit. I think there's gonna be so much money coming in that's not meant for crypto that eventually some of it'll just roll over. I mean, you've already got some stables. Well, why not buy some crypto, you know?
right.
It eases rotational plays. H, yeah, I could do whatever. I mean, if you wanted me to look at a alt or something, I can do the chart from scratch. Um, yeah.
One of the only coins on your 5 minute strategy is guess which one?
Which
In the
one?
green. Drew's coin.
Oh, pump.
Yeah.
All right, looking at the poll, we got 36% took partial profits, 18% took all their profits, 39% underwater, and 8% bought the top. Not bad. Not bad. And then yeah, the fifth was still on the sidelines. But I started the poll without adding it. Yeah, underwater with dry powder is not a problem. That's a really good place to be, in my opinion, right now. If you've got a decent amount of dry powder, and you're looking at some dips to bring your average down, it's not a problem. Remember, we're only in high conviction coins at this point. This is one of the reasons why I said micro caps and all that have to wait till we get way lower, right? At this point, and I'll speak for myself, at this point, with high conviction, high market cap, mid market cap coins, right? Which means being underwater in those coins aren't a big deal as long as there's money to buy a dip with. When you're in low cap, highly speculative coins, right? These are the ones you don't want to sit underwater in, because they could just keep going. You know, there's no guarantee that they pop back up. And then the dips that you get on them are more savage, right? When it does go down. Nice, good job, Mar. Yeah, for me, I de-risked, right? Didn't close any positions, but definitely de-risked into Bitcoin. Now, it'd be nice to get Bitcoin running on its own, a recovery, right? Bitcoin outperforming the alts as dominance goes up. That way, those profits that I put into Bitcoin can bubble up. And as Bitcoin tops out, then I can put them back into the alts for a bigger bag, and then everything will be back in position. Again, this is just what I'm doing. It's not advice. It's very difficult in these times to get all of these moves right? Because it's not only the exit, but it's also your re-entrance that you've got to get right, or things could go wrong. So that's why I say that sitting underwater because you made some good, some good buys, and now you're just underwater because of this dip, and you got money to buy more, is a decent position to be in, as long as you've got tight stops underneath and you know where your invalidations are. Yeah, it's just new people sample. We had a lot of people in here earlier. And I'm sure some people bought tops into, bought the hype. You could tell by the questions we were getting the last couple days, right? Like, I was getting questions on coins, and I thought I was getting questions on like TPs. And then when you start digging, they're like, no, like they're looking for entries on things that already pumped. like for the last 3-4 days, and it's like, yo, guys, like I kept saying, like this trading is for people in position that are jockeying to either recompound or TP, but we haven't been in new position territory for, you know, at least a week. Unless you were just playing breakouts. A lot of it was probably breakout traders, I would imagine. Right? You got rewarded for like 3 or 4 days for just buying whatever breakout. And then it just stops, you know, without notice. I mean, without notice if you don't, you know, but this is a clear double top on the 5-minute here. You had your double top up at the end of liquidations. Where the hell are our liquidity levels? So the way that these liquidity levels work, right, is that the line starts where the price opened, right, where the trade opened. So look at everything to the left of this line, right? These are the only trades here that have been open for long. These are your 25Xs. Some of the 50Xs got to live. All of the 100Xs got taken out. Now, if you look to the right side of the line, this is where all our 100Xs came back in. Right? At that point is where the bears started attacking the shorten. So eventually the imbalance is to the top. Right? Right now we're still doing some sweep ups, trying to see if they're going to go lower or what here. Our 786 on this drop would be 16.8. But in my opinion, once that trend line breaks, they're going to go eat. Go pick up all that liquidity.
We hit liquidity the other day, and then here we are. I felt like we kept running from him. We finally got him the other night.
Let's see what these walls underneath us look like. Buy walls we have left here. Well, I'd say they did their job. Right? We came in through all those buys. And so far we've gotten a decent reaction. Underneath what we have left is B44, 16.7, 308 at 16.4. 16.4, 16.5, small cluster. And then the big one at 115. The one that I'm saying I don't think we're going to see. And then my original target, 14.4. And then up above, it's a pretty clear shot until we get to like 19.3. 200, 274, 310. Yeah, Cardi, I see it as pretty bullish. It shows a lot of strength that we didn't go down there and grab that. That's a lot of Bitcoin to be sitting at like 15 for them not to go grab. But it still does leave that motivation to the downside, right? So we can't sleep on that. Hell yeah, that's a double win. Good job, Christy. Now the job's not done, right? Because those shorts still need to be closed and those profits still need to be repositioned. But so far, so good. Nice. Profits, profits, profits. Good job. I'll be right back. Let me go see what's for lunch.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
I wouldn't take it personally, brother.
I think Solana's the best buy here. Potentially. I mean, best buy in terms of it might be safe.
In 4 hours, in 4 hour candle, we're closing in a week, which is good. In 4 hours. Sorry about that. So that's positive. I think we're probably gonna see another week down, and probably Daddy Hulk BTC is gonna swipe up. The S&P is bouncing as well.
Big buys.
Yeah, we got a huge pop on the SPY.
What's happening? I'm not able to look right now.
The SPY just is going into it just made a new all-time high with a big candle up. Something's happening. Probably some news coming out. This SPY is just going straight up right now. Bitcoin just started waking up too. Oh, it looks like it's an EU deal. 15% tariff EU.
It's tariff news?
Yeah, looks like tariff news for EU, 15%.
What was it before?
I mean, it's still getting finalized. But I think people were fearing that it was going to be higher, like 20, 30%. So it's bullish that it came in, it's going to be 15.
Okay, some good news then.
A little
It
bit of
says
relief on
close,
the Dom as well.
it says close to 15% deal. But the markets are reacting like it's a done deal. It says U.S. stocks move higher after Financial Times reports U.S. and EU close in on a 15% tariff deal.
Now, was this scheduled to be released, or do you think Trump put this out so his Bitcoin quits dropping?
I mean, it's not really, it hasn't really come from Trump or anyone official. This is just Financial Times is reporting it. Some like a leak or what? But there's no official word from Trump or anyone from the White House that I can see.
He's probably saving it for the weekend.
This is gonna move up and down very, very well, I assume right now.
Yeah, if there's ever a chance Bitcoin really pushes here, it would be now. But, no. I think we're waiting for some of these tech earnings, honestly, but the SPY is just going up.
Yeah, we have 3 hours and 30 minutes to get crazy right now with Bitcoin. So I hope that we can see a new low around 116 flat, 117 flat, and then just pump.
So what's telling you that that's going to happen?
It's just how the chart look in 4 hours. They're gonna try to create another week and bounce from there. That's my theory, based on the chart.
Gold is coming down. That is a strong candle.
Yeah, I think Market Maker came to play games today. Put his big boy pants on. Maybe I should put some pants on.
So what happened is like in 4 hours you have a 3-wave structure to the downside. So if you would have pumped from here, the pump will be seen as a corrective. So you need to create another new low so you can break down the structure. Then you can pump and see everything as an impulsive, probably 3-way up and 2 retracement. And that's what I think that probably gonna see a little bit over 120, 121.5. That's my target around there.
Pluto AI just reported that it was that we most likely hit the bottom, or we already have a bottom.
What AI?
I'm sorry, what did?
Pluto AI, they just reported it.
What?
What is that?
And why are we? Forget it. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Wait, what's Pluto AI?
It's the
What's that?
it's like the Grok version for trading.
We'll take
Okay.
We'll see if it's right.
You guys don't use it?
You have to
So
pay
what's
for
what's
it?
You guys,
what's the bottom?
oh, I don't know. I'm just saying that's what it says. I mean, I just listen. I
Okay.
don't know nothing of my own ignorance. I'm
Nah,
just saying
I
that
wouldn't.
Pluto
We're
just
just we
said
don't.
it.
I don't mean to be laughing, but yeah, don't rely too much on that. AI is not there yet.
Yeah, I'm not laughing because of that. It's because exactly what just Dbloc said. AI is not there. I don't think so, not yet. And the name is funny too. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm back, y'all. Just had to finish my cereal. That shit was amazing. Captain Crunch always hits the spot.
Can you share that cereal?
Nah, one thing I don't do. Don't share cereal. A hard, fast life rule. Never share your cereal.
Gotcha.
Do you eat all the little kernels before you eat the berries?
I don't like the berries. I'll be honest with you. I'm old school, man. I just like the kernels. More than anything, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I just like the milk. Just like that last bit once everything's gone. Last couple sips of milk. Gold.
Yeah, that shit doesn't last long in milk.
Nah.
It turns to pink pretty quick.
That was enough sugar for me for the week though. Straight up. Buzzing right now.
Dbloc, at least you can share where you bought it, so I can go and get
Captain
some.
Crunch. You can get Captain Crunch anywhere, bro. Or maybe not. Maybe is that
Oh,
just a US thing?
Probably with all the food additives.
That's true. That's just probably illegal everywhere else in the world.
Yeah,
They're like, you feed this to kids?
We were having this conversation yesterday about how unhealthy Americans are, and it's all about capitalism and about, hey, if we can get food coloring number 4 passed, we can do whatever we want with the food and color it and do all this stuff and screw it up better.
Somebody in chat earlier was asking about this inverse head and shoulders, but we weren't fully formed yet. We're still not, but it looks a lot better than it did before. You'd have to catch right here though. This would have to be the bottom to put in this right shoulder. But I don't like that we lost the downtrend. We had that little push from the news, but that shit is always corrective if it's not hard fast, right? That's just emotional reaction.
Dbloc, I have a question about the tokenized the stock.
Mm-hmm.
How that it's gonna be helpful for I know for stay was gonna be good. But mainly for Bitcoin, for example. Is any correlation with that?
For which coin?
Bitcoin.
Yeah, just like you said, the stables, right? Bringing more stables onto the market to trade these tokenized stocks. Eventually, as people take profit on these stocks and they have a bit of a wealth effect, and you're already one step closer to be able to turn that into Bitcoin, I think it rolls over. I think there's a very good chance we get a nice rollover from that. I'm more interested in what happens when we're trading these stocks when the stock market's closed. Like, is it they're just going to shut down trading on off-market hours, or like how's that work exactly?
You're right. You're right.
Huge opening gap,
bro. We're gonna the speculative gap
like,
that we're gonna have is gonna
be open 24/7, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it work the same way BTCC does?
Well, it would be. We would have like inverse CME gaps. Like we'd be creating basically. I can't even call them CME gaps. They'd be like crypto gaps.
You're right. Oh yeah.
We'll see. It depends on how the exchanges do it. I would assume there's got to be hours of operation. At the very least, they
Yeah,
let
that's
you
how
run
BT.
all post and pre, but
That's how
Yeah, but
BTCC
if you
does
want
it.
to,
yeah, that makes sense. That makes more sense because I mean, how do you keep price? Now that would be ridiculous. Yeah, if it didn't.
but if you want to keep the thesis of blockchain and all the stuff, it should be 24/7.
Yeah, the problem is if the asset that it's based upon isn't 24/7, then how do you determine the value on off hours if it's not just pure speculation? I'll see. It'll be interesting. Like I said, most that are running now currently do have operating hours, but it'd be interesting if somebody just says screw it, 24/7. We'll let the market figure it out.
That's what makes sense, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
I
that's actually, I mean, it's a great point. That's crazy. Seems like they just do away with the um
Eventually, so
kind of
the big part of tokenizing, and I'm not talking about these tokenized stocks, but the big part of tokenizing Nasdaq, right, of actually bringing Nasdaq over officially, is instant settlement. Right. So with instant settlement, you could go 24/7, and it also takes care of all that day trading, 25K in your account for day trading that you need on Legacy. The reason you need that is because there's no instant settlement, so you have to be able to cover.
That's a good way to incentivize KYC.
I heard a rumor or read something here a while back talking about BlackRock uh, making their own type of tokenized stock exchange in Texas. And to me, if what we're talking about here, it seems like this is just the starting flood of what it'll end up being, and the New York Stock Exchange will just go under. Basically,
They're going to have to regulate. Yeah, they're gonna have to regulate that because if everybody's just allowed to tokenize everything on the stock exchange, then when the New York Stock Exchange finally decides to tokenize, it's not gonna have this. They need to beat everybody to the punch, which means they're gonna need to pass some legislation to stop this shit because you're right. As it is right now, nothing stops, and even worse, right? Not just tokenized stocks, but tokenizing your own assets. BlackRock owns shares in almost everything, right? They've got their pocket and everything. What if they just start tokenizing their assets, right? And basically paper trading or IOU trading their assets on chain. It's gonna look crazy. But good thing is that
feels
we
like
get
a
to
cheap
choose what parts of this we want to participate in and what parts of this we don't, right? There will always be decentralized avenues, in my opinion, and then there'll be centralized ones.
hey, this just turned into a vector.
Yeah.
Is Manny around?
He was here earlier.
That guy is funny. Make me laugh a lot.
Yeah.
He's laughing contagious. Nice dude.
Yeah, you know what I think is gonna happen? The SPY got that pop on that 15% tariff. That was just through Financial Times. I feel like the White House is gonna deny it. We're gonna dump. And then a few hours later, he's gonna be like, "We've reached the deal, 15%." Now we're gonna pump.
Same shit they always do, bro.
Yeah, because it's like I don't know. The SPY's still holding, but Bitcoin just erased that entire pop.
That's a way of Trump taking responsibility for all of that, just to get his ego inflated a little bit more.
And
He
he does it
needs
every time,
to
dude.
be fair, like acceptance numbers are really low, right? His popularity numbers or whatever. So he needs as many W's as he can right now. People are not too happy. The base isn't too happy with some of the decisions he's been making. And I don't think he's used to that.
The S&P is just waiting for Bitcoin to clear whatever it's gonna clear now. Cause it's just stalled right there. I'm all time high.
Tell you, dude, there's going to be a statement from the White House saying there's no deal with the Europe. We haven't made a deal, and then they're going to come out with the exact same deal like hours later.
Or he's gonna be like, oh, the fake New York Times said it was, this percentage, but actually it was this percentage. They're trying to undermine how awesome I am,
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't trust this pop. No.
It is interesting to me, like, if in his position, you can see how the market reacts to something that you haven't confirmed or denied. So then you have like a gauge to actually, uh, you know,
Make your decision based off. Yeah.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they do that a lot. They leak stuff, they get a
That's what I'm saying,
reaction.
dude. That's what it feels like to me too.
And Bitcoin's not buying it, dude. Bitcoin's not buying it.
Dude, I think market maker came today. Ready to put in some work.
Yo, market maker and his girlfriend had a fight. I am so sure he does not care today. No one's making money today. Yeah, yeah. Oh man. A really funny day, man. The guy broke the 200 on the 1 hour, came back up, and just get rejected at the 50. Maybe this is the retest. Who knows? Or maybe it's a head and shoulder. On the 1 hour, it looks like it.
Yeah, that move
Inverted
definitely
head and
wrecked.
shoulder. We still got 36 minutes on the 1 hour, so it's been a funny morning.
Oh yeah, dude, it's been hilarious.
Jesus. Yeah, me and Rick been at the show like laughing. It would break every major EMA, fake everybody out, come back to it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I haven't been scalping. I was just watching, just laughing.
When I saw XLM at like 4 a.m. climb up, I don't know, it was like 47 cents or more. It felt like we're in the middle of this range. It felt like people were getting their money out. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Sure enough.
It's distribution. That was a good high. You hit 120 twice and you can't get past it. You better take your money, right? Anyways, I'll be back, guys.
What up, homies? How about that price action? Ah, I see I'm not muted anymore. That's awesome. Did anybody catch that? I think everyone's just concentrating on the charts, trying to find out, yeah, find the sweet spot.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
What up, my guy?
Yeah, I was just wondering because it's now almost what soon a year that Trump won the elections. I wonder where crypto would stand after a year if the other one would have won.
I don't know.
You think it would be at the same spot after all? You know, because Trump had a
Be
huge
honest,
pump and
man.
then a dump and then there
I'll be
would be a
honest, I
Trump
didn't.
coin, but
I don't know, man. To be honest, this price action is really freaky right now. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even be able to make any predictions. Like it looks screwy as all hell. It looks like it's going up and down at the same time. With the vector candle, it's just extremely odd. Uh, I don't know. Yo,
you from Belgium? Ah, okay. Yeah, you can hear the Dutch and the English, no?
I could hear the Flemish accent too. Yeah, an hour and a half for me to go to the Netherlands. No, no, no. Belgium. Near the French border. Close to the sea.
From the West Flanders.
Yes. Mostly Flemish.
Yeah, but where he is from, that's hardly called Flemish.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it's West
that's
Flemish.
you wouldn't understand.
It's like medieval old Dutch. Yeah, probably.
Depends where you're from in Holland. Yeah, of course. No, that's maybe a bit, but I think if you're from, how is it called there? Zeeuws-Vlaanderen, it's called the place, then I think you're closer to the language that he is speaking.
Yeah, but it's not that. I think it's Brabant, no?
But all the people from Holland will be at Tomorrowland next weekend.
Yeah, but they just put up a temporary stage. They won't cancel it. Too much money involved. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the pump came a bit too late to buy the tickets, but
I think it was 600. A friend from Italy said he was coming to Belgium to go to Tomorrowland. And he said it was 600 euros. I was like, oh, I'm not going. Not worth it. Yeah. Yeah. And the food
it's
is
not
expensive too.
too bad. But I mean, you're there a whole day, you're going to drink and eat a couple of times, no? I mean,
Yeah. Especially when it's hot.
problem is I'm in shorts and in short, I never know where to take my TPs. In longs, it's easier for me, but shorts, Yeah, but for example, now I'm in a short from nearly all-time high. Where would you now put your? I took a TP already, but where would you put your next TP then?
Same.
The invalidation line off because I don't see any.
Oh, I love how Adrian wrote, "What's Pluto AI telling us now?"
Yeah, as long as the way to distinguish robots from humans or pictures with bridges or bikers on it, then I don't really trust AI. It's not even a planet anymore.
Book your free
Pluto
consultation.
is saying it's still a 78.9% confidence
Mhm.
that the tweezer bottom was the bottom.
And if it would go lower, would that mean that you don't trust Pluto AI? Or
Well, I mean, it has a 52% win rate. That's the only reason I listen to it. But I don't always listen to it. I mean, I don't have any trades betting on it. It's interesting, you know? That's all.
I mean, 52% chance of 98% is still like 51% chance it's the bottom.
Flip your coins.
Yeah, it still
but
has it in the
only
green. I'm surprised. It still has it in the green.
I had for 14 and a half as target, well, 114 and a half, but who would have thought that we would be interested in the US economy that much? I mean, but do you know those? Because we know those numbers for the US, I would not even know what the numbers are for Belgium.
Same. With all the mismanagement of the government. I don't look at it.
Which government? Because
All
you
three of them.
all three. You know that in Belgium we have 7 governments.
Yeah. Oh, it's 7. I thought it was the Flemish, the Walloon, and the National. Oh yeah,
No,
and the
no, no.
Brussels and the East
And
cantons.
we have the from Wallonia, but we also have from the French people in France. That's a separate government. And the German part, because you have we have 50,000 people living in German part. They also have their own government.
Yeah, the Oostkantons. No, I think she is. Wait, I'm gonna check what she does now. Mahi Dbloc. No, she stopped being that in 2020 before Corona. But she was a doctor, een huisarts. And then she got into politics. I don't know what she does now. Mm. Oh. She became president of a technical advice group about healthcare inside the World Health Organization in 2022. No. That explains why you don't hear about her anymore. Yeah. Oh, XRP is low again. Should I triple up? No. We are thinking MSJS. We're not muted. I'm just looking if it has a new trend line. Right now it's just on top of it. Not good. On the 15 it bounced on the trend line, but it's still 12 minutes, 13. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, same. Yeah. Already holding quite a bit. Yeah, a little bit. But I reinvested a bit earlier. But yeah, but it's still, oh no, it's just under it now. It's fine.
Was afraid I took too many profits. Mistake.
I'm still bummed out about, I trade on Gate because for some reason it's the only one where I can deposit fiat right now. And I was into a coin, and this morning it did 100,000% up. I had 700,000 coins of it, and when I tried to trade it, it was all gone. Just that coin. I had like 0.4% of the entire market. If you would say overnight millionaire, yeah. And they just gave me my investment back and all the profits I took earlier. And I don't know what happened. And they won't respond yet. I waited for that trade like 2 months. And then it happened and it's gone. Yeah. Yeah. No. I just use it for like small caps. Like I have Binance to that's more my hold account, or hodl account. I have some Qcoin coins too, but I removed a lot of them because I was big on a certain coin and they delisted it out of nowhere.
But Belgium and Holland are not very crypto friendly, I think. I'm not living in Belgium anymore, so
I don't know. Oh, I can still use it. I mean,
but
it's open.
was there also something with Bybits in the Netherlands that you could not use leverage trade anymore? I don't know how it's involved.
Hmm. I'll
Yeah,
see.
and
If they
Belgium is. No,
wait,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead. No, it's fine.
No,
You
I
go
just
ahead.
want to say that Belgium is like truly Middle Ages for crypto. I think Holland is Netherlands are better. I think,
Yeah.
but Belgium is really Middle Ages. Also, with the general acceptance of the public, Belgium it's almost non-existing.
They're always behind on everything. Just look at the roads. I think it was a Scot, McAdam, I think. Be- oh, Hubbles, yeah, yeah. And the slowest too.
But it's especially painful when you come from Holland and you drive into Belgium, then you can almost bring your car to the garage because the difference is.
Yeah. Last year I did a road trip to Switzerland. I went through like the most busy places and traffic was all great. And then I arrived in Belgium. All hell broke loose. I was stuck in traffic for 5 hours. I wasn't even like rush hour. And then I took another road and then I was stuck there too, 4 hours. Yeah. Should have stayed in Switzerland. Oh god. Oh, yeah. It was on my bucket list for so long. But I hate looking for a parking spot. In the end, I was just uh, tired of it. Just go camping because I had to pay more at a parking spot than what a camping would cost me. And there I didn't even have electricity or water, or I could shower. I was like, okay, camping it is. So far, I have 3 bottom wicks on that trend line, and still holding. But I'll hold some wood. I mean, knock on wood, or how do you say it? Not to jinx it. Yeah, that's smart. Yeah. I'll go look to eat something. I'm getting nervous just for waiting. See you later. Yeah. Might go take my bike. The weather is turning better again. Ugh. Anyway, it was nice talking. See you later. Yo.
What is? Do you know what ATX is? No, something like in I'm not sure because you know how we were making fun of Pluto earlier. It's saying the ATX is rising, showing a probability of a breakout. I don't know what that means.
Bad
That
day
sounds really
surprising.
helpful.
Right.
We want to be waiting, watching and waiting.
We're attempting a reversal here for Bitcoin to correct that this pivot. Yeah, we can have a correction here, go back up toward the 800. We have to clear 118 293 before the 800 gets too low. So right now we're at the 5 EMA on the 1 minute. The pivot point is just above, so we need to climb up over 117,919, and that'll put us in line to grab that 200. A failure here puts us back down, testing the 117,420, and our failure point would be 117,318. Yep, I am. I sure am. I'm here for a few more days. It has. It's been pretty decent weather. Yep, it's been really pleasant. I had a little rain yesterday. So our major point of control would be 16.8, and a couple days ago I put down that we would break down below the 16.3 level. Breaking below 16.3 puts us down to testing probably the 13.8. But we'll see what happens here.
I'm not really trading it or anything. BJ, how you doing?
I'm
Sorry,
good.
sorry. I said I started a statement and then anyway, I meant to say, hey BJ, how you doing?
I'm doing okay, thank you. How are you
Nice.
doing?
I'm just watching the charts.
Yeah.
ZBCN. I know
Yes.
you're looking at it,
Uh-huh.
at least in the background. Um, you think it's about to fall through here?
Let me just click over. ZBCN, yeah, it needs to hold that spot right there. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Let me just switch over to that chart real quick.
I wouldn't be surprised if it just like flagged out and went up, but I also wouldn't be surprised. In other words, I think it's gonna move. It's gonna move.
Oh yeah, we're on the macro ascension here, and we should not break down below 34823. If this if we're finished and we're climbing back up to test new highs, we would need to preserve 3570. So that would be a big failure at 3570. And right now we need to close back over the 40998. Let me change it. I think I forgot to change the chart. But if you want to talk about that further, we could probably go down to the other room since that's a pretty.
Oh no, it's good. It's good.
Okay.
That was mainly it for now. Just because it was right where it's at.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's at a pivotal spot for sure. So it's really just testing the angular ascending triangle there. And so a break over the 50 MA on the 69-minute, basically the hourly, but I use the 69-minute more than I do the hourly. That would be having a close above 40230.
It's been just kind of fun to watch to see how that coin reacts versus other
Yeah.
ones in the market.
It's been pretty fun to trade, to be honest.
Yeah, that too.
I didn't have to trade. I don't have to trade much for a while from that profits on that one. But anyway, it's also risky.
Oh yeah. Yeah. With dominance and its market cap and everything.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'll take a picture of this and then I'll go back to the Bitcoin one.
Sharp drop on Tesla. Got rejected. Sold broke support. And heading to the 800 of its 15.
Guys, I just shared on the voice chat what I'm looking right now in 4 hours. If you wanna take a look and have an opinion.
Yes, you're exactly right. It's still very possible to close up there above 121. It's just that this particular spot on the 30-minute for Bitcoin is extremely pivotal. We have to hold that time frame and not close beneath that 117.4. Otherwise, we're going to see a drop potentially through underneath 115.4, and then a further drop from that point if we don't move up from there, brings us back down to that 13.8.
That's
And
correct.
at which point you still can have an ascending pattern build from that point back up to 115.8 and then back up to 118.6. However, the sentiment would probably drag us down to test that 112 area at that point. So right now is extremely, pivotal in my opinion for Bitcoin.
Yeah, the low 115 that we print the other night, it's a very, very important support level right now.
Exactly. Yep.
Yep.
So that ascension on Tuesday yesterday at midnight, I guess it would have been Eastern time midnight, was climbing up above that. From there to 117.3 was important. So now we're testing that spot again. And if we can close above 17.818, then my outlook would be much more positive. But right now we're so in the middle that it can go either way and rather quickly.
Yeah, I'm expecting a very quick move as soon as we um, touch 117 flat around that area. which is
Mm-hmm.
highlighted on Dbloc's chart also. So I'm expecting a very quick move and go and clear the 120, and that have to be in the next 3 hours or less.
Well, yeah, less because see that 117.4 is pivotal. Otherwise, you're going to come into that what do you call it? The gap, and the gap is between right where we are right now to the 800 on a 30-minute chart. That 800 is at 116, 197. Breaking below that will put us to the last week's low. And again, that's that 115, 748 area. So we've got liquidity sitting in that middle from 117.094 down to that 800 EMA. So that would be a very quick drop and hopefully a recovery back above that last week's low point. Or we can stop right here. This is a bounce area actually right here at the psychological low, and then cruise back up over the 118.6 like I talked about a few minutes ago. And even if we don't go to 118.6 all the way, just at least getting over 118.2 will get us out of this gap area.
Yeah.
I'm all in long.
Okay, I'm here. How do I develop the skills to read it? Well, because I created it, I know how to read it.
That's
So
right.
there's that. And um, other than that, I don't really know how to answer that. So if you want to know how to read,
BJ, because that's because you're extremely smart.
did someone say I'm
But
extremely smart? Oh boy.
Yes, I said that.
I appreciate it. Wow. Sometimes I don't feel that way, but I,
You're very analytical. So yeah,
yes.
That's
that's
only
great.
because
That's
you're
great.
smart enough to know that you can feel that way. You know what I mean? Otherwise, ignorance is bliss.
Right.
well,
Right. Yeah.
the key to understanding BJ's chart is to not concentrate on everything that you see, but you have to, you have to take it
Well,
in parts.
the funny the funny part is that she can see everything in her brain. I'm pretty sure of that.
So I can. It's amazing. But so I have it on the 69-minute. I want you to see the S pattern. Okay.
I'm watching.
Here's it. And see how we're underneath. This is our goal is to go to the top side of this arc. This arc goes this way. If we had broken up above the top earlier this morning, we would be in this this is an ascending pattern overall, right? Here's your support line building from the bottom. Here's the other one. Now this arrow happens to be positioned. If I turn my chart this way, with the bottom here at the top. See this? Okay. Now these, oops, what, I lost my, okay. See now, see how these two are crossing each other? But the major thing is the macro pattern is coming from way back here. All right, there's my snowflake. You see it? There it is.
Yep.
Okay, so that's your macro pattern. Now look at this other one. You see the blue and the rings from this bottom of the snowflake, right? Right there. You see that? So you see those fibs, how they go? Like these arcs? Okay, so this is on the hour. Now look at where the 90-degree line, your vertical is here. And you can tell exactly that we are in the middle where we can go up or down. And you can see that based on this descending, even though it's not descending from the top left, it's descending from the right because you have an overall pattern above that is pushing price down on this arrow. So if you can imagine, see this right here, this arc, boom, boom. Just imagine a weight pushing that down like that. Meanwhile, we have an ascending pattern that is a macro pattern from above, and that gave us this disjointed channel that you see highlighted in orange. That pivot point was right here the other day. Because we did not cross that, see these ascending arcs, this curve, this is the 4-hour curve. Price is right here, beating at the door of that ascending curve. And notice how this is an overall pivot point. This is a macro pivot right here. That's why I say this 30-minute chart is extremely pivotal because our midline will rise or fall based on what happens here. Okay, so yep. So this
Yeah, I agree.
fib circle here, see how it has a break. This is our gap, right? From here and here. This is why we have bow ties. And sometimes the bow ties are bigger and sometimes they're smaller. This one happens to be huge because we're on a macro scale or a macro level. So a rise above 120, 120,400 is right here. And that brings us into this part of this wedge that we have another one that's just below it. And it's very clear on some pictures that I did the other day where you have the red rising channel and this orange one. And those pivot points or those 2 points where they intersect are very close to each other. So here, if you go on the left, you see this pivot point here. Okay. Now that was where we could have closed above 113 and at this level, right? And ascended up through here, and we could have reached our 125 already at the first week of July. But instead of closing over that pivot, we closed under it. So that put us right there, right? So if you go horizontally through that section, you see how that
Sorry,
gives you
excuse me, VJ. I just want to say that looks like a pretty nice bounce. It could be a double bottom right there at
Great.
that level you were talking about. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. No, I thought, okay, if let's watch the price action, we can talk about how this is done later. Okay, so, well, here on the 15-minute, here you can see this curve, and that's made by that this circle right here. Here's the one break, and here's the other. Now, over here, you see the volume. The volume profile on this time frame and the 15-minute has a lot of action between your 109 and 111. So this rising volume needs to be met up here, see up on this side, and that's over 123. So we need to have a volume push up here. There. Yes. Yep. And he's right that this does look like a nice double bottom, but we have to have conviction over the middle on the 30-minute.
Yeah, in my opinion, they're just farming longs right now with that candle.
So here we're at the edge right here of this fib house section right there. See? So we're either gonna go above the pivot, or we're gonna fail and come below the psychological low and then fall into that other section
Yeah,
right there.
until we don't break the 118,700,
Yes.
I'm not touching anything.
Yep,
Well,
this
not
is
touching. I'm not confirming that we're gonna keep going up.
you. That's right.
I said 118,700. I'm sorry.
No, that's right. You have to close above the 118,700.
Yep.
And actually, we need 118,700 and then 119.80. 119.80.
Yes. Agree.
On what time frame?
Okie dokie. On the 30-minute. to me, because we're overall ascending, we're going to be fine unless we have some huge kind of macro global thing. We're gonna make it through this area.
Yeah, in my theory, sorry, a lot of noise. I'm just gonna wait. Well, I don't know if you can hear the noise, but they're cleaning the patio. Sorry. So my theory is that we're probably gonna create a new all-time high close to 127, I think. And from there, we're just gonna try to retest the 112. Yeah, assuming that we're gonna pump from here.
There's
Um,
shorts here. There's plenty of shorts here to go get. The thing is, it seems like it's having it doesn't have the strength so far. Like we need that strength to push up into those shorts.
But we
For
can
some reason, it's really lackluster. I think it's gonna retrace to the previous all-time high too, but I don't like. It would make sense to go and take out shorts before going down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Like we
remember
don't
that
want to go
Bitcoin hit.
parabolic just yet because there's longs down below, but we don't want to drop yet either because there's shorts up above.
Yeah, but we also have to consider a double top because Bitcoin he'd love to do that when it's when he reaches the up to high all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the time they're the same. You know, they're usually the same. Most of the time.
Yeah.
Really need to move up right now though, because if not, it's gonna fall through. Like, I mean, I don't know. This thing's just been freaking pleading and has no strength, so it doesn't make a move up now.
Yeah, I'm hoping for something crazy. I'm up in the trade, but I'm feeling. I was hoping for there to be a faster pump.
Come on, Bitcoin. You suck so bad.
Okay, just calling your attention, the XRP is down to $3.19. It went below there. It's trying to rebound, but it's rather iffy too. Oh, no problem. And remember, I don't mind answering questions anytime.
Hey, and we don't mind listening anytime. Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah, it does. It takes a while because it is visually overwhelming, and I understand that. So I don't take offense to anybody not understanding it. The only thing I would rather have is a question rather than somebody laughing. That's yeah.
Is that called harmonics? What exactly is it called?
So yes, there are a lot of harmonics in my chart. There's also a lot of fibs and harmonics, and then support and resistance. But the thing to remember is that Bitcoin doesn't just move horizontal and vertical. Bitcoin moves in almost a circular pattern or on curves as well. So when you understand that there's support and resistance on the angles, then you have a whole new insight into the movement of Bitcoin.
Yeah, I have some support and resistance lines, just trend lines that I put at like the tops of some peaks and bring them down to lows or whatever, but they seem to be respected overall, and it's crazy.
Yes, they do. And it's because it's of the cyclical or circular motion that is great inherent in the movement of Bitcoin. And so when you can combine all of those factors and understand where the chart is on different time frames and know how to read their interaction with each other, you begin to get a better feel for where you can find pivots. And I guess another way to say it is when you understand the ascending versus descending um, lines better on an angle, you get a whole different perspective, and also knowing where your moving averages are, and not only on the EMAs, but you need to understand where your slow moving averages are. So in combination. So for trading on, you can do trades on a small level, even on the 1 minute chart, and make a lot of money. But where you get your big moves and continuation is when you can put it all together and know where you've got a daily or a weekly movement that is all working together on a macro scale. That's where you know that you are on the bottom and you're going up to another level. And so that's kind of where we are right now. If you look at my chart right now, you can see that we're at an impasse level, and where I showed you how that red arrow is pointing down and the black arrow was going up, and we have an intersection right there at around 18,300. If our 18,300 is our lift area, so you can see here on this 6 hour chart is what I have up. You can see here where price is. It's the little dot. I don't want to move my mouse. The finger on my mouse is on the top line of this. This would have been a disjointed channel. That's the red one I was talking about. And here's our pivot point. So our 6 hour midline is right here. And then you have this arrow. So you see how this is a gap? You have this gap area between this bottom line, bottom underneath, and then you have a top line here. So this this triangle that looks like a wedge, right? Its point is right back here. Okay, and so here's that rise on the 6 hour. See this line right there to here. And then it's these black lines that are those 4 hour curve lines that I was telling you about. So we're right at the bottom edge of that right there. And there is the overall curve. So when you have time is a factor in the calculus of a chart. And so that's how you get your measurements for on a mathematical level. So that's why the 45 degree, the 90 degree, the 180 degree, and a 69 degree or 70 degree works so well. So here you can see the flow, this flow from the bottom, and then that point. So we're twisting, okay? We're twisting upward. And if our volume supports this twist right here on a counterclockwise movement, we will get that lift up to 119.24, which will then kind of solidify our move from this point right here, right? See how that's the bottom of that disjointed channel right there. See it like this. When I click on it, do you see the lines, how they twist right in here?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to come over this fib circle. So you see that one right there? You see
Yeah.
it? That little one? Okay, so we're moving from that little one to this big one here. Okay, so look at that. Then here you see these coming down like this. Okay, we have to get above that on a horizontal line to get over this midline right there on this fib circle. That's right here. That
Be cut out.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's look at this pattern. See that green line going through and where this bow tie is?
I changed pages.
And that gives me that 125,000 line right there. See 121.8.
Right on. Okay. Definitely a lot going on.
This is the macro pattern. Oh gosh, I'll hold this. Okay, that right there. So we have crossed out of that blue ring and we're in the meat of the red. We're just at a pivotal point right there. Now I got it held. Now you can see where those curves come up and they act as a pull towards this top. So crossing here, right? This 125 gives you this little pattern. Boom, boom, boom. It's like an L shape, but it's an ascending L. And then from underneath, this is the other curve that comes right from here. That line is that. So there is your twist, and it looks like a pinwheel. Okay, but overall from here you have an arc that's descending. So now we have this macro level between 109.5 and 125. Right, there's the snowflake. So you have vertical lines that by time will run out of time if you're too far below. So that's where this this curvature comes in. This is a small fib within a large one. So you have competing things going on, but overall you are ascending because of the weekly chart. There's the ascending resistance line. We would need to come underneath this in order to break our pattern. And that is right here at 110.5. But you have these ascending patterns here. That was where the full moon was. Okay, so right here. Now you see where those two cross down here. And so that measures your time on a box, on a square. So that's where GAN comes into play. You know, if you study GAN, you know about the 1-to-1 and the square of 9. Okay, so you see how this makes a triangle like this right here, a macro triangle. Boom, boom, right there. There's the point, and here's the lower edge. The lower edge is here, right, like that. Okay, so I'll be quiet for a minute because I got noise in here.
No, you're good. Thank you for that. There's just, you said a lot of it you come up with on your own. I won't knock anything. Any innovation works. I mean, that's great. It's a lot, but trading's a lot, period. So, hey, really cool.
Trading is difficult, and it's difficult because you have to know when to hold them, when to fold them. You have to know when to get out. But if your line wasn't met, you need to say, I have to sit out and wait. There are times when no trade is a good trade. There are times when you can make so much money really fast, and then you have to know that that pattern is over and get out of it, and then wait for the next one. Or way down, and you've built up enough support in your own trade, then you can wait the dip out. You have to know, do I have enough to wait this dip out, and am I still ascending? So that's where trading, and that's where people can't tell you, oh, enter here and get out here. It all depends on where you are, and if you're trading other coins as well, because you might have 2 or 3 that are going to decline at the same point, and enough that you'll get wrecked. So that's the dance in trade. Easier for people to trade one major coin, and then in between do your little ones that are moving. So I mean, you have to know what your trading style is, but charting is the first thing you need to, in my opinion, you need to know how to do and how to read it. And the better you can be at charting, the more insight you'll have at trading.
Agreed. It's a long process for somebody as low IQ as I am.
Good morning, Cypher family.
Good morning.
What's up, brother?
Oh, just watching this pump. I got in right at the bottom, all in. Seeing how it's gonna play out.
Did we get some bad news, or is this just a normal correction we have?
Oh, I'm not sure. You're gonna have to speak to somebody a little bit more experienced. I did ask that question earlier today, and I think someone told me it was bound to happen because Bitcoin is like hasn't had a correction in a little bit. That's what they told me.
Right, I think we double topped. I think we topped it up.
Oh, you mean like we're never going back?
Oh no,
Or
no,
we'll
I'm saying we
for a while?
just double topped. We always get a big correction after double top.
Mm. Yeah. I'm hoping for this whole this thing to play out where within the next 3 days we're back at all-time high.
We seem to be recovering pretty good.
Something's happening.
Woke up, XRP was at 316. It's at 324 already. Oh, here we go with the dogs. Mute out for a minute.
Here in a minute, I'm gonna take 50% profits on my 200x long, and then I'm gonna just watch it and see what happens. I mean, that's a W if I've ever seen one. But it's also sort of an M too.
Hey, Dad, are we there yet?
No.
What?
No, son, we're not.
Okay, I'll be back when we're there.
Where are you wanting to go?
Up.
There's a lot of people wanting to go down.
I don't mind.
Like this X, everybody, like I mean, even just this YouTube chat.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
that's what
up
makes
to
me feel like we're going up.
yeah, I'm up to my neck in dry powder. I wanna trade, but like, yeah. I would rather wait for us to cross that 50. That 50 has been really getting on my nerves the entire earlier today with me and Rick trying to trade. We thought we were going to bounce into 200, we didn't. We thought we were going to bounce into 800, we didn't.
Dbloc
Okay.
just said in the YouTube chat, on my way back to the office team, have some patience, wait for confirmation.
That's why I asked Dad, are we there yet?
That's why I said no, son, we're not.
Yes, sir. We are waiting.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for that 50. We get on top of that 50, we win a retest, then I'll trade. Because like I have a feeling the market maker is not gonna give us that 50 until he's ready.
Yeah, and he came out guns, machetes.
For sure.
I mean,
Oh
dog,
my
he come
god.
out. I
Me
mean,
and Rick, we were just laughing the entire time, like, oh my god, get SL'd left and right like twice. And I was like, okay, I had enough. I'm out. I'm not doing this.
Okay, my TP hit. So now with the rest of this, I'm just gonna let it ride out. I brought my stop loss up to a little bit above break even. We'll see what happens.
think it comes down to Tesla. Tesla and Google. Their earnings after hours.
I don't trust any of this one bit.
It is sketchy. Sketchy business.
A lot of people
We
who are
got
not who are not in this community and not staring at Dbloc's chart, they're gonna get their hearts broken today.
what do
How
you
many
mean?
rejections? So many bounces at really great places, but rejected right away with hard candles. 1, 2, right here on the 803. It goes up to the 204. It goes down, bounces off of the line, goes over the
So
50, gives hope, and then comes back. Damn.
Yeah.
so you're expecting a sharp down here in just a second?
Mm, let's see. So far, it's holding. Like it has to retest the trend line. It has to come back,
That's it.
retest, come back,
It's
and
time
go
to
back up to
send
the
it.
50. Send it.
And bounce back from the 50 again.
And going back from the 50 and go down again. Oh my god! And yeah, that's why when I saw this, when I saw like 4 or 5 rejects, I'm like, I'm gonna wait for the 50.
No, hopefully
I
it's
don't care
gonna
if
be
I miss the bottom.
successful
I'm gonna
this
wait for a
time.
real trend, man. I
Normally
don't want
we get rejected 3 times, and 4th time we successful.
to. Yeah.
Let's see.
But being rejected on the 200, like bouncing
Yeah.
from the 200, then you bounce from
Yeah.
the 800, and you still get rejected. That's solid. That's
Yo, but
solid.
Yeah.
Like
it kind of
solid.
looks like a double bottom.
It does. It does. It does. I agree.
A double bottom to counter the double top.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a triple bottom?
But you Whiff put in like a quadruple top earlier. I was looking at the Whiff chart, and it has
Yeah,
put
dude. Yeah, dude.
it's made 4 attempts to try to break over 130, and all of them got rejected. It's like a quadruple top.
Damn. That thing's going down if it's been rejected 4 times.
I think we're about to go parabolic.
I like this guy.
Someone take a look at Whiff's chart, man. At that $1.30 is the 886 fib, and it made 1, 2, 3, and this last one was his 4th attempt to try to break it, and someone is just holding it down.
Hey, guess what I'm trading now? That's why I'm out of the trades right now. Guess what I'm trading?
Farcoin?
No, I'm trading Tesla and Tesla, Robinhood, and Coinbase.
Yo,
I'm
Tesla has
scalping on
earnings
Cypher.
after hours, so you gotta be careful because like those exchanges, they turn off your ability to manage your trade at like 4 p.m. So I got caught because I do it on BTCC, and they have like Tesla, Apple, and everything. And one time I was in like a big position, and I didn't realize
2
that
hours.
after 4 p.m. you can't
But
touch your
yo,
position.
it's so easy to trade. Oh my god, I'm on the 15. This is just like it's
And they have earnings. So if you're trading Tesla on Mexi, just be careful at 4 p.m.
dude, it's on
Yeah,
5x. That could it be?
no, yeah, that's just normal market hours.
Yeah, but now they're offering tokenized leverage on some of these crypto.
Yeah.
But
What a joke.
you don't know.
More people to get wrecked for them to get more fees.
5x live, 5x. It's pretty
Yeah,
fun.
right.
It's
Yeah,
easy.
okay. Good luck with that. I got
Was-
I got a margin call over $8 on a big trade. Suspended for 2 days. I prefer that. I prefer them to do that to enforce the rules for everybody, no matter large or small. I like the rules.
You got to follow the rules.
Yep.
Gotta follow.
So
Carnival hit.
one of the reasons that I'm
Go ahead.
one of the reasons I'm so bullish is because a lot of these altcoins, like Ethereum, XRP, Sol, Doge, ADA, Hype, Sui, Link, AVAX, they're all bouncing off of the trend line, like that's been going up since I don't know, let's say, looks like when was this? Tuesday, like just about like like just since January, pretty much that uptrend. They're all bouncing off those trend lines. So that's one of the reasons I feel bullish, is because I feel like we're at least going to be getting somewhat, if it's not all time high, just some kind of upward movement
Yo,
for at least a little
sorry to
bit.
cut you off. Sorry to cut you off. Bitcoin on the 15, it's hitting the 50 right now. Something to watch. Let's see if it can retest and keep going. And it's showtime.
For God's sake, SPY is all-time high almost every single day. The market is just going up, 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 up. This will probably be the best time of your life over the next 2 years.
Frothy, very frothy.
Yeah.
Like bubbles all over the map. Like everybody frothy. Everybody has a lot of money.
There's 50 positions in my core, and 47 are up, over 67% year to date. Over.
Dominance check, everyone.
Dbloc put a arrow on it. It's stopping volume. So I think dominance is going to go down. And that's good. That means I'll get a rally with Bitcoin with what Bitcoin's doing right here. Let's see. I'll wait for the retest.
Want to get a gauge on the health of the economy? Look at cruise lines, how they're doing. People are going on cruises. 52-week high. That's one of the reasons I talked to. We have a central manager over 17 stores at Domino's. I talk to him all the time. Simply, well, how's this store doing? How's that store doing? Oh, okay. Are
Wait,
people
Clive,
eating out? Go ahead. Over.
Going on cruises, is it healthy or is it not healthy?
It means A, they're alive. Okay, people that have money go on cruises. Generally, now there's the party cruises and all, but the mainstay is elderly people. They're alive. They're buying tickets. They're enjoying their life. I want people enjoying their life, spending money. If you just sit back and analyze it, just mumble it around in your head a couple days. Why do people go on cruises? What does that indicate? I look around all the time. There was a famous analyst, Martin. No, what was his
Cruises
name?
are cheaper though than like regular
I
vacations.
understand.
That's usually they're actually like more affordable. So
Martin
maybe people are
Lawrence.
just trying to save instead of going on flights
No,
and
no, not
everything.
Martin and Lars. The guy that he would buy businesses. Lemon, the Jewish guy. Martin.
Marcus Lamont.
That's it. Yeah, and how he walks in, want to buy a pair of shoes, and then he starts looking at the purses and purse section, and it's like, okay, women are buying purses. Okay, well, are they also buying dresses? Just all sorts of things that go through his mind. Marcus Lemonis. Yeah.
Did you like that show back in the day?
Loved it.
Yeah, I did too, Clive. That's interesting. I love that show.
I started walking around, and I go past malls. Are they full? Okay. Who's parked in front of the AMC? That bar. That doesn't seem very crowded today. just you really get in this mindset when you can go out and look around. There's just all sorts of things you can look at. You're in the 7-Eleven. You know, what type of people are lined up? Is there a line? You know, how does the clerk look? Is he happy? You know, just all sorts of mind games you play, and then you just kind of mull the day over. Okay, what did I see? You know, people getting how many trailers? How many people are getting their lawns cut? How many people are getting trees trimmed before the hurricane season? You know, just all these sort of things. You're constantly out there. You don't have to be in front of a computer to see this. But that's just a philosophy. Just throwing it out there.
No, Clive, thank you. Seems to me like that's a pretty, it's going to be subjective as far as where you're at in the country, but
right.
But as an overall, that's not a bad thing to look at. I mean, you're right.
Exactly.
You got extra spending cash, you book a cruise. You've got extra spending cash.
Cruises sold off. The Saudis bought all the cruise lines when they were in debt. This is about 5 or 7 years ago. They were all going bankrupt. They sold 80% of their ships to the Saudis.
Yeah, I know this lady. She leased 15 years on a cruise ship. She's just on a cruise ship. It's like 15 years. She got the room. She's like, I might as well retire traveling the world. It's cheaper than paying rent in California or paying even my taxes and all the mortgage and stuff. She's like, I'm just going to stay on a cruise ship for 15 years.
I think I remember that story.
No plans after 15 years.
No lawn to attend. You get food. You know, and if it sinks, oh well. There you went. No burial cost.
I mean, still might want to do memorial, service, all that good stuff, you know.
No, I understand.
Got a little rejection on the 50. Let's see.
Rejection.
What
is this unjustified bearishness I hear of? Say no, just kidding.
It's just a small one. Just a small one. First one. Let's see a second one.
Are you rooting for this thing to go up or down?
I'm thinking it's going up.
Well,
I wanted to go up. I actually wanted to go up. I wanted to go above the 50, retest it, and win so I can get in a trade.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I've been buying all morning.
What you focusing on this week, Clive?
Google, Tesla for today. I bought a bunch of Google before earnings. Tesla will have about a 7% spread up or down.
Yeah, I'm doing perps on Tesla. It's pretty fun. 5x and the guys bounce. Nice retest.
No,
so
thanks.
easy. So easy to
I
trade stocks.
I know. Yeah.
I trimmed 30% of my
Uh-huh.
Robinhood portfolio today. I trimmed off just because we're pretty high and frothy, and I'm just going to lock in gains.
Gotcha.
Gains.
Keep in mind, third quarter is the strongest quarter of all. We are currently in, third, then first, then fourth, then second. I'm not a political animal, but I have to say, despite Trump's all his doings back and forth, how can we possibly be at all-time highs when he's so bad? But we are accepted.
I trimmed it off because I'm going to take that money's not yours until it's in your pocket, and I'm going to start the groundbreaking to
Not
build.
playing with there's no such thing as house money. Your profit is your money.
I also think it's the
Don't start
vibe
with the Trump stuff, Clive.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
You said don't start with the Trump stuff.
Okay.
Hey, Clive, how much? What's the spread on Google? 7% up or down?
No, Tesla spread will be we should be a 7% plus or minus.
Do you know what Google's is by chance?
Google's. I bought a bunch of Google. Here's my philosophy, my own. If you are in profit before earnings, trim or sell. If you're not, cautiously buy if you wish, or wait 3 days, a 3-day rule. Now, if you're day trading, that's a totally different story. Totally different story. My objective is make 0.7% in an hour.
Tesla's moving
Hour
up.
to 3 hours. Yeah.
I'm expecting wild move in the next 30 minutes, guys. So
Yeah, we're 1 hour from power hour.
exactly.
42,
Yeah.
42 minutes.
42. Yep.
I don't like this 5x digitized. It's not real to me. It's fake. It's fake stocks in my mind. Okay, and leverage is just them making more money off you. I mean, a 50K trade cost me 3 cents. Not that many of my trades are that big, but you got to put that in perspective.
Oh, Steven, open mic.
Yeah, me. Sorry.
Here we go.
The hell was that? Did somebody just go on life support? Bitcoin on life support right now.
Things are getting awfully tight.
What, my butt cheeks? Yeah. Sell walls up above 118,466, 118,5, 118,620, 760. The others are like 400, 118,7. It's 431. So Hopefully it chews through those just like it chewed through the buy orders. Hopefully it slips right through them the same way it did on the downside. I don't understand what kind of game they're trying to play here. Trying to hold the price in this range for freaking 2.5 weeks. Price of 8. A little slow bleed down last night and this morning. It makes me feel like it's not ready to drop through levels yet. Hopefully we can just push up through these short liquidations and then there's a big reaction and a big crash downwards. Well, that's kind of more so what I'm expecting, but it's been really tricky lately. There is some more heat above us though. The 120s. There's definitely some heat up there. For short liquidations. Just need to get close to them. Need to take out that previous high. Once we take out that previous high, we should gain it. Like, so that was like, I don't know, 118.7. We should gain some velocity if we can close above that level. And I don't know, maybe like at least a 5 or 15 then. Probably start gaining some velocity towards the upside. At least to 120.5. Then there's a big gap. The next big pocket of liquidations is until 122, so it's got to make a move. It's got to take out that high. As soon as it breaks this 118.8 or like 118.7 area, it should start gaining some velocity. We have a nice W pattern here too. That actually looks really good. I don't know if y'all could see it on Dbloc's chart because he hasn't drawn it out, but yeah, that the down, up, down, come back up, break the neckline if we can get back above that 200 and back above that previous high. We should be going for it. Let's see what I got for a measured move here.
Yeah, I'm doing the same right now. I was drawing when you started talking about that W.
The measured move is somewhere about
I'm just waiting for
119.9.
I'm just waiting for 1 hour candle to finish. So the bottom of that candle is the break line, and the top, it's what it determines how low it's gonna go. So the market is trying to push, well, not the market, but as higher as you go on that candle in 1 hour, that's gonna measure the downside.
God, the S&P is an absolute monster today.
I think those bounces on the trend lines is going to send us up for a couple days, at least.
How like I keep hearing you say that. How long term are these trend lines that you're looking at? Like what time frame?
Since like July, since the beginning of July, like on
So you're
the
looking-
1 to 4 hour.
Like the daily chart? Oh, 1 to 4 hour.
Well, on the daily, it won't be as pretty, but if you use like the 4 hour and then zoom out, you can see it.
I mean, on which
It's
coin?
like the beginning of July. All of them, all altcoins, they all bounced off the trend line.
I'm looking at total 3, excluding stables, and it looks like just a parabolic trend that got broken. So I don't see like a clean trend line on the 1 and 4 hour.
I'm not sure about total 3. I'm just more talking about like all the
Well, that's
the
all the altcoins. You talking about like large caps?
yeah, there you go.
Like Sol, Sui,
Mm-hmm.
freaking Doge,
AVAX.
AVAX.
Yeah.
Chain
I'm a
link.
trend line trader, so I do trend lines. I do daily trend lines, weekly, monthly, and then I just keep going all the way down until I'm where I'm at.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think they're okay. I don't trust trend lines anymore. I think they're okay on like the 4 hour daily and like weekly and stuff like that. Like if they tend to hold and you see strong bounces, like, but below the 1 hour or below, I feel like they don't have very much credibility. Like if it's broken on the 1 hour, like I think it's significant enough to see a downside, and then beneath the 1 hour, it's like, I don't have that much faith in them.
Well, here's the
Like
thing with
15.5 at 1 minute trend lines. Like I don't really give them much credibility.
the trend lines with crypto, coming from like Forex, they're not like a trend line of Forex. So when I learned, like, when it comes to crypto, you got to give yourself like a you have the main trend line, and then you've got like a, let's just say like a cloud, maybe like I don't know, 0.5% around that trend line. Because yeah, crypto will break straight through that trend line and go maybe a little bit below it and then pump back up. That's what they all do.
Yeah,
And it does that
it's
to me like every single time.
It's because people put their stop losses right below the trend line, and then it goes down, stops all those people out, and then and then it bounces. Once their positions get taken out, it bounces. So especially if the trend line is like it'll either take out the previous low and then swing fail and bounce, or it will go below the trend line, take out people's stops, or if people are like, oh, I'm good in this position, I'm gonna up my leverage, and then my liquidation is below that trend line, so I'm okay. But it's like then it just comes down to get them anyway. I get kicked out. That's why it's like with crypto, like yeah, they screw with that type of stuff because they know people think like that, and they're like, oh, okay, basic stuff is trend line, so they'll probably put their stop below this. They could see that, so they'll just go take your stop loss, make you think that the trade is invalidated, and then when it comes back up, or like as soon as it breaks the trend line, people will FOMO into a short. When it comes back up for a bearish retest, people FOMO into a short, and then it breaks through because then it goes to try to go get the short liquidations and stop people out that are short. And then the trend line ends up like revalidating itself. So it's like even though it was broken, it still like ends up adhering to that area. Like it's more of like an area than just one simple line is not enough. Like you need like a whole area. You know what I mean? Like you were saying, like a 0.5%.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and I've been doing that for about 3 months now. And I mitigated my risk down to 20x, and I did the $100 challenge, and I'm up like, maybe not today. I'm probably back down to 600, but I was over 800 just recently.
That's excellent. Good job.
Yeah, I'm feeling better. But every
your
time I feel
leverage?
real confident, 20x typically.
Okay.
I did just do that 200x on the Bitcoin at the bottom, but I took profits out, and now I'm just gonna let it ride.
The whole trend line thing, it's like I don't like to use trend lines to enter a new position, possibly to add to like an existing position that is like already pretty far on the profit. But if like adding to or like starting a new position based off of a trend line bounce. Like I typically don't do that. I more so use trend lines as like I'm already in a trade and it's following this trend line pretty well. If it breaks through that trend line and the line gets completely invalidated, especially if it comes to a bearish retest, then I'll just get out of the trade. You know, like that's more so how I use trend lines in crypto, because it's just like there's just too many games. I don't use them for entries. I gotta get an entry as low as possible, or as close to the bottom as possible, because that way, you know, you can have much space for your invalidation. As far as the momentum goes, if you're doing just like a quick little trade and you're not expecting too much of movement out of it, then I guess they're okay. But I've never had, well, not that I've never had, but I tend to not have good luck trying to enter on trend lines. Like once they're established, because it's almost like you're getting into the trade pretty late, you know. So if I'm longing, I try to get as close to the bottom as I can. If I'm short, I try to get as close to the top as I can. And then if I get my validation, you know, I have a little bit more wiggle room. And if I'm wrong, then I just get stopped out and I'll try
Well,
again
are you
later.
talking about like are you talking about like on the 5-minute trend lines? Like which trend lines are you talking about?
I mean, I usually have them drawn, like I'll have a bigger trend line that's like more long term. Like, you know, I'll make that one thicker. And then I'll have like if I go down to the next time frame, I'll draw another trend line. I'm like, okay, this is a shorter term trend that might be a little bit steeper, but you know, like I'll be like, okay, this one's not I'm gonna make this one not a stick. And then if it's like really short term trend line, I'll be like, okay, this one is really steep and it's really short term, so I'm gonna make this one really thin. And each one that it breaks, I take off a little bit of the position. So like if it breaks the first one, it's like, okay, I'm gonna take off a little bit of the position there because it looks like there could be a downturn, but I'm not gonna take the whole thing because that next trend line down below could catch there. So if it catches there and it bounces, then I just hold the rest. If it breaks through it, then I'll take off a little more, you know, and then so on and so forth. If it breaks if I have like the longest term trend line that I have drawn, if it breaks that, then I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna get out of the position and wait until I see something good that like meets my criteria for a new entry. But I mean, it's also tricky with the whole weekend trap thing. Like, I was expecting to not come down this far today. Like Dbloc
No,
mentioned,
yeah, I
okay,
wasn't either. I got in on the
there's-
wrong trend line.
Yeah, like there's one day that's usually corrective in the 3-day up period, but I didn't expect it to come down this far. Like I expected it to maybe come down for like a 0.5 retracement or something, and then continue up. So I like when I was looking at it, I'm like, all right, this is kind of not looking very strong for like a, you know, hopefully it makes a higher low, even if it's only slightly higher, because then that sort of solidifies that we go up another day. But at this point, it's like we come down so far that the 3rd day up might only bring you to the previous high that we made yesterday. So it's kind of like, it kind of sucks. Like I was kind of hoping that it wouldn't retrace so deep. It would continue up and then put in a high that's like either like somewhere around the all-time high, like maybe just below it, or maybe just above it, to do a swing fail to take out shorts. That's kind of what I was playing. Like that's what I was planning my trade around to some degree. But yeah, like it hasn't done that. So now that, because it had a deeper retracement than I expected, I'm kind of thinking like, okay, it might be kind of weaker than I expected it to be. So I might have to be more modest with my take profit targets than I was. You know, I was pretty ambitious yesterday, so I might have to be like, you know, a little bit less ambitious and a little bit more modest and realistic. And you know, whatever. If it takes off, and I don't have the full position, whoop-de-doo. Like, I'll try to hold a runner, and then, you know, if it doesn't, then I'll probably
Do you know
be
what
glad I was out.
do you know what the chandelier indicator is?
Chandelier exit?
Yes.
Yeah, I've used it.
I think
in
that's
conjunction
like
with
kind of like
other.
what you're saying. I think that might be like something that, did it work for you?
It's all right. I try not to use indicators that have like buy and sell signals, but if you have a
Oh no.
strategy that like if you have a strategy like a working strategy already, and you say like, okay, I took an entry here, now I want to see it validate and make sure that the trade is safe, you can put something like chandelier exit on as like a confirmation that like, okay, like if there's a buy signal here, so my entry is down here and it went up X amount, and then I got a buy signal on the chandelier, so it's further confirmation that like my trade is good and that it's more likely to play out. But it also sort of gives you those like, oh, okay, should I take profit here? And then if you get a sell signal on the chandelier, it's like, okay, well, yeah, I'll consider more heavily taking profit. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's just sort of
I
an
don't use
extra
chandelier
confluence.
for buy and sell. I use it for my stop loss. I mean, I didn't. Maybe maybe I have a different one than yours, but mine doesn't tell me when to buy or sell. It just has a line that stays. It follows basically. But
You got
maybe it
you got
is.
the one
Maybe it is.
where
I don't know.
it's
But
like a green cloud underneath and then it's a red cloud above. Is it that one?
I'm not at my computer, so I can't remember. But what I do know is, so I put all these trades in down at the bottom, and a little bit riding
Chandelier
up.
stop? Is it chandelier stop?
Yeah, I think it's that one, maybe. But I use that, and then every day I use it on the 4-hour. I update my stop losses, and then I take 50% out when I'm on the 4-hour and the RSI is getting exhausted. So if this trade plays out, which I don't know, so far to my rules, it seems like it's going to. I'm gonna let it keep riding up, and then every day, every morning, I'm gonna update my stop loss and just move
Yeah.
it to where its line is. And normally, like within a day or two, my stop loss will be above break even.
That's good. Speaking of 4-hour, these 4-hour candles look pretty good. We got really long wicks on the bottom of the last 2 or 3 4-hour candles. So this one still has an hour left, but it's looking good so far.
Yeah, I will say when it comes to trend lines, the 4-hour trend lines, they're the strongest ones. I mean, they've been working for the past 3 months that I've been doing it, and I've only lost a few times.
Well, so that's like another thing with like trend lines. Like they're not my base case. Like they're like an extra confluence. So like I'll use them. So if I'm looking for a bounce, if the trend line is in the same spot as a moving average and it's in the same spot as a fib level, like crucial fib level, like the 0.5 or 618 or even the 382 sometimes, you know, like if it's one of those crucial fibs and they're in the same spot, then I'm like, okay, yeah, cool. That's and like there's also a moving average there. I'm like, okay, there's 3 levels of confluence there. So, you know, that seems like a good spot to bounce. But typically more often than not, that usually doesn't happen at like the bottom of a local pivot. You know what I mean? Usually the bottom of a
Yeah.
local pivot is like a double bottom or a swing fail or, you know, a liquidity hunt that like, you know, results in just like an immense amount of volume coming in. You get stopping volume. So, or there's somebody trying to defend that level or whatever, like whales are buying there to defend the level, or somebody's trying to defend a short position, so they put big buy orders there.
And
So what do you
Bitcoin
think's gonna happen here?
candles.
I don't know. I mean, we got to get through at the very least.
This rectangle.
I mean, we're getting up to that previous high. We need to get above that previous high. What we're struggling with now is, I think, 200 on the 5-minute. Okay. No, we got above the 200 on the 5-minute, so that's good. 15-minute. I think we got above the 50. Yeah, we're above the 50 on the 5-minute. So yeah, I think we're going up. We just need to take out that previous high, like let's say 118.6 to 118.7 area. we take out that zone, we should gain some more velocity upside, like somewhere closer towards 20K or 120K.
Yeah. We're over the
There
200.
is
We just closed
liquidation
over the
stuff.
200 on 15.
Yeah, it'll start looking sketchy if it rejects from that previous high again. But this looks like a nice W pattern and a nice double bottom. So that's like, it's looking good so far. So I'm leaning towards we're gonna
Almost too
break
perfect.
this. Yeah, I'm leaning towards we're gonna break this W and then push up. But it's hard to say. Another thing I use for confirmation is the Ichimoku cloud, and we're above it on the 5 minute and the 1 minute. So
You're the guy I've been talking to the past couple of days. It's newer, right?
me?
Yeah. Like
No,
3
I'm
months
not
new or
right.
something? No?
No,
Oh.
I wish.
How long you been around?
These groups like 6 years.
Jeez. Yeah, Who are you then?
I'm Qui-Gon Jinn.
Fuego Jim?
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Who sent you?
Oh.
Yeah, who do you work
Qui-Gon?
for?
Oh, I'm
He's our-
Summerlands.
Summerlands.
Yeah, I'm looking for you. I'm gonna friend you.
Narc.
Yeah, the whole like Reddit thing didn't really get too popular until 2019 and 2020 with the GME short squeeze stuff. And then I came into the other group that we all kind of came from and met, like the group that we all met in. I'll just say that the group that we all met in was like, I came in there like 2020. I think, right, Drew? About that? When was
Yeah.
Doge Day? 4/20, 2020?
Oh, I think it was around 2020 or 2021. One of the two.
Yeah, 2021, man.
Yeah, 2021.
Yeah,
I feel like Doge Day was 4/20, 2020.
nah. Definitely 420, but it was in 2021. Because it was the same year of SNL.
When it went to 20 or 42 cents, that was
Yep.
2021. Okay.
Yep.
You mean
Yep.
70 cents? Or depends what
Well,
chart
no,
you're looking at.
yeah, but that was in May. I'm talking about April.
Oh, the second, yeah, the first pump.
Yeah, there's the first pump, then the second pump. 2020 was when it went to 9 cents, and then it, like, that was a
Oh,
big
yeah.
deal. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So like that's where I mean I was trading Doge before then, but I remember when I went to 9 or 10 cents, it was like a huge deal. Or it hadn't gone to 10 cents yet. But I remember I went to 9 cents and I sold, and I thought it was like wicked smart. Then yeah, it ended up going up a lot higher after that, and we all joined the group like around that time. But
Yeah.
yeah, things were like they were heating up before then, like the GME short squeeze and stuff. I feel like
Oh, yeah.
that
Yeah, there
that
was a lot of
happened
activity
earlier than that.
before that. Yeah. It was quite a wide bull market, that one. For altcoins. Like, there was a lot of action for alts, like, all over the place.
Yeah, the metaverse stuff, man, that was crazy.
Now this bull market is like nothing has happened really until the kind of the pointy end.
Well, it did, but it's not as like that
Yeah,
was
there
like
w- I
sort of
mean-
towards the end of the cycle anyway, because it was after that was the post halving year, right? Yeah, the post halving year was 2021, and now
Yeah.
we're in the post halving year again.
Yeah, we are. But what I mean is the alts were popping off. Like there were many altcoin like chapters in 2021, and even some in 2020. There was like the DeFi summer.
Yeah, the DeFi, some of the shit coins. You got all those like, and Shiba came out. You know, there was like all the safe moon stuff and the
Yeah. Gaming.
I mean, gaming.
NFTs.
Yeah, gaming was the second half. NFTs was definitely like the ninth inning.
Yeah. There were so many
But-
narratives in that bull market. Yeah.
But I mean, that's when Cardano was new and shiny. Like Matic had just come out. Like all the layer 2 scaling solutions for
No.
Ethereum. Everyone's looking hyped
No,
about.
Cardano was around in 2017 and 18.
Was it?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, it just wasn't popular. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember because it was just
Yeah.
like it was at like 10 cents back then. So
Yeah,
it
just
was
wasn't
around,
massive.
but it was really low. Like it was only like pennies at that point. So yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. But yeah, I mean Matic. I'm pretty sure Matic was pretty new then.
Yeah, Matic
And-
wasn't that old. It was one of the newer coins.
Like Luna and I think AVAX.
Solana was from last bull market.
Yeah, Solana had just come out, and they were all like, "Oh, transactions per second, transactions per second." Yeah, Solana was definitely brand new. Luna, and what else is sort of in the top 10? Polkadot. Polkadot's wasn't new, right? So Polkadot was in 2018 as well, right?
I can't remember. I think it was part of the DeFi summer because it's it's like a DeFi platform. Pancake Swap, Polkadot, Sushi Swap, all that crap.
Cosmos.
Yeah.
Cosmos.
Yeah,
Oh, dude, there was the ACH and the AMP and XYO. Like those were all ripping. Like there was so many.
Polkadot was a 20.
I mean, what was what?
That was a 2020, 2021 cycle coin. Yeah.
But did it come out in 2020?
Yeah, it had the yeah, didn't it have the crowd loans as well? Like it came out around that time, and the crowd loans was there, and you told you to stake your Polkadot.
Yeah.
And then like it kicked off their ecosystem as a result of that.
Which I did, and it's worth less money than it was back then. Friggin'
there was something called like Ray blocks, and then that rebranded, I think, into Nano, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh.
One was called, and then there was one called Ant Shares, and that had to rebrand because it was a stupid name.
I remember near and
Dogecoin
Harmony.
is rejecting off of its trend line. Its downward trend line.
Near and Harmony 1, I remember, did pretty good in the last cycle.
Yeah.
I think that Render didn't. No, it was Injective came out at the end of the last cycle, right? And then so that was new last cycle.
Just crazy though. Went absolutely insane. Like I think people
Yeah.
didn't expect it to go as far as it did.
I remember VeChain had all this hype around it, but it just like there was a rally, but it never became like the most amazing coin that everyone was harping on about. Like
Chinese
oh my god,
Ethereum.
VeChain.
Oh,
Yeah.
another ICP was all the craze, and then it
Oh,
freaking just dropped.
ICP, like that had like I think that was basically the biggest airdrop, like well, at least at that point. I won't say ever now because I've not checked like, any of the recent stuff, but I remember like and the way everyone could get into it was literally just like signing up to it and just having it like sort of getting on some mailing list. So basically everyone and their dog just like signed up for it. So it had insane infinite sell pressure when it launched, and it never really. Well, I don't know how it's doing now. I guess it's probably doing okay. Let me see.
It's probably like $5. Without even looking at that chart, I can tell you it's probably around
$5. It's pretty good. $5.06, well, $5.60, but yeah, $5. Jesus, it launched at like 400.
It was 1,000.
1,000. I don't even remember it being 1,000 or what.
Yeah, it was above 1,000 for like a couple of days.
Jesus, that is insane. Yeah,
but it was before it was the supply was fully diluted.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of these, like the sort of tokenomics are just dog, absolute dog.
Well, I mean, it's good when they get revalued because it's sort of like, I don't know. I kind of see it as like an IPO. Like it comes out, pumps really hard, and then you after like, you know, the first couple weeks or months at best, it starts to come down, and then basically it takes like a year to 18 months to like find a bottom, and then you find out what it's really valued at, and then you're
Yep.
like, okay, this is being valued at this now. So is it undervalued? Like, okay, I'll try to take a whack at it. You know what I mean? And if it goes somewhere, great. If not, sometimes they just freaking fail and die and get delisted, or you know.
For sure. Yeah. Sometimes it's just
But
about
if it's a good company, like I mean, Circle, I am gonna wait. Like I'm gonna heavily invest in Circle in like 18 months because it's like that's probably gonna really go places. You know what I mean? It shows a lot of promise because look what happened to Coinbase after Coinbase IPO'd and it ripped and then it freaking dropped a lot for like a year and a half. I don't know if it was dropping during the crypto bear market. I don't know if that was the same time. Like I don't know if they lined it up properly, but I mean, then Coinbase is flying. It's one of the best performing stocks in the market right now. So it's like, you know, if you don't get in right when it IPOs, then it's like, and you catch that big initial rip, then it's almost not even worth it. But I see like these newer coins, like they're sort of the same thing because they come out, they pump, and there's all this excitement about, you know, if the coin's getting released and it's being traded, and then people are attracted to it, and then it gets listed on exchanges, and there's even more hypes, and then once it's done getting listed on all the major exchanges, it just drops, and they freaking crash like a few weeks after they pump. So they crash, they find out where they're really valued, and then you take a look at it as it's like, you know, bottoming out, consolidating. You're like, is this a good project? Like, is this, you know, can this go somewhere? Are they doing stuff? Is the development team active? Like, you know, what are they trying to solve here? Like, is this something that people are going to be interested in putting their money in? You got to kind of consider all that stuff, and then, you know, that's the best time to try to take a whack at these things. But they also could just die from there if the project ain't worth jack. Then, you know, it ends up being vaporware, like Dbloc likes to say.
There's a lot of vaporware out there for sure. For sure. Do you remember Sparkster?
What is it?
Sparkster. SPRK.
Spark stuff?
Or rather, like, do you know who Ian Bellina is?
No.
Okay, yeah, Ian Bellina, he was like a I think he worked at like IBM or something like that, but basically he came in and did a bit of a crypto grift. I mean, I say grift, like basically he came in and because crypto at the time was sort of so rudimentary, like a lot of people didn't really sort of understand like TradFi, speak and mentality and all the rest of that. So he came with like token metrics for the ICO during the ICO boom. And he was basically like just teaching people how to value projects properly. Like how when I say value project, but like how to gauge like how successful they'll be. So like how much that is being raised during ICO phase, FDV, all the rest of that. So a lot of people were sort of just jumping into any ICOs because they were doing well, but obviously there was some that would just do exceptionally well. So he sort of got a launch pedal for that, and then he sort of got so big that he effectively just kind of pumped the coins himself. Anything that he promoted, he would basically explode on release and stuff. And you know, one of the coins he sort of ended up promoting, I think it was Sparkster, and then that ended up on a exchange and it literally went like 97%, minus 97% or something on release, and then it got delisted, and he sort of like disappeared into obscurity. He claims he got hacked because he left his private keys on his Evernote. You know, whether you not you believe that, that's another thing. But yeah, everyone sort of nowadays calls him a bit of a charlatan or a scammer, but he was sort of like a bit of an early mover in terms of teaching people how to like what makes a good sort of ICO like to invest in and stuff like that. I think the guy's a total charlatan, but you know, regardless, respect where it's due. He was operating on a level higher than others. And yeah, Sparkster was one of those coins that sort of like just absolutely died on release. Like it was insane. It was such a big thing at the time.
And he kind of like was showing it or what?
Yeah, he was shilling it. He was shilling because there was a lot of coins that he would go on stream and stuff, and he would be like, "Oh, here's what I'm investing in, right? Is blah." And as a result of that, everyone's gonna attempt to pile in on release because there was so few sort of avenues at the time in crypto in like 2018 ish. Like, so he would just be shilling. Like Phantasma was a thing that he shilled and it exploded. There was a whole bunch of them. In fact, it got to the point where one of he had a cameraman who used to follow him around because I don't know, this guy, he could tell this guy was like a grifter because he was doing music videos and all this other crap, absolute nonsense. But he had a cameraman who used to follow him around, and while he was doing one of the streams, he apparently the cameraman was like listening under the door to hear like what the new project was, so he could like actually go and invest in it before everyone else and stuff. It was an absolute circus, man. Total circus. It's kind of crazy how much the place has changed, like in terms of crypto space, but also how little things have changed. There's always gonna be grifters and scammers, right? But like it was such a small place relatively compared to now that you could get like one person effectively just like controlling like an entire sort of sector, which is like the ICO sector. Like if that guy co-signed your stuff, like you would absolutely explode because it was just everyone funneling into like one doorway, which was buying on public because they couldn't buy on private, and then all the private guys were just they're up massively, so they just dump on everyone. Crazy time, man. It's also why a lot of people can't really trade because there was so many ways to sort of make money back then. If it wasn't that, it was airdrops, and if it wasn't airdrops, it was yield farming. I think it's just not going to go over that cloud,
Remember
is
when
it?
people were spending millions of dollars on pictures, like profile pictures?
Yeah, and it was always tough for me to get into that personally because like crypto to me the big draw, as well as obviously just making a lot of money, is liquidity, right? Like you can just log in and just buy or sell at any moment, right? And NFTs for me, that was something I can get over, is the fact that in order for me to even get those valuations, I need to put it on OpenSea and someone needs to buy it. And sure, right, there's floor prices and etc. So usually at the time of when it's doing well, you probably could sell it easily. But for me, I was like, so in a bear market or in a downtrend, it's just not going to be possible for me to sell this thing, is it? Or at least at a price that I personally would love to sell it at. So I just couldn't really get into it. But yeah, no, the NFT boom as well. That was.
Are people
I mean,
still
there was a
doing
lot of
it?
laundering. Yeah, there are people who probably still like sweep the floor on NFTs and wait for them to become a thing again. I don't really follow it too much. So if there's someone in here who still follows NFTs and still buys them, fair enough. But I've not really heard much of anything about them. I think that cycle is kind of the best you're gonna get for it. Do you know what I mean? The tech is
Yeah.
good, at least. Technology is actually good. I think it would do really, really good for gaming.
So I
But I
guess I
think,
was mistaken. It's according to this chart, the high for ICP was $750.
oh my god,
That was
$750 though, man, is just mad.
in May of 2021.
$750 down to like $5.
Uh,
Like there's a top holder out there somewhere. There's a top blaster who still owns some ICP in a wallet somewhere, for
Yeah.
sure.
Definitely, there's probably a lot of.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, that's why it's hard to really trust anything here.
Yeah.
Crypto shit.
There was so many scams back then. Like it's weird.
Only
Like
a
it was,
few
yeah.
projects are really worth their salt, you know?
Yeah, I mean now it's like so saturated that depending on what you're looking for, it's not really gonna work. But I mean, if all you're looking for is maybe a 80% return on like at the end of the year, then you could probably pick anything really, and you'll do okay. But if you're trying to get those valuations that we got in like DeFi Summer or those types of that type of ROI, then yeah, you're gonna struggle for sure. Some people are expecting their stuff to go 10x. It's not really gonna happen. That's why you get like sort of people like Dbloc who will just thrive. They'll keep thriving because when you actually know what you're doing, then it's just much easier to be able to compound and bypass all of the whole sit and hope that you've picked the right coin.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm through with the whole wishing on a star thing, so I'm probably gonna chill out with crypto after this cycle. To be completely honest.
Yeah, what you done?
Well, I'll probably wait until the bear market, just stock up a bunch of Bitcoin, do a lot of research on projects, and only pick like maybe 5 that I'm into.
Who's
Okay,
saying
fair
that?
enough. Saigon said.
Oh, okay.
Keep like a really I'll probably do my portfolio probably be mainly Bitcoin, and I might put like 25% into a couple other different projects. But then I mean, crypto in general as a whole will probably be less than 50% of my total portfolio, if not less than 25%.
Why is that?
It's just too risky. I don't know. I mean, like I don't want to. You got to be diversified, but you can't be too diversified. I don't know. I still believe in Bitcoin, so I'll probably honestly Bitcoin like maybe Bitcoin aside, like 25% of my portfolio will be like altcoins, but I like my whole portfolio, but like I don't know. I mean,
You
gotta
really
go
think
Bitcoin
it's
heavy.
too risky? That's interesting. I mean, so
Did you
what?
make a lot this year?
Yeah, go on.
I've just seen so many
I'm gonna be here
projects
the
that
whole
come out
time,
and
y'all.
they act like super promising, and then they just crash 95%, and then they never come back. So.
That's yeah, that's crypto. Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
that's why you buy. That's why buying during the bear market is so important. And sort of
But I mean,
figuring out.
there's stuff that I loaded up on heavy in the bear market, thought it was great projects, and then I'm like, okay, this ran really hard in the last bull. I'm gonna buy a bunch of it in the bear market and just hold it and stake it, whatever. And that shit's down lower than it was at the bottom of the bear. So it's like,
So what
What were
part?
they?
What when were you gonna walk away? Did you say like have a break at the top?
Yeah, just after this cycle, like I'm probably not going to invest as heavily in crypto, at least not in altcoins. I'll
What
probably
about
just go
shorting,
Bitcoin
bro?
heavy. Oh, I can short, yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm talking
shorting's
about
fun in a bear.
investing on spot. Like I don't want to leave my capital tied up for years at a time,
Yeah,
like
no,
hoping that these
definitely
things are
don't.
gonna do a 10x and they don't. It's like,
Yeah.
what the hell's the point? You lost money, and you're not even beating inflation, then you lost money.
Yeah, don't
Wasted a
do
ton of time.
don't do the bag hold method.
Which
Yeah.
is there any idea what project? I mean, it's for some. I mean, it depends, right? Especially with some of the staking mechanisms too. Like because staking is so sort of inflationary, depending on the APY and with what their sort of burn mechanism is, yeah, like it can
Yeah,
be
I mean,
tough. Good.
it's sort of like, oh, I like your idea. It sounds good in theory. But then in practice, it's like, it sucks because it's like, okay, you're just diluting the market. Like, what are you actually trying to accomplish by it? I mean, people stake this stuff and then diluting the supply. Like, what are you
Yeah,
really
I
trying
mean,
to accomplish? What are
yeah.
you doing with your project other than trying to extract money from people? Like, you know what I mean? It's like,
It's
it
inherently
sort of gives
inflation.
me the same type of vibes as the Federal Reserve, where they just print money and then they
That's
use that
exactly
money
what it is.
to
Yeah,
buy
that's exactly.
assets. So it's like, are these guys like rugging their own projects and then buying other projects that are more well established that are like, you know what I mean? Like it's I don't know.
That the Federal
that's
Reserve thing
every
is exactly what it is, and that's like what I mean. The thing is that 2021 cycle was just about emulating TradFi, and they did it pretty successfully. I mean, sure, it's called decentralized finance, right? Because you can get DAOs and you don't have to get, a centralized figure to do it. But yeah, there was a bunch of these things that were just inherently inflationary. They were inflating the hell out of and diluting the supply of the tokens that they had. And it was just a Ponzi that you had to sell before everybody else before it got too, inflationary and too saturated. So it's more. I think a lot of that was just felt like a proof of concept cycle where it's like it shows the world that you can do whatever it is you're doing out there, but just on chain. And I'd say they're pretty successful at that. But yeah, like it's not great to have like a sort of staking mechanism with like 200% APY. Like it's not going to end one way. Do you know what I mean? And you're going to have like maybe even 5% APY. You've got to have a good burn mechanism or a reason as to why it's happening and what the sort of way is to combat that, right? It's even a
I mean,
similar
you
thing.
have to, at the very least, you have to have a maximum supply. You know, like you can't just have an infinite supply and then have 5, 10, 20% APY. Like, how the hell is that? You know what I mean? Like, you got to have like, okay, this is how many coins are ever going to be in existence, and like 75% of them are out. We're offering this to stake it. Like, you know what I mean? Then the whole locking the value locked sort of idea comes into play. But if you've got an infinite supply and you're offering this crazy APY, obviously that shit's gonna go down in US dollar value. You know what I mean?
100%. 100%. That's why a lot of them just became, dead projects. But
Yeah,
they
I'm not
were
gonna. And then
exploited.
who wants to invest in that? Once they see what happens to it, who wants to invest in something like that? So it's like any projects that I see have the same sort of tokenomics, like the same sort of red flags as like the last batch. It's like I'm not touching it. Like even if it becomes really popular, I'm not touching it. I'm only gonna touch stuff with good tokenomics that is probably already fully diluted, that has a narrative, that's well established, that is well known and is actually trying to solve a problem and is actually has a utility that's being implemented. Other than that, I'm not going to invest in anything on spot long term. If there's even if it's some crazy meme coin that's taken off, yeah, maybe I'll trade it on perpetuals just for short term moves. But I'm not going to invest. Like, that's why I don't invest in meme coins. You know what I mean? Like, because there's no freaking point. They can just crash 90%. Like, you buy something that crashes 90%, you're like, oh, I'll just buy more. And you buy more and it crashes another 90%. But sometimes you get the outliers where it's like people FOMO in and it rips and whatever, but it's always short lived.
Man,
Well, it
the
depends.
stock market is having a good day. Just a quick call out.
Yeah.
Apart, yeah, the altcoins aren't, but
Let's
at
have a
least
look
the
at this.
SPY's doing well.
Yeah, S&P's terrific.
Yeah, I mean, look, you say that about meme coins, and yeah, like meme coins is even more exaggerated sort of space than the altcoins, where most altcoins won't do as well as like the sort of top 1 to 5 to 10%. But I mean, Pepe is like largely, even though the drawdown is insane, like it still goes up pretty violently, right? The volatility is actually there in both directions, and it seems to benefit people. Same thing with Fartcoin. Like I'm sure, like after December, everyone was like, "Well, these memes are gonna be completely worthless, and there's nothing left on them," right? And then when we pick up again, Fartcoin is leading the market. So it's like, sure, like
Yeah, but
in
how do
terms
you
of,
how do you pick which meme coin is going to be successful? There's really not, like, you have to be lucky. Like you're shooting in the dark, and then if you get lucky to be holding a lot of something that ends up taking off, great. But there's such a huge. It's less about skill and research and more about luck. And otherwise, you just kind of have to see, like, okay, which one is actually gaining traction and taking off, and try to get in before it makes its biggest move. And you can go on Twitter and be like, oh, everyone's talking about this or everyone's talking about that, so I'm going to get into this, and then just hold it and hopefully it rips. But I mean, that's most of like what the whole trading meme point is. It's just like social media driven, and like, whatever, it's all about hype. And but like, if I'm going to trade that, like, I have to get out of it short term. Like, I have to get out of it, be in it short term, and then get out of it.
I mean, that's kind of most tokens, though. Do you know what I mean? It's just that obviously what we have in terms of narrative or use case is like what we consider to be the floor, right? Which is why we don't think it's going to go to absolute zero. But some of these still can go to zero despite the fact that they have like a good idea. So I think like that's why sometimes people look at meme coins as like almost the purest form of speculation, despite the fact that they have like inherently no use or value to them. Is because
No, it's really just basically gambling. Like, it's not like you can do a ton of research. Like, oh, this meme coin has such good fundamentals. It's like, no, it's just what's popular. You know what I mean?
What's popular is that's the research. That is the research.
Yeah.
Like knowing like sort of what like the type of meme it is, how popular that meme is at the time. Like Chill Guy was like the meme that exploded, right? And Chill Guy actually exploded as a meme once it once it started to jump around and become popular. And like sort of having that level of research and understanding of the social space gives you a bit of an edge. It feels like it's sort of nebulous. That's why I always say that these are skills, but they're skills that aren't that are finite. They're not, you can't like it's not like trading where you can go 20 years and still be able to effectively use it. Like when I was like trading a lot of these narratives, like the narratives do eventually dry out. What I sort of felt like I had was an understanding of just like market psychology and like sort of hype cycles and all the rest of that. But like, yeah, it's not something that can last forever. Do you know what I mean? But they are they do seem to be things that have like a rhyme or reason to it. It just doesn't. But it definitely at the time doesn't. Like not at the time. It sort of looking back on it, you can say yeah, it doesn't seem like it should have a rhyme or reason, but it does for some reason. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it too is that people with like, trading bots getting more popular, and they're not really regulated, and then like people have trading bots and then other people copy that person's trading bot, and then that more people copy that person's trading bot, and then they're all like sort of, they're geared to function of like, oh, okay, if it meets this criteria, buy. And then somebody copies that bot, so they buy, and then 5 people copy that person's bot, so they buy. And it's like, especially with the whole AI thing getting more popular too, it's like now bots are sort of AI driven. So it's like you get these big sharp parabolic moves, but then the same bots like that are like the bots and algorithm, they're way faster than, like, they process stuff way faster than what humans can, and they just make decisions. They don't sit there and think about it. They just make decisions.
Yeah.
So they'll execute, and then you get these big drops, so it's like, oh, whatever, X amount of percentage, and then you get trailing stops, and they're all based off the different types of criteria, but it all executes so fast that you get these, really volatile moves, and that's, in my opinion, that's all it's really good for. But it's like I can't out trade like bots and algorithms. Like as a human, I can't sit there and manually out trade that stuff. It's too fast.
Yeah.
So it's like, for me, it's almost like, trying to catch fire with your bare hands,
Yeah, it is. It's definitely. I mean, this is in terms of trading. It's the hardest. It's the hardest cycle. It's the hardest cycle that I just think in terms of the amount of tokens, there's the most amount of tokens there's ever been, the most amount of bots there's ever been, there's the most amount of institutional players there's ever been.
Most amount of leverage.
Yeah, exactly. Most amount of leverage. So like leverage flushes and squeezes are just gonna be like violent massive and violent. So it's definitely very, very tough. But you know, there's people out here who are showing that they can not only trade it well, but they can also adapt, because there are certain traders who had hot streaks in 2021 and they're wrecked now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're on Twitter like sort of making calls, and some people were even exposing them and saying that they're broke, like that they're not the guys that you think they are. You know what I mean? So
They're just
it's,
trying to get views because they need like money. So
exactly.
they're trying to become influencers instead of traders.
Exactly. Which is a lot of people, right? They'll sell trading groups, they'll sell algo bots. They'll do the things that just means that
I mean, honestly, I don't agree with it ethically, but I've even considered like, dude, I might as well just do that because a bunch of other people are doing it and they're making money doing it. So why the hell not? But
which
ethically, yeah, like just like sort of like selling a trading course or whatever.
Oh yeah.
You know, like I started a YouTube channel thinking like, oh, I want to help people learn how to trade. You know what I mean? But then it was like I'm putting so much effort into this and like not really getting paid for it. I might as well just trade myself. So like I need to focus less on this and more on that. But it's like honestly, like you could just sell some bullshit course and people will buy it. People that don't really know anything about TA, they'll be like, "Oh, this guy's so smart, and I need to follow him and do what he does." And they make themselves look like, "Oh, this is all you got to do to enter a winning trade, and it's so simple. You put your stop loss here, and like, look, the trade played out, blah blah blah." It's like, yeah, after the fact, you can go back on the chart and look at it and be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, like I broke that trend line and it went up," but it's like, you know, like actually doing it in real time, like is a different practice. Like in hindsight is 2020. So like you can always go back and look at a chart, and be like, oh yeah, like this trend line broke, so it took a trade here. It's like you didn't really take a trade. And like furthermore, are you gonna mention any of the times that you would have taken a trade and get stopped out? No, because all your trades are in retrospect. You're just giving examples of stuff that already happened that played out, you know. So it's like, but people do that successfully, and like and then people eat it up, and they toss their money out to try to learn this stuff that's not really actually very sustainably reproducible.
100%.
You know, so it's like, what the hell? But it's like whatever, man. Like it kind of it's a hustle. You know what I mean? It is a hustle. So it's like I've actually considered it and been like, okay, no, it's not broken.
So I
Trying to
mean,
do
yeah.
course or whatever, but I mean that's
Yeah.
a whole nother thing where you got to put time and effort into it, but it can be like passive. Like you do it once and it ends up being passive income. But I think that just morally and ethically, I disagree with it too much to be like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. You know what I mean? Because you're just
Yeah,
taking advantage of people that are looking for help.
Yeah, I mean that's unfortunately it's crypto's largely you know, even trading and investing and all the rest of that. It's both a zero-sum game and not a zero-sum game, right? There's like it's exploitation and not exploitation. Like sort of everyone can win, and also not everyone can win. So
Yeah, sure.
yeah,
Every
those
minute there's a loser for the most part.
guys.
Like unless you
This
get a market cap of, unless you're trading something the market cap that just is exponentially growing, and it's deflationary like Bitcoin. Like I mean, but it's easy to be like, oh, you just buy Bitcoin in the bear market and then hold it for 4 years and then sell, and you'll make a lot of money. But it's like actually like so that's investing, but like actually physically trading and looking for technical setups and trying to make money, like, you know, day after day after day. Like people don't realize that, you know, probably most likely, yeah, like it's so much harder in practice than it is in theory, and people don't seem to realize like, oh, I'm watching this guy and he's making some money. It's like, but people don't seem to realize you're gonna take losses probably more often than wins, and you have to be okay with that as part of the game. And then it's like, you know, like you can't really pull money out every single day. Like you can't really, like it's difficult to pull out profits every single day. Like even if you're like a high frequency scalper and you make like 10 good trades in a row and one bad trade, it's like somewhere in there you're gonna end up taking a few losses, and then you're gonna over trade and revenge trade, and you're gonna trade on tilt, and you're gonna have some losing days, and you either have to catch yourself or wreck your account. But I mean, those losing days, like they'll be in there even for professional traders. Like, you know, nobody is just so on and in tune and like in sync with the market enough to like just only win. So you can't like look at it as like, okay, I'm gonna make a paycheck out of this. Like, every day I'm gonna sit here and trade. I'm gonna make money, and like, my time is gonna be worth it. 'Cause sometimes you spend 12 hours in front of the computer just to lose money. So it's
I mean,
like,
yeah. I mean, some people can eventually get to that point, but yeah, like I was saying, like you can't be successful 100% of the time, and it's about knowing. I think for some it'd be like having the wins insulate the times when you're not winning, and just letting the wins just generally outweigh the losses, right? Because if you have like a string of losses, you've still got the times when you had the big wins, especially in the bull market, sort of cover that. So there's a lot of that. It's definitely it's difficult. It's difficult.
yeah, but then you look at it, it's like over the course of a week. Okay, how much did I make over the course of the week? Did I make $500? Okay, then how many hours did I put into this? And then it's like sometimes you calculate the hours that you spent trading, and like you end up making like a very low dollar per hour amount. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you're making money, but does the time end up being worth it? You know what I mean? So not only do your wins have to outweigh your losses, but it also has to be worth the time. Like the amount that you're gaining has to be worth the amount of time that you're putting into it. Otherwise, you'd probably be better off just getting a job and working somewhere 8 hours a day. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I think it's relative to how much money you're starting and what you believe is successfully winning money. I'm not a successful trader yet at this point, but I'm not happy with $50. So that's just me and where I'm at in my life, and it doesn't apply to everybody. But the bottom line is that if some people are happy with $100 a day, and that would be enough to, it's 3,000. Well, maybe that's what,
Yeah,
30,000, 3,000 a month, whatever.
even then, it's not like it's very. It's not often reproducible that you can make $100 a day every single day. Like unless you have a huge stack, and you're on leverage and you're taking like these small like 1 or 2% swings, and it's like, okay, that's good, I'm out. Like that's sort of.
I got a guy that I watch that is killing it on the stock market and crypto, and I'm not saying he doesn't take losses. He live trades, so you can watch him trade twice a week. And he doesn't trade. He doesn't live trade coins. It's stocks, but still, he makes a killing that way. And yeah, I think it's all relative to the size of the stock you're starting with too. Because if you're starting with $100, then $1.50 is a pretty big win. Or $5 is a really big win. You know what I mean? So I think it's all relative that way, and how much you think what your time is worth, where you're at in life, and what your lifestyle is about as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's for me personally, it's like I'd kind of rather, instead of be like a high frequency scalper, I kind of would rather try to find a good entry, take a swing that takes maybe a couple of days or even a week or so to play out, and then I can go about my business and do my thing during the day, have my invalidation, have my targets, and just let the trade automate itself. And then it's like once you do that successfully enough times, then you can like sort of you can start to have more frequent trades, and then like have them be your targets can get more modest. If you stack up a bigger bag, you can have more modest targets and still make the same amount of money, like on average per day, on average. Maybe not every single day, but on average per day, like make X amount
Could
be happy
you
with or whatever.
could you start that today? Setting up these trades that go for weeks or days, and then get on with your thing. I do that. I still
Yeah,
come in
that's
here every day, but yeah, I do. I've been in a trade for 8 days, 9 days now, 9 days. I haven't touched it. Just and I'm riding the volatility. Like some of the pullbacks are gut wrenching, but I mean that's crypto.
I mean, like I have trades. I mostly go for trades like setups that I think is gonna last like at least a day, if not a couple of days, maybe a week or so. So but it's like I try to not risk so much that like if the trade goes against me instantly, then like my stop is there and I'm willing to lose that amount of money. if the trade goes with me for a certain amount of time and then it comes back to my entry, like I consider closing at break even because like so Dbloc is all about like just focus on getting your win rate and win percentage up. I kind of am more focused on like reducing my loss percentage, which I guess like your win rate is sort of a increasing a sort of side effect of that. But I just try to reduce my loss percentage. You know what I mean? So if I have to break even on a few trades, like that's okay with me as long as I'm not losing money. You know what I mean? So I'd rather do that than lose money. Trying to like hoping and praying that the trade that I'm in is going to work out, even though it didn't. Even though it went against what I thought was going to happen.
Well,
even so,
using like I tell you now that one of my issues when it comes to trading is that I try and micromanage the positions way too much, and I try and lose as little money as possible. And usually, while I'm trying to do that, the trade usually plays out in a direction I thought it was going to go anyway, right? So I think Dbloc's probably is right when he says like just more focus on the win percentage than the like not losing money, because obviously there's a time when not losing money and being defensive is going to be extremely important, like the time when we were chopping or going downwards. But in the end, like if the conviction and obviously good TA is going to be more valuable more times if we just sort of leave it and let it play out than sort of going, because if we try and minimize the amount of like the amount that we're losing, it can, I mean, not to say it's like an emotional decision all the time. You could just like set it and just have extremely tight stops, but I mean, even that in itself, I guess, is sort of emotional, right? Because it's like there's plenty of times where in this market, because I've wanted more money or I've wanted to lose less money, I've ended up losing more money, right? It's just sort of the byproduct of that.
I think it comes down to how much leverage you're using and what are your trading fees as well, how much you're putting out there. And because I've been finding that that's one of the big things with me is using, leverage up to, I don't really go over 50x to be honest. And that's still too close because so I put the money out there and I've got to make basically, I got to make my trading fees back before I can do anything. And then, when I see that I've got, say, the trading fees back, I've got to double that in order to make any type of a profit on that trade. So I can take out, I can have my take profits, but they've got to be high enough to cover my trading fees, so the whole trade's not even worth it. And I go up, I'll see it go up. It'll go up a few dollars above my target, which I need to get better at setting those targets so that at least the trading fees are off of the table up front. But then that takes so much out of the trade that I guess greed takes over, and I want a home run, and that's my problem. I guess I need to fix that.
Bitcoin's sort of struggling with the 200 EMA on the 15-minute hanger.
Yep.
But if we can break through that, then I think it should be good.
If we don't, it's also going to
Time to zoom out, boys.
I'm trading BBAI. I've been wanting to jump in with the conversation, but I was struggling to make a 3-cent move on BBAI. I'll talk to you in a minute. Over.
What do you say? Time to zoom out.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
If
if you need,
if you look at the chart real quick, it took me all day to get there, and in the last 3 minutes, it happened.
There you go.
Right. So we're talking about zooming out. Let's go.
To be honest with
Yeah.
you, being traded as long as I have, leverage is just a doom. I mean, I cringe when I hear it.
Yeah, some people need to use it though as a tool to get off the floor because they've only got a couple of $100 or something. It can be necessary, but if you've got a big important account with lots of money and like
$100 a trade. If I make $100 in a trade, that's what I make. Half of what I make in a night delivering pizza. Okay, I'm certainly happy with that. But those add up. But the average trade on me is 4.5 years, and I'm trying to make 17% per year, so I can beat inflation.
yeah.
I look
Well,
at it.
Bitcoin's still completely fine. I don't know. There's no need to be stressing about this current.
Oh, right.
Like the alts have pulled back off their highs, especially XRP. XRP and Dogecoin have had a pretty brutal day. 10%, 9% down.
I've increased my Bitcoin exposure 800x in the last 4 years.
Very good. Is that because you had nothing in 4 years ago in Bitcoin? Oh,
I had
there you go.
42 Bitcoin in 2018.
Are you delivering pizzas because you want to, Clive? I'm just.
Yes, I do. Yes, I get away from my wife. You cannot be around a wife 24/7. None of my wives, all 5 of them, and probably my 7th one, will also not work.
Where the hell
Yeah.
you going to like Thailand to pick up wives or what, dude?
He is Thai.
No,
She is Thai.
That's
I think
perfect.
he means
Nothing
7th
wrong
as
with that.
in
There's nothing wrong
Okay.
with it.
he's not.
Yeah.
I keep
They're not
telling my
all
wife, I said,
right, Clive.
if you die early
They're
on
one
me,
at a time.
Let me just throw
One
this out
at
there.
a time. One at a time, guys.
My first 3 wives were the Axis powers: Italian, German, and
Japanese?
no. Italian, German, and what was the other? Japanese.
Yeah.
Couldn't find an Ethiopian. Okay, and then a Texan, and now a Thai.
hey, there's nothing wrong
Very
with
good.
it. I keep telling my wife that if she dies before I do, I'm going to Thailand and find another woman. She's like, you do it. You do it.
Oh, damn.
Make sure it's
That's romantic.
yeah. Make
No,
sure.
dude, you have to understand. We both laugh about it.
Yeah.
No, I met her over here. She was an engineer and worked for TSMC. But yeah, I'm 5% of my 5% of my folio is day trading. 30% is midterm, and 70% is long term. Average trade is 5 to 7.5 years. And Bitcoin has moved into my long term account. My target is 135 by the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I do not own 42 Bitcoin at this point. I sold those at 7,700 a piece on the first spike. I bought them at $12.50 for a poker game. Anyone here play poker?
Rick.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone in America play poker?
Oh, I like to play some poker.
Okay. You know Ms. Rocky?
Yeah, man,
You've
he
heard
just
of him?
won. He just won.
Right.
Yeah,
He played in my home game.
right on.
Yeah. Him and his brother. We had the longest running home game in Texas of 15 years. If you didn't make a reservation 3 days in advance, you didn't play. It was two tables.
You played Doyle too?
No.
Doyle rules.
No, Doyle was long before my time.
Rick, check out the chart I put in general on Dogecoin. Look at that. It's got that nice little parabola going.
Let's have a look in general.
Yeah, I know you
yeah,
like your parabolas. Yeah.
yeah.
Close.
That is a very steep revisit to the parabola.
Yeah, but I mean, if it holds, I'd say like it might be good for
Yeah,
another move
yeah.
up. If it breaks
could
through,
be.
though, you know that it's friggin' gonna dump.
Yeah, probably. Like, yeah, if it fails to hold that arc
The next real
or other
support is
trend
not
lines.
till like 20 or 21 cents. Like, but then if it loses that level, it's like okay, good luck.
Yeah, it's all good. This is bull markets, man. Pullbacks happen. Doesn't just go up.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, what am I doing? Am I walking away because I think the cycle's over, or am I buying the dips because the bull market's still on and it's still healthy? That's like
I feel like that's how you can boil it down. Or am I in position that is in profit, and I'm just riding it out, riding out the volatility,
I think
taking
buying the
no action.
dips is okay on spot. And like if you have a really good position on leverage that's lower and your leverage isn't isn't too high, then you might be able to ride it out a little bit. But I think that like for leverage, it's like the higher we get towards the top, like the further we get in the bull market, the more you should de-risk and de-leverage because things are going to get more volatile. So it's like you can like I feel like if you're on leverage position, you should just trade the swings, get out at your targets, like have targets, get out at those targets, and then friggin' reposition later. Because holding a leverage position, like I feel like is I don't know, it's just fool's errand because you're like, okay, I want to hold this in case it moons and just like goes in the price discovery and does 100x. It's like, but that's how likely is that to happen? It's more likely that it's going to retrace and you could have got 2 good trades or 3 good trades or 5 good trades out of it instead of just holding one. But I don't know, to each their own.
Yep. To each their own.
With spot though,
Trading
like
for me
I
has
think
not
it's
been a good recipe, but
I think it's perfectly fine to like buy dips on spot if it's high conviction, you have faith in it, and it's like obviously we're still in a macro bull market, like so buying dips is good on spot, I think, but like if you're actively trading and you're trading on leverage, I think it's better to just take profit at the swing highs and reposition at swing lows because if not, you're just walking back a bunch of money that you could have taken.
Yeah, but that's I guess it just depends on your time horizons and whether you're like if you want to be a trader that's taking trades every single day, like a day trader, right? Or whether you're a swing trader.
I mean,
What
you
was
don't
that,
even
sorry?
have to be a day trader. You just get even if it's like 1 trade a week or something,
Yeah. Yeah, just I think if I had an option between taking 5 trades or 50 trades, I'd take the 5 trades because you're facing risk 5 times instead of 50 times. You know what I mean? You have to be right 50 times.
Yeah, but I mean, are you risking the same amount on each trade, or are you risking more on the less frequent trades?
Oh well, that's digging further into it. Yeah, but like that's a lot of work. Like, because okay, if you're risking less on the 50, then you've got to do a lot more work to outperform just the 5 trades with the bigger bag. You've got to you'd be active. You'd be way more active trading, facing risk. Every time you take a position, every time you make a decision in the market, there's probability. You have to face probability.
I mean,
And sometimes
all
that
I'm trying to
probability
say
will
though,
serve you, and sometimes it'll wreck you.
all I'm trying to say though is because we're in a bull market, if you take a long on a leverage position and you're waiting for the moon, you're waiting for it to go in price discovery and parabolic, it's like, yeah, you might get lucky holding a position where like that happens 1 out of 100 times or like 1 out of 1,000 times. You know what I mean? Like it's so if you get lucky, you
Yeah.
can hold it into that, but it's like just understand that your chances of actually doing that is like they're slim. I don't know. Somebody mentioned something about Spark earlier today.
What about the statistics of someone that's a day trader versus a buy and hold strategy on average, just for like people that are retail?
I mean, buy and hold is typically
Buy and hold.
outperforms
Yep.
much greater than the in and out
Yeah.
strategy for sure. But I mean, at the same time,
Yeah.
like buy and hold, like I don't personally feel like leverage is for buy and hold. Like I don't feel
No,
like
it's
like
not.
you don't invest with the leverage position. Like you're trying to
No.
swing and maximize on a smaller amount than you would have invested long term in the spot.
I agree. Yep.
You're trying to
100%.
capitalize on the volatility rather than just set it and forget it.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, that like a lot of the stuff that you're saying, like it is true. If you don't,
Yeah.
there's no risk of liquidation. But it's like if you're
Some
on a
of the
leverage
moves,
trade, why walk back a whole trade when you could have made X amount of money? And then just
yeah,
and then took that money up from the leverage trade and set it and forget it on spot. You know, it's like so much less stressful. Plus, your net worth grows.
I guess it comes down to how much volatility you're willing to accommodate in a trade. Like, because moves, like broader moves, do have big, like pretty big pullbacks, significant pullbacks along the way. You know, if you got in on a higher time frame, and you know, if a trade goes for like let's say 2 weeks, there's gonna be some pullbacks along the way until you get to your target, or until it might hit its target. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. Like,
It also depends on where
take
your
what you
entry
can get.
really is. Like, how safe is your entry? Like, versus
Yeah.
like, you know, how much, like, how much volatility you're willing to stomach depends entirely on your entry. I feel like, I mean, some people have a
Yeah,
higher
yeah.
risk tolerance than others, but it's like, it's also like, if you can stomach volatility, like, or
Yeah.
an extreme degree of volatility, chances are you have a pretty good entry. If your entry is shit, then you're not going to want to stomach a bunch of volatility or a bunch of
Yeah,
drawdown.
because you're
Like,
because you're probably underwater. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be underwater because there's no knowing when it's coming back or how severe the dip's gonna be. But if you're in
Bye.
profit, yeah, it's
I
different.
think
Yo,
the more risk you're taking, like the riskier entry you have, the shorter the duration of your trade should be. The higher your leverage, like the shorter duration. Like, you know what I mean? That's how I feel.
Are we there yet?
That's like, but that's all part of risk
yeah, are we there
management,
yet?
you know?
It is, yeah.
I don't think so. And if you ask one more time, we're gonna turn this car around. We're still struggling with the 200 EMA on the 15-minute, but it's pressing up against it pretty
I'm just
hard.
waiting for it to go above and retest. I'm not
Still
coming in
above.
unless we break.
Wait, are you
We're-
talking about Bitcoin?
Yeah.
I will not be a victim
Yeah.
today.
We're above the 50 though, Ghost. We're above the 50. I thought that's what you were waiting for. A break of the 50 and a retest of the 50.
Yeah.
Zoom out on the daily.
The only
and
long
get
I
some-
have right the only long I have right now is Bitcoin because the other alts they look like a bear flag.
Yeah, the alts are definitely in like a retracement.
Retracement.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
Retracement.
Bitcoin dominance is ripping.
Goes to the 200, no one's gonna buy
It is.
alts.
Dominance
Maybe
is ripping.
Bitcoin's
Even though Bitcoin's not doing much, dominance is ripping.
maybe Bitcoin's gearing up for its next
Dominance won
chapter.
the retest on that box. You can see it retested, it won. It's successful, so it's gonna go up. Definitely gonna go up. It's gonna go up hard.
Magic box. Well, we just need the Bitcoin price to go up. Go get those liquidations. Go get those sell walls. That's where you're supposed to go. You too good for your home Bitcoin?
They definitely
Yeah,
dealt with
my
that
stop loss is underneath the
huge
50.
bulk. They definitely dealt with that huge bulk liquidity, long liquidity on XRP by taking it down to 330, 320. Yeah, they stopped out heaps in that move down.
Heaps, mate. I don't know. I've already taken some profit on this position. I've added to the position on that last dip. I'm hoping it goes up from here because my entry's a little higher, but I have a stop loss in the profit. I've got one slightly in the negative, and then one that's a little bit more in the negative. So I'm trying to space them out a little bit so I don't end up losing the whole position unless it's absolutely necessary. But yeah, that's my game plan right now. I've got a bunch of take profits set. I've got like freaking 9 take profits set. I just hope we at least, if this is a higher low, I hope we at least get back to that previous high from yesterday and maybe go beyond. But we gotta get back above 118.6, 118.7 area. That's the golden ticket.
Something that's been kind of frustrating for altcoins is, you know how with Elliott wave theory, there's, okay, wave one's an impulse, wave two's a pullback, wave three's a bigger impulse, wave four's a pullback, and then you have a fifth final impulse, which could be whatever size. So many altcoins have had impulse one, and then they walk the move all the way back to the starting board. So it's like they just can't get a 5 waves, move going,
Yeah, well,
which
it's
has
probably
been
because
kind of annoying.
a lot of them are still in accumulation. They're not going
But-
into the markup phase where their distribution starts yet. They're still in accumulation.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
people keep trying to front run alt season. It's not there yet. Like if you're
No, that
accumulating
was
alt,
pretty. That little session we had over the last 2 weeks has been pretty good.
yeah. I mean, if you've been accumulating alts, you're doing it at the right
Wait,
time. It's
You're not
just
supposed to front run
expecting them to.
alt season. You're supposed to
You're not
wait for
supposed
it
to
when we alt season. You go to the Bitcoin pairs. If it cannot break Bitcoin's Bitcoin strength, then it's not yet alt season. There's no hurry. There's no hurry.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's like overly excited and like waiting for the alt season to play out. Oh, we're at that point in the cycle, blah blah blah. It's like, well, yeah, people were saying that 2 years ago, and it still hasn't happened. So I mean, you gotta just wait for it to happen. And when everybody gives up on it completely, that's probably when it will happen.
Yeah, that's exactly. Always the case.
Speaking
Yeah, they
about
definitely don't want. They definitely don't want the little guy winning, do they?
I have a
We're not
feeling that
allowed.
Sorry, go ahead. I have a
We're
feeling
not
that
invited to the
institutions and
party.
market makers
But yeah,
are
go
not
ahead.
feeling the fear. They're not feeling the fear in the market. They have to instill fear so that we can
Yeah.
have that rally. Everybody's just way too excited, way too like this is great.
So an idea I got running in my head about alt season this year. I'm concerned about all the states that got approved for the Bitcoin to buy Bitcoin now. They're so big. When they come in and they buy, I'm worried that we're just gonna keep seeing dominance fly high, and it's like each of these are gonna have a different date that they start to accumulate. Just think that they might be playing this much dominance thing the whole time, and old season might be a lot less only because of the huge adoption.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad idea to buy altcoins when Bitcoin dominance is high because you're getting a lower price, but you're taking way more of a risk. So what is it like? You're taking a higher risk for potentially a higher reward. But if you sort of wait for confirmation that dominance is on its way down and it's going to crash, then you give up some of those percentage gains in order to take a less amount of risk. So you got to pick which one you want to do. Do you want to be less risky and have less of a return, or do you want to be more risky for a potentially higher return or a potentially bigger loss? There's not one right way, like you got to choose which one you want to do. You just got to understand like which path you're taking and what that entails. Again, different strokes for different folks.
It gets it's kind of confusing when the altcoins retrace like this for no apparent fundamental reason, it's just a move, you know. It's a typical market move. They're going for liquidity. They're, you know, the move. It's probably coming back off the back of a really good rally that happened before it. I mean, the stock market is completely healthy. There's no crashes happening in the S&P. Yeah, it's a little bit confusing sometimes.
Sometimes it's just as simple as people taking profits, man. That's why it's like don't get married to a position. Just
Yeah.
just hit it and quit it. You don't gotta like date every one of them long term. You don't gotta marry each one of them. Just like some of them just hit it and quit it.
Yep. Some like the flash in the pan ones.
Well, all you really got to do is just like look at the success rate of like what would have been more successful if I had traded in and out of these things, or if I had just held it long term. And more often than not, the case is okay. I would have been better off if I took profit. If I bought here, took profit here, bought back in down here, took profit again, and bought back in down here. Like, you know, more often than not
Yeah.
with the
I've
altcoins,
been doing
especially with the
that.
lower market cap.
I would have outperformed if I had just bought XRP down at 60 cents and still in it today, you know what I mean? But instead, I've been nibbling at
Yeah,
it
but
with
that's
leverage along the
one
way.
example. That's one example on millions of altcoins.
Example. But no, like with alts that haven't done anything or that keep going back to square one, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty unrewarding if you're an investor style trader or long-term swing trader. The alts just haven't provided. Not yet anyway.
Well, I mean, you can be successful at, like, I mean, take Strings for example. Like Strings, he'll take like one trade a month. He'll buy something, he'll hold it for like a month or so, maybe 2 months. He'll sell it, and
Yeah.
then he'll
Wait for the
wait, and then
pullback.
he'll look for either a different either a new position on the same coin or a completely different position on a different coin that he sees a better opportunity.
Mm.
It works well for him. He probably outperforms most of us.
Probably. I know
So
Crispy
it
did
can be
very
really
well.
lucrative, but it hasn't really
Crispy did
been this particular market hasn't been very good for people that are just like, I'm gonna buy a whole big handful of altcoins and just hold them for
Yeah.
until the market. That hasn't worked out.
Yeah, because they haven't had that steady growth arc like Bitcoin has. So what does that tell you for next cycle? Build Bitcoin, build a Bitcoin position, and ride that into the sunset when the bull market comes, and then rotate it when the old season is confirmed to be on. Not financial advice, just an idea. Back in the command center, back on the mainframe. How many people are buying the dip or just in position writing? I think
Not too much
what
active
the poll.
stuff on Bitcoin. We're just pressing resistance, some MAs.
Yeah. Dbloc
But
put
yeah,
a poll up, I think, on YouTube.
the tubes. But yeah, to the point that you were took partial profits, took profits underwater, bought the top. I'm gonna say took partial profits. Let's see, 32% of people took partial profits, 19% of people took profits, 37% of people are underwater, and 12% of people bought the top. So
Aw.
it looks like
We've all been there.
collectively,
Don't worry.
collectively, most people are underwater, but yeah.
Yo, Qui-Gon,
Yeah.
dude, that exhale after you read the poll sounded like a coulda, woulda, shoulda taken more profits off the top. But you didn't say it. But the Excel
No.
said it. Oh, you don't feel that way?
No, I mean, I'm still in the same trade. It hasn't been validated yet. It's just that it only like a few of my take profits got hit, but my bigger ones didn't.
I was just gonna say that I'm gonna go do some push-ups.
I walked the majority of the trade back, but I mean, there wasn't really. I wasn't looking at the computer when there was stuff that was telling me, "Hey, I should probably take more off." That I wasn't at the computer. I was at a party, so
Party on, Garth.
yeah. But anyway, to the point you were just making, Rick. Do you know? I don't know how many people I heard, like old timers and stuff, heard tell me Bitcoin's the safest. Keep your portfolio heavy in Bitcoin. Like the majority of your portfolio should be in Bitcoin. Maybe like a little bit in ETH, but mostly
And
Bitcoin.
that has been,
And
yeah,
that's been the
that's been
case.
the,
Like I
that's been the
sat
case.
there and
Yep.
thought, oh no, man, no way. I'm gonna get into some of these projects like really early at dirt cheap prices, and then
Yeah.
they either did nothing or went down. So it's like,
Yeah. It's been brutal.
so I mean, it really does. It holds true. Like that's something that repeats pretty much every cycle. It's like for the first half of the cycle you stay really Bitcoin heavy, you'll probably do better than people that are light on Bitcoin and heavier on some new projects or some shitcoins or whatever. Speaking of which, come on, Bitcoin, what are you doing?
Look at
Going
that
the
big rewind
wrong
candle.
way. Jesus.
Yeah, that's wild. Well, I'll give you an update on my XRP because I know I've been broadcasting where I'm at with it. So this triangle was like my last kind of. I was hoping that it was gonna hold this pennant thing, right? And I'm like, look, if it hits where it says low here, I'm stopping it out, and that's what happened. It stopped out while I was asleep, and now I get the benefit of waiting for this to bleed out and find the new entry on it. So it's like it's somewhat alright. It could have been better. Like it's frustrating to see it
Wait, you
come off
closed
the
the
top. But
position?
that's trading. Yeah.
Well, at least you took profit. I mean, like, but that's the thing, dude, is like sell into strength because it's not gonna stick around forever.
It is. It's hard to do sometimes. it's not easy sometimes. But hey, man, I still think it was like, yeah, my stop loss was basically $3.39. The thing went as high as $3.66 at the high point. Could have been better, but who was to know?
Was that the all-time high?
Yeah.
Well, look, when
Yeah,
it retested it for the second time, that's what I was
Yeah, it
saying
was a
like a
double
week
top.
ago. I was like, when it goes back to all-time high, sell.
There was a cup and handle, like, well, it wasn't quite one yet, but there was like this cup looking thing. The handle situation was like
Yeah, it got invalidated when it pushed down back to the depth of the cup, like the bottom of the cup, I think.
Yeah, that's the problem with
So that's
crypto.
when it
Is
got
like
that's when it got hairy.
something can look really
Mm.
good, and then it can change in
Just
minutes
gets
or in
invalidated.
seconds.
Yeah.
Like,
So you have to be there, either be there to cancel it or have a stop loss. Yeah, for sure. 100%. But I mean, this is my example before. Like and I did, because I've been scalping this thing the whole way up. Like instead of having one really nice trade that went all the way, like, yeah, I did take nibbles at it. I missed some of it because of that strategy. But I think I had a position somewhere down here, and then I capitulated on the pullback over here. Whereas if I had just rode it out, look what happened. Like you know what I mean? So could this be another instance of, forcing the hand of retail to capitulate because of the style of the retracement? You know what I mean? It just depends on, your goals, I suppose.
just buy at support, sell at resistance. I mean,
Yeah, but which resistance? The local or the macro or the micro or the 5-minute or the, 8-hour, or because there's
depends
many.
on your time horizon for the trade. That like when you set up the
Mhm.
trade, like have a plan for where you're gonna take profit.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, targets. Yeah, of course.
I put take profits every time, just because it's like, okay, I could move my stop losses up to the end of the profit and just try to let it ride, but it's like, if I set take profits and they hit, even if the price goes up afterwards, I still have some of the positions, so I'm not like regretful. But if it goes down after hitting my take profit, I'm like, oh good, at least I took profit there. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, but that gives me conviction. Like, okay, I have a trade. Here's my stop loss. I'm going to put a take profit here, here, and here for different portions of the position. If they all hit, great, successful trade. If only one of them hits, still successful trade. Like, as long as I move my stop into the profit afterwards, you know what I mean? Or the amount that I'm risking has reduced, and I don't get stopped out, then it's like, okay. But I mean, putting those take profits in and just leaving them there, it's like, okay, they are there, and if they hit, like, I'm not gonna look at it and be like, okay, this is going higher, so I'm gonna take out my take profit. No, just like leave it there, let it get hit, and then if it goes higher, great, you have another one higher up. Like, you know what I mean? But having that plan and being like, and sticking to it, be like, I'm definitely gonna take profit here, here, and here. If it only hits one of them, at least you took profit. You didn't walk back the whole trade.
Yeah.
Oh, Chihuahua, come on, Bitcoin.
Are
Being
you
a dick.
in position, or are you
Yeah.
waiting for an entry, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I have like a long
With the
entry
ball?
basically at that previous double bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And I was waiting for it to go break through the 200 and then get those short liquidations. But apparently someone's not ready for it to go up there.
Okay, quick update on earnings. Google missed, and Tesla came in negative, but still held. So those are the two
Uh-huh.
big earnings today. Over.
Yeah. Thanks, Clive.
Bitcoin is coming to take off.
Yeah, a bit of a
I'm in that
retracement
same
coming
long
in.
on the bottom.
Has Dbloc come
Jesus
in the
Christ.
last like 6 hours?
He was in here earlier this morning.
Okay.
I hope that this plane is going up and not down.
What the
We're
hell
gonna
is
jump in.
stopping it from going up right now? Like there's not even super serious sell walls up there. Like,
Look at the
Yeah.
No, it's gonna swipe up everything. My concern is gonna be
Well,
about
at least the bears are getting fed on the alts.
all I wanted it to do was just break that resistance so I could walk away. Like, god damn it. So close.
Well, we've become emotional again.
Who's we?
Makes it look like it's gonna break
Or-
through. When it looks like this, it's like, oh, it's gonna reject. I'm gonna short it, and then it breaks through. And then you're
Can't
like, oh
be
no, I've seen
really
this. It's
good.
gonna break through. I'm not gonna short
This
it. I'm gonna hold my
this
long, and
guy.
then it freaking rejects and drops like hell. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Just
Personal
gave back.
bias.
Speaking of the last 6 hours, it just gave back pretty much all the progress I made in the last 6 hours, in like 2
Oh
candles.
damn! It's coming. It's gonna pump right away. If not, we're gonna be screwed up.
Dominance is flying.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, something's happening. Yo,
Was that an alert on your screen, Rick?
where?
The
Where?
bang.
Nah, mine haven't had an alert go off in a little bit.
Well, must be one of mine
I should
somewhere.
probably
but
I should probably hide these now because I'm not in position anymore. Pause that.
I
Hide
just
Hey,
got
can
an
I?
alert somewhere, and I don't know where it came from.
Only good news I have is like my stop loss is still alive.
Oh, nice, man. Well, it's still within the realm of
Yeah, I just put it right
of
below
easy.
the psychological high. Right below that.
Shit
You
better
guys
make
think
a
this is
higher
just
low
like
right
a
here.
scam like?
Well, I'm on the hunt now. Now we're waiting for the low to come in, you know?
It's taking back
Well,
this
we do
Whatever
have
volume
this
pretty
market
is.
quick.
close in a bit. It is market close. Remember what happens at 3 p.m.?
Yeah, man. Oh,
It's
yes. Is that 3
4:36.
p.m. now?
No, that's why it's slowing
Yeah,
down.
but
That's why you just don't have the volume to get up yet. You
it
have to wait for
it's
you
a
have to
3
wait.
to 5, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. window that we were looking at yesterday, where it's common to see a pullback.
Yeah,
CME closes at 5, so it's like that's like about 25 minutes away. So if we can endure for like another half hour, then hopefully it decides to go get the shorts. But come on, man.
What's that purple box right on top? Right on top of dominance.
I know, mate.
Probably some sort of resistance level.
Hey, can I ask your opinion? I did 2 plays last night, guys. I mean, I did good in it, but I want to know if I was in the right process. I mean, if I did it the right way or if I just got lucky. Can I explain to you how I did them?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Thank you. I was looking. Well, I drew fibs on on the daily chart on all my coins last night, and I noticed XRP and Solana were at the very top, like at the 0 fib line. So then I look at the RSIs on both, and they were all really up high. So I shorted them. I shorted both of them before I went to bed at like 366 for XRP and like 204.80 for Solana. And then I figured I put the take profit on the next fib below, which is what, like 236. So I mean XRP hit and it's still going down, but Solana hasn't hit yet. But is that the right way of doing it, or did I miss something else? Or did I just get lucky?
The only fault
I got
was going to
questions.
bed.
You put a stop loss and take profits. That made sense for your strategy.
No, I put a take profit at the 236. I didn't put any stop losses in.
The 236. I mean, how are you drawing your fib? From high to low or low to high?
I did it from low to high.
Okay, on the previous move, and then you bought the dip, and then your take profit was at the 236 retracement from the previous move up.
I mean, they were both up at 0, and then I put take profit at 236 because they were all up there, top of the fib.
I don't know, man. If you took profit, you did it right. But just I don't know. I mean, I don't know what your strategy is. supposed to be. So unless you explain what your strategy is, then you gotta like I don't know. I'd probably have to see your chart, man, to see what the whole process was for what your entry criteria was, what your criteria for where you put the take profit was.
All right, I'll take a screenshot and send it to you in private.
I mean, I would have to know what kind of strategy you were going for in order to tell you what you executed was proper or not. But I don't even understand your strategy, so it's like,
All right, so I got lucky then. Okay.
well, I don't know who am I to tell you whether you did it right or wrong. I don't know what your strategy is, but you're like if you took profit, then you made a good trade. So
SL licked again. Rick
Yeah.
on time
Stop
again,
hunt
right?
day. I
On
know.
time again, right? 3 p.m. to 5
Yeah.
3 a.m.
Yep.
My time to
Another
5 p.m.
another good example. Yeah.
did you short it?
No, I didn't. I didn't. I don't
Oh,
want to
well,
trade.
what the hell? You
After
didn't even trade your own thesis, man.
I'm tired, bro. I got licked 3 times today. These fake outs have been brutal.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that
I'm
sucks.
just gonna wait. I'm just gonna
Hey
wait for a
man,
proper time. There's
this
always
hasn't
another
been an
trade.
easy day for anyone, I don't think. Unless you're
Remember,
like a
hey, remember,
hyper
Rick,
bear.
we were
Like,
there when we were being faked out one after the other earlier
yeah.
today.
When
That was
I think
horrible.
if it's doing that, if you've stopped out maybe 2 or 3 times in a row, something's wrong. Something's happening. Like, you
Yep,
know,
yep,
stop trying to hit it.
yep.
But
I thought
yeah.
that second candle was actually gonna go up at least on top of the 200 and kind of produce a dancing
Hmm.
candle on top of it, a retest candle. It did not do that.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I think if something's pulling back severely, it's just kind of like it's testament to how hard it pushed in the phase before that.
Like a
You know what I
snowball
mean? Like,
effect. It's like
yeah, like
mentally
XRP.
people get kind
Yeah,
of squirrely. Mm.
XRP like ripped. It went from what, $1.90 to $3.66, which is, what's that in percentage? Probably like, let's have a look. I'll measure it.
Almost 80%.
92%. 92% up in a pretty
Went
short
down like
amount of time. Like,
went down like I think 12% today.
yeah, it hasn't even hit the 382 yet of that big run that it did. So it's still up there, man. It still hasn't lost bull structure on the high time frame.
Wow.
So there's that.
Hmm.
But yeah, now that I've taken profit on like the move that I was in, I will I might switch to spot, to be honest, because then I can just feed it when I get paid, and you know what I mean? Like, if I'm still confident in it long term, and I'm not risking and I'm not paying perpetual fees on it
Yeah,
every day. So,
that's basically the play.
and
I
then I
agree.
can just, you know,
This is
I can
the
still have
last.
fun.
This is one of the last dips
Hmm.
before the real rally. Then I'm gonna have to start making
Tell you what
buys.
though, I'll still keep a lot. I'll still keep like a few $100 in my trading account to scratch that itch of leverage, you know, of
Yes,
wanting
you
to
have
do
to. Yeah,
futures.
I've tried not to do it. I
Yeah,
would
man, it's too
always have
hard.
I will
Yeah,
always have a trading bag. It's like I just because what happens is I
totally.
look at my spot bag and I go like, let me think of
Yeah,
something
this is
that
taking forever.
let me trade this spot bag. Nah,
Yeah,
I've
it's
learned my
Golfing on the
lesson.
5 minute.
I've learned.
takes a lot of
I
discipline, man.
know who I am as a trader, and
Mm,
I don't want to do that. So I
fair
accumulate
enough,
dry
man.
powder. I just buy a spot, and I'm just gonna leave that alone.
Yeah,
I just wait
man,
for the top and then take my profit and
I'm gonna
I'll
catch
invest
up on crypto Twitter. Let's see what they're saying. They're probably freaking out right now.
Now
I know
Google is
Philip.
screaming. Now
Let me
Google
know.
is screaming to the upside.
Philicone will be saying, "I told you so." Do you know who Philicone is? Ghost.
This
No,
W is
no,
not
I don't know.
validated yet.
He's like an Elliott wave analyst.
Yeah,
I was watching Tom Crown a while ago. He actually longed that trend that you were in. He longed it.
Oh,
I,
nice.
I, I
Yeah,
bet he's out of his position now.
yeah, it probably would be.
Hmm.
If he's a scalp, like if he's a leverage trader.
I think
I
he
think a
did
lot of
that just for the community. He streamed.
Oh,
He was
okay,
he
just to
really
show a
thought
move.
because that was a nice retest. If you look at the retest when it came down, retested,
Oh, yeah.
went up with strength, and that was a good trend to watch. If you think about entertainment
no.
value, that was a trend that would tell you if we are going to continue bullish or
Totally.
go back down.
How did
I think
old
this is a
BNB
stopping
fare?
volume. Stopping volume on the 15-minute. It looks like
Higher low.
Yep. So the W is not
Let's
validated yet.
There's a follow up because it
And
still
the
has to.
pain. Yeah.
We really need it bullish
Sorry, go ahead.
engulfing now.
Yeah, we need it will do a retest first of the 20 because it just went straight
I
through
feel
it.
pain. I feel pain for the people of
Never went
BNB who saw the all-time high move
Oh.
and like there was a nice setup there, and then this, and then the whole market's like pulling back. You know when
Not
that
long
happens, like
all-time highs.
something. No. What I'm saying is like people that were in it and rode the move to the all-time high. Just when you're getting blue sky breakout, the whole market turns around. So poor old BNB can't do its big old price discovery. It happened to
Yeah, but I mean
XRP as well.
that's the thing though. Like that's probably gonna happen again and again and again. Like as the bull market goes on. So it's like so when you're at the top of the bull market, right? It's gonna look exactly the same as what just happened, except there's not gonna be a bounce that leads to new all-time highs. It's gonna be a lower high and a dead cat bounce. And then you start to get the signal that and then you try to buy the dip and then it puts in a lower high and then you ride the position all the way back down and then it makes a lower low and then all of a sudden the tide changes and it becomes the bear market, but it's like you kind of got that's why it's so important to take profits on the way up, because it's like you can take the rest of it on the way down, but as long as you capitalize on the way up you'll probably get a better average exit because you're never going to know. Hey, you got an open mic, bud. You got an open mic. David. You got an open mic, David.
Oh well, I think it's a good time to be setting up the theses for where the next long is, since
a
the
good stopping.
pullbacks happened and we're in the midst of it, so may as well. Or unless you're like, look, if you're a day trader, scalping shorts is probably the name of the game for the last 4 hours.
Even the shorts were
Short
kind of
scalps.
hard. If you look at the bounces from the dip, right? If you took your short from where the trend breaks or break of structure or break of character, you'd probably be in and out of your trades on your shorts.
Probably. What are you talking about,
Because
Bitcoin?
the bounce is significant. The bounce would actually kind of come up where you would enter.
Yeah, this thing's just going to be dead catting or falling knifing. Like,
What's underneath? Let me look at the 1 hour. Where's the 800? Wow, that's a huge distance. Okay. Rick, did you try looking at the 800 on the 1
oh,
hour?
XLM. Yeah.
Crazy distance. But it's funny. It's wicking right now, trying to maintain the 200 EMA. Bitcoin is trying to protect the 200 EMA. That's why there's this wick that we're seeing right now. We have 11 minutes to keep this. If we close under the 200, then we know what that means.
Yeah. It's a broader.
11 and a half
Hey,
minutes
look.
before an hour candle closes.
Bitcoin's trying to. Dude, this whole block here in Bitcoin right there, that has been difficult. Because you've got like a double bottom here, yeah? If you positioned into the proof that this level's being held and rode up into profit, oh, look at that heart stopper right there. It came down like almost all the way back.
Yep.
But then it carried on. Like, that's volatile, dude. That is, if you were to trade from here to here, you are so convicted in the move, because look at that one. That came so far back that if you rode through that, that's just insane. Like, that's living on a
Yeah.
prayer right there. If you survive that one.
Oh,
This cluster though is like, damn, what are you doing, Bitcoin? Because you've
Again,
got
that's a
you got
higher
this
low.
trend
That's
line.
if that's an accumulation, if that's an accumulation zone, that was
You
produced
know
from
how,
a higher low.
yeah.
If you
You know how
try
we were
going on the 1
talking
hour,
last night? You know how we were talking last night about catching the recheck and going
yeah,
long to get the
but we didn't
bounce?
catch it. We didn't catch it.
That's
We didn't catch it.
that's failing, and it's wiping people out like every
Yeah.
2 hours. Dude, very hard. This is like hard mode right now, I think, on Bitcoin.
Can you check it on the
It's
1
not
hour? What
easy.
it looks like on the 1 hour, that accumulation area?
Yeah, yeah. Do you want that moving average that you were looking at? What was it, the
No,
200
no,
EMA or
yeah,
something?
the 200 on the 1 hour. 200 and
Well,
800. See, it's trying to
but
protect the
check that
200.
out. Yep,
Yeah.
but look at the dirty tests of 200 that it's had in the past.
Yeah. But look at the
So
rallies that
this,
come
you
after.
could say, yeah,
You
I
could say
know.
it's like, yeah, the rallies that
You
come
know,
after
I
200.
don't think that this is dead in the water, like for doing this back check of this trend.
Yeah.
It's just very messy, like it's very dirty, and it's probably confusing a lot of people,
Exactly. That's
which is
why
probably by
we
design,
stopped
right?
trading, right? That's why we just stopped trading after those
Yeah,
filters.
I'm gonna wait
Like,
for
what is
this.
happening?
I'm gonna wait for this to resolve, like whatever this is happening on Bitcoin, and then once the resolution comes out, and let's say it does actually finally get the rally out of here,
Yeah.
then I'll look for
Well,
my next long
yeah.
on say XRP or whatever, maybe Dogecoin. Dude, I feel like doing something different now, like Dogecoin or something, or maybe XLM.
So actually, like, it has to go on your trend line, retest it, that and move up. That would be
Yeah.
So it only has to move sideways to go above your trend line. If it maintains its that price zone that it has right now in the 1 hour, it only has to go sideways because that's a higher low already.
Yeah, it
See
is.
it?
I mean, so the last point of 1 hour chart structure, I feel, was here. And then, yeah, you are higher than that last point. So that's great. It's what you want.
But we
You
have to
have
wait
not
for that to
lost
resolve.
in
Yeah, we have to
you
wait for
have
that to
not
resolve.
lost in any you've not lost in any big way this connection of these two pivots. Like, that is still intact and healthy, which is awesome. However, like yes, you're getting like lower high, lower high, lower high. This is actually a higher high, to be honest, because look, high and then higher high over here. So this is critical to hold this level for Bitcoin right now, and then maybe even if we get lucky to break out here and then come up and test like 121, dude, that's game on. That's like that's Bitcoin snatching dominance back off the alts and and going on its next chapter, its next big move up, you know, maybe to 150 or something, or 130. I don't know. We'll see.
But yeah, right.
But I
That's how
definitely
you break
have.
out of that. That's a good way to break
Yeah.
off of that bull flag. Yeah.
This is my local invalidation. This yellow, I'll make it dashed. Actually, no, let's make it solid. We don't want it to fall through.
What's
I'm
going
gonna
on,
make it an
family?
orange color. Hey,
How's everybody
Dbloc.
feeling? Are we nervous?
Yeah. No,
A
I
little
got stopped
nervous,
out.
but still hanging in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do nothing.
Yeah,
We're
hang in
going
there.
sideways here. We've been in a range here all day. For
Yeah,
the
this
most part.
Bitcoin range has been hard mode, I think. It has not been easy.
I can't
For
believe I
people
sat
trying
here
to
all day to watch this price action.
Dude, my whole 2 days off work was spent with the sideways market kind of thing, at least for Bitcoin.
What's going on, YouTube? Yeah, BTC's fine. BTC didn't take that big of a drop, but the alts, guys, we talked about this yesterday. We mapped out dominance. We knew if we popped above this range and kept going, there was going to be issues for the alts. I'll be honest with you, it's lucky. You're lucky Bitcoin's going sideways here. I know it doesn't feel like you're lucky looking at your alts right now, but you're lucky that we're not dropping out while dominance is doing this, at least for now. What I hope is this last leg up that we take on dominance to the 382, we do it with a pumping Bitcoin and not a dropping Bitcoin. That's what we can hope for here.
You think that could have been a higher low right there in the local?
Yeah. Yeah.
That W hasn't been invalidated yet. No, it's like a nice count.
That's what I was saying earlier. You just got to have patience, man. You can't get in front of this. The chart hasn't told us anything at all just yet, except for the fact that it's accumulating in this range. We do see some weakness up against these EMAs, right? We're having difficulty getting above those EMAs. But you can see that the tape is, sort of lackluster. So that's understandable. But we can also see that the liquidations above are starting to stack up pretty heavily.
All right. I keep adding, but then it means I need to move my invalidation. So.
Yeah, this isn't necessarily the trade I'd be chasing, but no. Now, of the people that took a little bit of profit on the alts, right? Even if you feel like maybe you didn't take enough, you've done the math on how much that can buy you now at these prices. That's what it's all about. If you bought these things to sell at the top, being underwater right now doesn't matter. But having a little bit of dry powder to be able to take care of these dips makes all the difference. Thursday, Russ. We usually roll in late Wednesday night, Thursday morning for a midweek reversal. This has been a very lackluster 3-day push. We're still higher than we were on the first day, but not very impressive at all. Right? We pushed Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday we've retraced and consolidated. Yeah, that's the best. I mean, for me, obviously the best would have been to sell every single last alt you had at the very pico top. But the risk you took by doing that, right? Because nobody knew how this was going to play out exactly. So I really do think the best play was just to shave some just in case. Right? In my case, I shaved some and I added to Bitcoin. So I'm down on that Bitcoin, but I'm not down nowhere near. Right? And with dominance moving up and with Bitcoin pairs moving down, that Bitcoin will still buy me way more of that alt when I go flip it. Now it's all about timing. Yeah, BTC goes down like 1 or 2% with dominance going in the wrong direction. That's double digits for the alts in some cases. Would I have been better just going into stables? In retrospect, yeah. But we don't have that data at the time, right? Again, it's about protecting yourself from every situation. So I'd rather be down 1% than have woken up today with Bitcoin at all-time highs and I'm sitting in stables.
Yeah, I'm loving these double-digit drops.
Yeah, man, discounts, right?
Yeah, unless you have enough of your favorite coin, then I could understand the frustration. But
Yeah,
I need more, a little more. No big deal. I'm trying to be greedy.
yeah, nothing wrong with optimizing.
And again, what we just got was a preview of what alts are gonna move when this thing goes. Right. So when it comes time now to rebuy some alts or to reposition, your portfolio, we've had a little bit of a sneak peek, right, into what people can't wait to buy when the dip comes. And we had a sneak peek to those projects that did nothing, that just kind of sat there, right? Low mind share. Not a lot of people waiting in line to buy dips. It's like a little dry run.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, we have not given back anywhere near the amount of percentages that we've given back in the past on the alts. This, in my opinion, is still a W. We did not drop 50, 60% like we've done 3 different times on alts. And if it wasn't time to go, if ETH BTC wasn't at least showing some strength, then that's probably what would happen. BTC cooperated, didn't drop that much. But Dom moving like this under the wrong circumstances, we've seen it before, right? Seen what happens.
Dbloc, I'm glad you came on. Other than Rick, everybody else kind of sounds sad.
Well, it's human.
So
It's human nature, man. It's not.
yeah, of
We
course.
can't expect everybody to be robots. This shit takes a lot of pain and suffering to get to this point where you're not affected by this type of shit. So, and there's a
Just like
value.
sitting here working out, hearing all this stuff, and then you pop up, and I'm like, oh, he's talking about me. So
That's good
The-
though.
I feel like the context of how you're playing the market too matters. Like if you're a 5-minute scalper and you do it every day, then yeah, this is you probably stopped out. You wouldn't be holding through this. That's mayhem. But if you're in like a really big, long, month or 2-month long swing, this is just volatility that you have to stomach, along the way. Because it's all part of it. It never just goes straight up.
That's what I said yesterday. The compounding at this
Yeah, yeah.
level, with these small amount of margins, right? Playing this game to compound and move from here to here and then get back in time. That is high level shit right there. But it's very easy to screw that up.
Oh yeah.
Very, very easy to screw that up.
It's not emotion friendly, put it that way too. Yeah.
Yep.
Dad,
Yeah, man, the pullbacks are very
I hear
scary.
everybody saying pump. Did pump shit the bed? I'm scared to check.
Good for Drew.
Yeah. Ugh.
Oh yeah, pump.
New
Put it in a
lows.
couple of days.
This thing is in
And he
like
can't
wick exploration.
he can't even do nothing until freaking August.
What's it doing? Support discovery.
It's inverse price discovery. I mean, if we were to count
he'll
this,
be right.
It's just hard to count these low liquidity wicks. So honestly, it's almost like that doesn't even exist, and you're just an inverse price discovery.
Yeah. At least with going down, where the absolute floor is. Like there is an absolute floor. Whereas when you're going up, it's like, well, trying to target in blue sky is very hard to do, which makes taking profit a little bit tricky in a way. It's like, oh, where do we actually leave the trade? Like, where do we get out?
Wait
And
for a
then
sign of
yeah, the
weakness
best.
and then drag your stop loss up to it.
Drew's been in some
Yeah,
sticky situations before, guys. He'll get out of
yeah,
it.
he's an old pro.
Yeah.
The thing is with dragging a stop loss, like there are moves that will shake those kind of like tactics out.
Yeah, but if it's in the profit, who cares?
I look
Well,
at it.
it's
I
like
look
the
at the
difference
stop
between
loss. There's two different ways, right? There's that stop loss that protects your trade when you're initially in it, and then there's the stop loss that comes in after you're ready to take profits. For me, there's no harm once you're ready to take profits to just move your stop loss up, right? As your take profit. If it hits immediately, cool. You were about to take profit. But if it doesn't, if it does that thing when you take profits and it just starts pumping, then at least you're still in. It's just like
yeah.
a just in case it keeps
Yeah, but
pumping,
he's
move your
saying
stop loss way up into profits.
he's saying it goes up halfway, starts to show a little weakness. You move your stop loss up there. It jumps through your stop loss and bounces immediately, and it goes up the rest of the way.
Well,
So
then
yeah, you
you
miss out on half the trade.
well
But
then the problem wasn't the stop loss. The problem was you didn't know when to
you're
take.
too greedy.
Yeah, the problem is where you put it, right? The problem is never the stop loss; it's where you put it. And like what I'm talking about, the strat that I'm talking about when you're ready to take profits, that's you've already hit your targets at that point. Right? Anything extra that comes on top of that, cool. But if it just comes down and hits your stop loss, that's where you were going to take profit anyways. What you did is you gave yourself one last chance for it to pump. One last chance to be wrong by just moving your. Now, if that stop loss gets skipped, you're screwed. That's a whole different story.
So I always bring up, okay, where's my first of all, you have your entry. Okay, where's my stop loss? Great, put your stop loss there first. Like find out how much risk that is, right? Use the tool, use the risk to reward tool. Figure out how much you're risking. Then I target a 1-to-2 ratio, 1-to-3.5 ratio, 1-to-5, and 1-to-10. Like, so you have 4 different targets, right? Now, like, once you have your targets there, you don't necessarily have to put a take profit there, but if it goes up there and surpasses it, you move a stop loss for the portion of the position you would have put a take profit for at that spot.
Your stop loss shouldn't
once it
come
hits,
up to your TP. Your stop loss should be only moved once you've developed new support. You might have hit your TP and develop and created no support at all. At that point, I wouldn't move my stop loss. I move my stop loss when I come up, price comes back down, breaks a new high, gives me a new support level. Then I'll snap my stop loss underneath that support. But there has to be something there, right? It can't just be that you hit a take profit. Like the price doesn't care that your take profit was there. That's not going to stop it on the way back down. But once I start building structure, then I slide my stop loss underneath brand new structure. And I don't bring that structure. I don't, like, let's say in this situation here, just randomly pick up. Like here, let's say we drop down. Let's say I'm in this long from down here. This is exactly what I did actually. Then the stopping volume candle from up here. We came down, we broke, we hit this. We created a new structure and popped up, right? I didn't move my stop loss to this range, not when the structure was created, when the new high was broken. Right? This structure being created doesn't mean shit until you break your local high. Once you break your local high, then now you know you've got new structure. Right? Then I'll slide my stop loss under. And it doesn't really give you too much, right? It would have gave you a little cushion just for a second. Double top, you would have probably taken profit anyways. But just as an example.
I don't know. I mean, I personally, like, I definitely see the benefit in that if you want to hang on to the trade and give it more like you don't want to choke out its potential.
Yeah, you're trying
but in
to
terms
squeeze
of like
as
trying
much
to
juice out of the orange as you possibly can.
Yeah, in terms of trying to like take profit and re-enter, it's like I'll use fib levels or like, previous highs as like a basis with fib levels or moving averages, you know what I mean? Like, and it's like, all right, it broke that level. Okay. It broke all three. It broke the previous high. It broke this moving average. It broke this fib level. Like, it's probably going to go down further. I'll take more profit. So it's like, I'll drag them up if it hits my target. But like, when I start a trade, I start with the stop loss, then put take profits in, or at least have the targets for where the take profit should be. Now, if it surpasses those targets before I put a take profit there, I'll just move my stop loss up to where that take profit would have been. So that way I secure that profit no matter what. If it keeps going and it never comes back and takes me out, then great. I'll just wait until it hits the next target and then do the same thing. You know, and I don't have just one take profit or one stop loss like
Yeah.
I have many. But it's like trading on leverage, like you kind of have to have a plan, like you kind of got to plan out the trade like that. You know what I mean? If you're on spot, it's like, yeah, hold it and see if it moons. But with a leverage trade, it's like have a plan for where you're planning on taking profit. And most of the time, I feel like, okay, if you're in price discovery, the only things you really got is like fib extensions and like, you know, like if the oscillator is overbought or whatever. But even that doesn't tell you much when you're in price discovery. So it's like you really kind of you don't know. So you kind of have to look for a break in structure, break in trend, break in support, whatever, see the weakness, and then move your stop loss up. But it's like as long as you're moving it up to a point where you would have taken profit anyway, then that's great. But like wherever your risk is, I feel like should decide where your take profit is. Like the ratios. Like you should be making choices. If you have a successful trade, I feel like you should make or at least take partial profit at like a 1 to 2. Like so you're at least making twice as much as what you're risking. Like you know what I mean? So like especially like in price discovery where it's hard to find targets, like having a risk to reward ratio and several targets like 1 to 2, 1 to 3.5, 1 to 5, 1 to 10, like because it could hit 1 to 10, it could hit 1 to 20 easily. You know what I mean? But if you have all those targets set, even if it's not like even if you haven't set them as orders yet, if you at least have them on the chart, you can always move a stop loss up, and it's like a take profit. You like it's like a trailing take profit almost. So it's like, but
Bro,
have that plan to begin with.
respectfully, is this what goes on in your head when you trade? Like, is this what your inner monologue is like?
What?
Like,
yeah, why?
just sounds exhausting, bro. It
It
sounds
is.
like you're doing
A lot of energy, man.
million calculations all at once. Like,
Dude, well, I mean, you gotta have if you have a plan. Okay, so my dad told me this a long time ago. Those who fail to plan on failing.
yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. I think you need to simplify your strat just a little bit, in my opinion. But that's just for me, for my trade. You could probably handle it great. I mean, it's a personality thing, I think. But
Yeah, but
that
you don't
shit
trade
would
on
build so
leverage.
much. Even when I did, though, that's a lot what you're doing. There wasn't very much.
Micromanaging, I know.
There wasn't very. There wasn't that much big of a difference when I traded leverage and I trade spot. I trade spot as if I'm on high leverage, right? When it comes to sniping my entries and shit like that, I don't take advantage of the spot sort of calmness, right? I actually trade as if I'm still on very high leverage, just because that's the way that I develop my entry style or whatever. Obviously, I don't have the same risk, luckily, because I'm good with that. But when it comes to taking profits, though, like it really just is the chart. Like if I'm targeting liquidity or I'm targeting a measured move, maybe I'll do a half and half if there's a reason, but I don't really scale out. I think that your risk management is freaking you out a little bit, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's kind of intense.
Well,
You get what I
has to
mean,
be
or
because
no?
the loss. Yeah, I totally get what you mean, but it
Okay.
has to be because the losses I've taken not using risk management are way more intense.
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, I mean the rules. Yeah, the rules we develop are based on the shit that we've gone through. So I hear you.
It does sound like a lot. Like it's definitely not a relaxed approach, but I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to make money, not lose money.
No, I hear you. I'm not mad at that.
I think people are trying to keep rational. You need to just be rational and clear
Yeah, I mean, I
And
don't just like trade off of hopes and dreams and like hope and pray that it goes in the direction I want it to go. You know, like I have fail safes for in case it doesn't.
Yeah, as you should.
yeah,
Yo,
no,
Dbloc,
yeah.
do you think this pullback is it just like a typical pullback in your opinion, or is it related to anything? 'Cause, like,
It's
I don't
just
know.
dominance, man. Bitcoin's reclaiming dominance, you know, and we're seeing it on the alts.
We're not seeing anything else, right? Like something else brewing in the
No, I'm
background.
seeing people de-risk into Bitcoin, man. That's why Bitcoin is sort of caught too. You see more and more of that now. I think people have sort of gotten used to that. There's a lot of people who didn't have faith in this alt push sustaining at all. They thought it was going to be a full sort of give, so they were taking profits into this. But no, if dominance hadn't made that move and this happened, then maybe I'd be a little suspicious. But we talked about this. We knew that coming up to 236, 382, depending on what Bitcoin did, it could either be bad for the alts or really bad for the alts. I think we got somewhere in the middle, right? Because Bitcoin could have continued to drop while dominance popped, but it didn't do that. So we got half a drop where alts got hit really hard, and then we got this little bit of consolidation where some of the weaker alts are continuing to drop, but some of the stronger alts are like consolidating, right? So we didn't get worst case scenario, but we didn't get best case scenario either, which would have just been a consolidation up here as Bitcoin pumped. I mean, as Bitcoin dominance pumped. So not as bad as it could be, but worse than we wanted, you know?
Yeah.
You guys see Bonk?
Have a look. Oh yeah, trying to put the brakes on. Nice.
This is what I mean by having a sneak preview into what's going to perform versus like what isn't, right? Like we get to see that, we get to see the mind share kick in or not kick in. We get to see that alt sit at lows and just sit there, or sit at lows and people come sort of rolling in.
So could the 3-day up end up turning into 3 days sideways?
As long as the closing price on Wednesday night is higher than the closing price on Monday, we had a 3-day up. The power of the 3-day up is that any position that you take on the lows, for the most part, if it plays out the way it's supposed to, which it usually does, are safe. They're not going to get taken out. Now, whether you get a 1x or whether you get a 10% is a completely different story.
All right, so the closing price on Monday.
As of right now, we'd have to come down underneath the low right there on Monday's
117, 330.
No, 115.5. Remember that
Oh,
candle?
the Monday low.
Yeah, that wick
I
when
thought
we
you said
dropped
the
down.
Monday close.
No, I mean like where the low was on Monday, I should say, not the close. So that's our drop, right? That's our false move Monday. Our 3-day swing would be that little half of Monday that it popped. We had Tuesday. And then Wednesday has gone down for half the day and sideways for the other half of the day. Right. So even if it was to come down, let's say worst case scenario, right, without invalidating, let's say you come down here and then we get the midweek reversal next week. Then that would still be valid.
Midweek reversal to the upside? But how do you get a midweek reversal?
Midweek reversal triggers off of the last day's direction. Right? So like let's say that you had a 3-day,
not the 3-day direction.
Now it's off the last day. So let's say you had, and I'll tell you why, right? Because if you had a 2-day up and then 1 day down, when the reversal comes in, it will reverse the current direction. Right? So it'll either pop or it'll go sideways.
So if it's sideways, how does it pick a direction to reverse?
If you manage to go sideways, like let's say the entire day today went sideways, then we'd be looking crazy for the midweek reversal because it could be in either direction. But for the most part, the direction, yeah, that's when it gets a little tricky. But for the most part, the direction of today has just went down. Yeah, Tuesday, where are we kicking on Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday.
So the midweek reversal and the third day of the 3-day down or 3-day up could be, like the third day could be the midweek reversal and the final day of that direction.
Yeah.
In the same day.
Yeah, and depending on data, you can get your midweek reversal on Wednesday instead of Thursdays. Right, so if you got like a FOMC on Wednesday or something crazy, or like data numbers on Wednesday, sometimes it can get pushed to Wednesday.
Every time I think I got this shit figured out, there's more to it.
It's just an inverse liquidity sweep, right? You get the liquidity sweep on Monday, and then you regain all of that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then set up for the trap on Thursday, and then trap on Friday. Most important thing to remember is just it's directionality, right? So to make it simple, weekend trap is sideways. False move picks a direction. Three-day swing ends up higher or lower than the current direction. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. And then the midweek reversal counters the final day of the 3-day swing.
Okay, so if it's up, then the midweek if the final day of the 3-day swing is up, the midweek reversal should be down. If the final day of the 3-day swing is down, the midweek reversal should be up.
Which is why we usually get that correction day on day 2 of the 3-day swing. Right, because if your 3-day swing goes like this, up and then down and then up, then the midweek reversal can come in and it reverses the 3-day. But if your 3-day swing goes up 2 days and 1 down, then the midweek reversal is going to reverse that last day down. Right? It's a pivot.
And then that concludes the 3-day up. Like
Yeah.
if the midweek reversal is to the upside, you should get a higher high. If you're in a 3-day up period.
No, there's no target for it. It just pivots. You'll get your pivot on Thursday.
Okay, so today's day 3. Today's day 2.
Yeah, it's Wednesday. 2.5, I should say. 3 by the time that I reset the stream will be on. So by tonight, late tonight, Asian session, and tomorrow we should see a pivot of some sort.
So if we don't see a pivot by midnight, something's going wrong.
Mm-mm. Just like the midweek reversal, you have all day Thursday to pivot. Just like you have all day Monday to find that bottom, you have all day Thursday to pivot.
So if we make a new low below that low where you had the stopping line.
Then we can't count the rest of the week. If the 3-day swing falls apart, then there's no pivot. Then there's no midweek reversal. We trade by momentum at that point. There's been times that you can map it out and it still works, but it's not consistent enough for me to play. Whenever I have any one of the sections break down during the midweek swing, I trade momentum for the rest of the week until the weekend trap. And the weekend trap resets it, and then I give market maker another shot. But once I see that they lose control in one section, I'm good for the week. I trade momentum.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this is starting to look like shit.
Yeah, it's weak, but if we really look at what's happening, we're just consolidating here until we break. Right? This is just Bitcoin dominance looks like it wants to make that move to 38.2 now. So this next move on Bitcoin is going to be crucial for what happens to our alts, whether it decides to go up or down. On this time frame, our 3-day swing, midweek, none of that shit matters. What matters is the directionality that Bitcoin has and the directionality that Dom has. Can the devs do something?
Yeah, what is the what is pushing it down right now? My question. It's been bleeding. Every time that goes for a bounce, it bleeds back off again.
All the like midterm orders I'm saying like between like 5, 6, 7 Bitcoin have been sells. Like while you watch the tape, there goes a 7 for a buy, but that's probably the biggest buy I've seen in a little bit.
There was a buy wall in the liquidity chart earlier. It just got completely eaten through, and then we put in a lower high after that.
This thing underneath us, if you're ready. Yeah, so that wall stopped us temporarily, the one that was underneath us, but not look like it held that great. The stopping volume candle gets invalidated if we close a body underneath the psychological low. It's a low weak candle as it is anyways, not a lot of hope for that.
Little weak ass candle. Damn, dude. Damn.
See how Bitcoin dominance is pushing through resistance now? We don't want. What we really want is for Bitcoin to reclaim dominance as it pushes.
Yeah, but I mean, it's at least a little comforting to know that it's the dominance is coming up as it's dropping, so that way it's like more liquidity is going to go into supporting the Bitcoin price than anything else.
My concern is that I'm under the assumption that while Bitcoin breaks all-time highs, dominance is going to pump with it. Right? So if I'm trading under the thesis that that has to happen anyways, then having Bitcoin dominance pump as Bitcoin goes down means that Bitcoin dominance will probably end up way higher than I expected. Right? Because not only is it pumping as we dump, but when we turn around and go to all-time high, it's going to pump too. That opens up some scariness for alts. Yeah, that's true, Brick. People have been begging for a drop for the past week, 2 weeks. And then when it happens, it's like, nah, I was just kidding.
Yeah.
Chill.
Yeah, all those people that missed the ride.
Or they're like,
Now's your
oh,
chance.
they capitulated in on the highs, and now they're like, no, I don't want it to drop anymore.
Well, the real sort of bad part is when you're like, you're very patient, right? And you're like, I'm not gonna buy this pump. I'm not gonna chase. When Bitcoin or when Doge or whatever gets to this price, I'll buy it. And then you get a day like this and it gets to that price, but the fear keeps you from acting. Right? You're where you wanted. What you wanted played out. What you wanted to happen played out. Your hope actually came true. But you're so shook right now because you're like on Telegram or you're in the wrong community or something that you're afraid to buy the dip. That's why I try to tame down all the fear talk in here, because it's like that shit is contagious. Understandable,
It's emotions,
obviously.
man.
Understandable. We're humans, right? But it's good to sort of keep that in check for your own good, not even for anybody else, just for your own anxiety levels.
Yep. Yeah, you can be your own worst enemy.
No, you
when it comes
1000%
to
are. It's almost guaranteed.
yeah, yeah. It's the human side.
Yeah, those pesky human emotions.
Yeah, I know. I feel like you can pretty much divide the brain into two sort of approaches. There's emotional and logical. Emotions are so strong. Like it takes discipline to train the logical side to be dominant over the emotional.
Emotions are rewarded
Not
with
easy to do.
chemicals, right?
Yeah.
Like your emotional trades are rewarded with chemicals in your brain. Your logical ones aren't. Your logic
That's
is
right.
just 1000%. Everything in your body is screaming, do something different, and your brain has to sort of shut that off.
Hmm. Exactly. And guess which one builds the pathways? The emotional reward one.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the one that builds the what do you call it? The synapses and all that. Yeah. Yeah.
Sean, what I'm
What are
waiting
the
for
chances?
is for Dom to get up, yeah, to that 382, and then I'll reassess what the alts look like at that point.
What are the chances that 123 is the top for this bull run?
Not very good. There's so many bullish catalysts. We haven't even started to cut yet. At this point, our options are cut in September, 0.25, or they get rid of Powell somehow and we get a 300 basis point cut when the new guy comes in with some bullshit. Like M2 money supply is still flying and there's still money to be printed. So the only way, in my opinion, that that's possible is that when that money does get released, people just decide they don't want Bitcoin for some reason and it goes somewhere else. But I don't see that. Stocks are at all-time highs. There's really nowhere else to put your money, in my opinion. Metals, but I'm very much a believer in the timing of the cycle. Until I see it break down, I'll err in its favor. You know, I'm gonna err on the side of timing. Yeah, that could give us our August top money. I'm looking for a summer top somewhere in August. And that little DC break and all that might be a good time for it.
Took a swing at some ETH right here. Bounced off at its 786.
Yeah, Crypto Mac, that was the plan, bro. That was the plan. Just take some of the sting off the alts, drop it in Bitcoin, and hedge against the volatility.
Sui is bouncing off the 1.618.
Dbloc, are you taking any
So
swings right
please,
here on some alts, or are you still waiting?
yeah.
No, I need to see what happens when dominance pops up through the support. Buying alts right now, I mean, I know they look low, but if we pop up to 6.2 and Bitcoin takes another leg down, you're gonna be able to buy them like 5% cheaper.
I was in the car with this dude. He was giving me that face and he was driving really fast and he started like under his breath like, yo, I should have sold. He had a Doge bag.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Like,
Just
yo,
thinking
pull
about
over.
all the
I
angry
gotta-
Uber drivers right now, bro.
I had to get out. This dude was kind of Uber driver type dude. But yeah, I had to get out, man. I was like, he was getting mad. And I was like, how far are you down? He was like, oh man, you don't even want to know. So I was like, oh, is that bad?
You want to trade war stories? I don't think you want to trade war stories, bro.
Yeah, I
You
didn't
should
even
have
say
told
like,
them.
I mean, yeah, I didn't even. I was like, dude, just like, I didn't want him to know kind of how heavy I was in it, you know. So, but yeah, it's war out there.
It is. This is where you see the Wojak memes come out with where he's putting on the McDonald's hat, you know?
Yeah.
People are, okay, back to Macca's.
McDonald's is gonna start putting out those billboards again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crypto bros.
Yeah.
I love all that. It's so
At
funny.
least buy a burger before it goes to nothing.
But I told him, I was like, it's
Yeah.
taking that down. I was like, it's still at 20. It was like 24 on its way to 23. Like it was like mid 24s and he was bugging. But he was buying, you know, at like 28, 27.
He sounded like it was
26.
new.
No, he's been around a little bit.
What's that saying? If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best, or something like
That's
that.
a fact.
That's some good investment advice.
You weren't with me in the
if you're an
gym.
investor.
You weren't with me in the
Yeah.
gym. Don't expect to be there at the championship.
That's it. Yeah. That's right.
But yeah, man, it's leverage trading, man. It's tougher, I guess, leverage trading than spot trading.
Yeah, when
I
things
wouldn't be
go
able to do it.
bad, there's less of a yeah.
You can't afford drawdown. You can't tolerate if you're too high leverage, dude. You're either stopped out or liquidated. There's just no alternative to that.
People always think about the 5x, 10x gains, but they don't think about they don't think that you're dropping 5x harder than you would be or 10x harder than you would be. Like
Yeah.
your gains also disappear at a multiple.
Yeah, so this guy got on an interview, this guy Alon or whatever they're calling him from the Pump.fun, and he told everyone, it's like, you guys aren't going to see any airdrops for the near future. And I was like, that was bullish to me. Like, but the chart just nuked when he said that.
People are
Yeah, the
holding.
way it was
most
interpreted was
people were holding for those drops.
Right. But he was talking about doing buybacks. I'm like, all right, well, that's bullish. So I'm like, whatever. If they're gonna do more buybacks, they've already done like 20 million or something. So they got some more buybacks to do.
I'll be
But
right
yeah,
back, y'all.
I was like, whatever. It nuked hard though.
Dude, speaking of nuking hard, Bitcoin does not look like it wants to hold these levels.
Uh-oh.
Like, you're like the fifth person that's asked about that today. I have no idea what the hell it even is.
Yeah, they might have gone double digit down.
I don't even know what the hell Spark is, to be honest. To the downside?
Spark. Must be the new kid on the block.
Spark. I don't. SPK? Is that? What kind of shit point is this? There's one candle? No, there's more than that. Alright. What the hell? Yeah, this thing's just parabolic. There's nothing else to say. Nice.
Godspeed, dude.
If it was me, I would just get out of the previous all-time high and not worry about it. I mean, you can roll the dice if you want. I'm not saying don't do that. I'm just saying that's what I would do. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, dude. Join the party, man. Walking back unrealized P&L's part of it. Well, I walked back a couple of grand.
I love the after the fact people. The hindsight.
Everyone's
Mm.
that's what they're talking about after the chart already did the shit.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go.
That sounded like a can of beer or a gun.
Celsius.
Hopefully beer.
But I have considered the latter.
Oh, there's a little bit of buys coming in.
A little bit of
A little bit of green.
No.
It's always good to stay protected.
Actually, no. You know what? To be honest, matches, yeah, I have.
Everything's about to run. Get ready. Not financial advice. Gains.
Dude, all I can tell you is Bitcoin better freaking bounce here because I'm getting sick of this bull crap.
What's the market cap of that? What?
50K?
Yeah, you got to stop
that is
talking about
micro.
those. Yeah. That's you shouldn't even be talking about those here.
It's like mega micro.
Yeah, it's 50K because Dev probably put in
That's-
49 9K.
It's not. It's
you got
it's,
1K.
it's 100. Hey, it's 187 million, but it's still under 500 million, so questionable. But it's only got 1/10 of the supply circulating. That's why it's ripping.
I'm pretty sure it's on Coinbase. 'Cause I think
Which coin?
traded it.
Never mind which coin.
Yeah. It's. I don't think anyone's familiar with it if it's brand new. Is it's new?
I mean,
Yeah,
have you
that
tried
shit's
Twitter?
way too vertical for me.
Eats
You know
bounced
when
on
things
Twitter.
hit new, man. You know the story. When things are brand new to a platform and they're in their first month, like they are dangerous. So don't
It was
jump
on
on it.
Coinbase. Coinbase since
But
June 18th.
Yeah, I got it on
It's,
Coinbase, and it went down only, so I sold it at a loss.
It's
gotta be
new
careful
and
with those, man.
It's new and sparkly, no pun intended.
Yo,
Look
we
at
are
the
getting some
pump.
price action though. I think he is
Yeah.
trying to bounce out of here.
Yeah.
People gonna run to some sparkly new things.
Trying to turn the
Look at-
page.
Dude, no. I think it's building up the short liquidations.
Look at the pump coin. It made a new all-time low.
No, we don't talk about it.
Yeah, pump.
Well, it's building a
New.
building a support
Well,
up, I
yeah,
guess.
that happened during an interview on Thread Guy. Thread Guy had an interview with one of the devs of Pumpcoin, and he said he's not giving the airdrops for a long time, and everybody got really pissed, and the charts dropped.
Drop it.
Yeah, where's that going?
Drew, are you still in?
Hell yeah.
Okay. Well,
You know I'm not a pussy. Excuse my French, sorry.
well, I mean, you said everyone dumped, so I wasn't sure if you were one of those people.
Love you,
Like,
Drew.
Drew sold. No wonder why it's down so much.
Nah, did not sell. I actually bought a little bit more, and I'm not even supposed to.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. I'm like, shit. I'm like, what's it called? Pump is down. I'm like, Drew can't even do anything. He's not even allowed to sell if he wanted to.
Girlfriend money?
Not that I thought you would.
No, I was able to come up, but I still owe her from her last buy, and I made a deal with her that I can't do anything till August 1st, and I kind of switched. I'm like, all right, I won't sell till after August 1st, but I'm gonna still play with this position.
I don't know why you want to stick your dick in a pencil sharpener, but
I don't know. Sometimes, man, you know, it's the masochist in me.
What?
That's safe for the kids.
Well, after the Gold Star lesbian talk, I don't think any of this is safe for the kids.
True.
Yeah,
Sounds like
that's
sounds like World Star. World Star.
Somebody brought up the Pain Olympics the other day, and they were like, "What's that?" And somebody else was like, "What's that?" I'm like, "Don't look it up unless you want to be traumatized for it."
I didn't hear what you said, so I'm not going to ask what you said because then it would compel me to Google it. So I'll just say, how about those shots?
About
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I wish Bitcoin would just do what this Spark coin is doing. It's like, what the hell?
Well, it would need a micro market cap for that, and that it does not have.
Yeah.
It's a big boy. Yeah.
Big old fat ass bitty. But it did manage
Yeah.
to build up some short liquidation, so maybe that was the reasoning for that move down. But come on, man, stop giving every move back.
Yeah.
Every
ETH
single
is
move
showing
it's
some
made
strength
is
here
giving
on
back
this
the
pop.
entire thing.
Yeah, but it's still holding its range, which is good. If you look, on a 6 hour, 12 hour, we're still chilling.
It's not good if you round trip the trade you've been holding for 2 days.
Well, it was doing this earlier and then it just gave it all back. But I mean, at the very least, it's at, it's getting demand at similar levels.
Third time's the charm, right? Come on, let's go, Bitcoin. You can do this. We believe in you.
Well, triple bonds are normally pretty good.
ETH is trying to push.
And normally,
XRP's trying to hold $3.10.
like if we got a
What was
deeper,
that low? $3.05? That was a pretty deep dip.
if the second low on Bitcoin was like slightly lower, right? And we got an inverse head and shoulders situation, that would have been cool. That would have been pretty strong
We
looking.
just got the midweek out of the way pretty quick, I think, and now we could keep it moving.
Yeah, I took some swings on ETH and something big.
Yeah, those are some nice tails on XRP's 1 hour chart, like wicks to the downside, which shows demand, right? That's where the demand is. Finally, it starts to come in. Same with any other alts that are getting those tails on them, those wicks.
Oh yeah, look at ETH, yeah. Problem is though, if it does a lower high, it's just going to look the same as it has like all day.
Yeah.
Big pump, and then it just gives it all back.
Yep. That's a big if too.
Yeah.
So either outcome at this point is like, well, this is where you take the punt. This is where you take the the chance of the long if you're going long, and you set your stop when it gets invalidated as an idea, as a trade. Mm.
What's going on? You in seed round? What's happening?
Speaking of taking a punt, or taking a chance with invalidation set up.
I think probably the most annoying thing about oh, it's been using the 5 minute. Well, there you go. Wasn't paying attention. The like it kept giving back those pumps on ETH and just maintaining the downtrend, but it wasn't even like attempting to touch the 50 on the 15 minute. But on the 5 minute, it's been touching it perfectly and rejecting like immediately. Pretty like cleanly as well. Goes to show if you take your eyes off of some of the other time frames, you really do miss like the clearer trend. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy.
I'm giving a go.
If the alts had responded just to $2,000 drop, what if we go to 114K?
What if we go to 147K?
All right, I'm back, y'all.
What if we go to 1?
That's good because they're talking what ifs now.
You say 147? Let's go. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, you give him one green candle and the what ifs start happening. The dreams start coming out again.
Listen, at
nothing wrong with
range
that.
highs, we were talking about private islands. Right?
Yeah, I know we were.
Yeah.
We're talking about Learjets. We're talking about like G6s and things and G7.
And I remember specifically saying this conversation is inherently bearish, but I'll indulge in it anyway. And
Oh
this is what
yeah, it's a top signal.
That's a
yeah.
take profit conversation.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. For sure.
It's crazy though, man. Like, not even 24 hours, people go from, man, I can't wait for a dip. We get a nice dip and all, and everybody's like, oh man, it's over. No, we need this to bounce right now, man. Like, oh man, like, bro, chill. Chill. Relax, buy some dips and chill for the next reel.
Yeah.
But what if it keeps on dipping?
This little accumulation
we're not
box is what we need to
profit.
worry about here. Until further notice, we're going sideways in this range. The best, I think that's the best sort of expectation to keep in your head, and then react to any new data that we get at the extremes.
Dude, if their goal was to shake out liquidity on the alts, I think they've pretty much achieved that pretty well.
Well,
I would love to know the numbers.
You know how we talked about, I was talking about yesterday, that the dip that we need isn't really in price, it's in fear and greed. We'll have to wait till tomorrow's sort of dot plot comes out, but we're sitting at 74. I'd like to see us come down into fear. I don't know if this was enough to do it.
Yeah.
But it would be nice to shake this out and then start our move at least from fear. I mean, we don't need extreme fear, but we need to get some of this greed out of the market. On the alts we did, Sean. The alts got hit enough to create a little fear, but we'll see.
I just keep on seeing new traditional companies though allocating new treasuries in crypto, and it seems like they're ready to jump in.
I believe we're going to be able to sell our bags to institutions. Like institutions will be our exit liquidity for the first time in the history of almost probably ever.
Well, yeah, we got the advantage because they're still waiting for that. Even though Atkins said it verbally and on an interview, I think there's some articles and something official from the government that basically lets them know that there will be a few stable coins that will not be securities. Right now they're just waiting, like they want it to be official, and with that, there's going to be the other stuff. Big buys coming in.
Oh, big buys, big buys.
85
Let's go. Come on.
Bitcoin at 118.
Because even Coinbase, that they got their heels dug in already, they're still scared to make some moves because they don't have the proper clarity to make some big moves they've been trying to make. So once they have the proper clarity too, they're going to be like, shit, I don't know, a lot of shifting going on.
I have started opening, just for transparency, I've started opening a ton position. They just announced that they got the okay to bring ton wallets in-app Telegram wallets to Americans. Right, so we're talking about 83 million new ton wallets just opened instantly without anybody having to do anything. So
Yeah, it's flying right now.
I'm trying to play the narrative on this, and I'm hoping that it spreads down into some of the old ton games too, right? They start catching a bid. But this is big. Being able to service Americans is a big deal. When we were playing those ton games, you'd have to have a ton wallet and all this shit. But people in other countries, bro, they just literally pick up their Telegram, play some games, wallets already included. They don't need to remember a seed phrase. It's connected to their numbers. Like, it's very seamless the way they do things at Telegram. I don't know if it's gonna be enough to save what's been happening here. Right? We're talking almost, well, where it held was cool, right? Like, we expected it. That's where we would expect it to hold. But the lack of a reaction, right? The lack of a sort of kick up, except for the last couple days because of the news. But that's sort of what had me hesitant. But we'll see if this could be the catalyst that that ton needed to sort of wake up. Not a very sexy project. It was when all those tab games were out, though. Everybody was on tons. Everybody was on the ton train. It looks better on log. Very clean chart.
Some of them, some people don't
Not
like
me. I
the
was
Russian.
never on it.
Some people don't like the Russian connection. You know, how, like Telegram's a Russian, not Russian state company, but some guy from Russia.
Ethereum's kind of Russian. Vitalik's beautiful.
Well, that's like
No, it's not. It's taking its time.
Although he's Canadian though, right?
Well, that's what
He's
they say.
Canadian,
Yeah, but that's what
Vitalik.
they say about CZ too. They're like, oh, he's Canadian. It's like, nah, dude's Chinese. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he is Chinese. Yeah, man. That's
But
true.
yeah, Vitalik, he recognizes his Russian roots, but yeah, he has a Canadian citizenship.
The way that tons respected this this uptrend has been pretty impressive though. This whole time.
I think CZ and Vitalik have had many years to show the community whether they're in it for the money or in it for the the development of crypto.
Yep, and
like the
CZ
support
ended
of
up in
crypto.
jail, baby.
But not over being like, not over something like stealing, like an SBF style thing.
I think
it was more so
CZ was
just
involved in some shady stuff, man. In my opinion, this is my opinion, but
yeah.
you know,
Well,
it's kind of
didn't he?
sketch the
Well,
stuff he did.
it was for letting well, certain organizations that the US doesn't like sign up to his platform. I think that's what he.
The truth is he
like,
was
it
back he was backdooring American whales.
Yeah.
So what he did was when the SEC told him he can no longer serve Americans, he gathered the group of biggest whales that were American, the ones that he didn't want to lose, and he contacted them and he gave them sub accounts. And he gave them sub accounts to trade through that couldn't be tracked. So basically, for all intents and purposes, money laundering as far as our country is concerned, because they didn't have to claim their taxes.
Yeah, and he was helping other guys outside the U.S. do that too, and some people that we're not too friendly with that are kind of our opposition. So of course the U.S. went all in, and they're like, "All right, well, show us your corporate structure. You know, who's behind you?" And he wouldn't show, and that's why he was like the fall guy, you know, and like he's got a bonus from the big boys in China right now. They're patting his back like, "Good job. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. He didn't give up the corporate structure. He did the time, and now he's chilling like a villain."
That's some mafia shit, yeah.
Yep.
It's like when a mob boss goes to jail so that the family can continue to operate, take the heat off of the family from the feds.
I heard that from this documentary I was watching on the mob, the operations started illegal, like, you know, there was illegal operations, but then they legitimized, like they buy gas stations and restaurants and they start monopolizing the city, you know?
Yeah, but it's
Well,
the
see, that's
tactics
how
are
they
still
secured
illegal.
the
Like
wealth.
they
Oh,
in New
yeah.
York the mob locked down sanitation. Right? So every garbage
yeah.
truck in every borough, every company that got the bid was all sort of mob run. So if you didn't pay what you were supposed to pay, all of a sudden your trash got didn't get picked up. You had 3-4 weeks worth of trash sitting on, So it was legal businesses, but they used that influence from the legal businesses to blackmail and
pull the
coerce
strings.
and, yeah.
Yeah, Malta kicked out Binance, CZ and Binance from Malta. I'd say it was like 6 years ago, maybe. And he got kicked out of, I think, the UK too. A lot of countries are like, nope, you can't have any kind of offices, no headquarters here. You cannot work with our customers or with our citizens. And it's just because he wouldn't give up some of the documents, to be an official company, basically.
You talking about CZ?
Yeah, and Malta, they kicked him out of Malta. They're like, nah, you can't do it anymore. You're out of here. Because he was first in Malta. That's like when they were really running things at the beginning.
Yeah, he had a finance office in Jersey, which is sort of like a island, like a territory that's just off the coast of the UK.
Should have just
And
went
yeah,
in the Indian Ocean like everybody else did.
He was supposed to give it up, like basically give up all the KYC everyone like back in the day, and he said no, so he just shut that down. Like that was I used that thing back in the day as well. I was trying to get like some of the receipts and etc. and there was just no response. I'm like, well, if I can't get it, no one can get it. I guess that's just buried. I don't know how to get it.
I was lucky. They tried to take my Binance Global funds and not let me move it into my Binance US when I came from Europe to the US, and it took me about 4 months to get all that sorted. It was whack.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Scalper. Don't expect anything amazing here, though. Where's my H chart? Fell short of that cup and handle, right? Gave back some of those gains, obviously. All right, it's picking up a little bit. Went through some decent accumulation here, right? If we look at where we would have expected this to hold, if it didn't hold resistance, would have been support. For the most part, held that range. Went through some pretty tight accumulation here. Starting to poke its head out the other side now. My target would be this vector gap at your local highs. Problem is that for the most part it's ranging, so it's gonna have to prove it. I do like that it broke the downtrend at least, though. Right, looks like you really went parabolic right as that downtrend broke. Buyers came in. If you fall short of that, you want to make sure that you just hold these tops. Turn that resistance into support. If it falls back into accumulation, you can expect it to come down all the way down to the bottom of accumulation, right? Because that would make this just a deviation out of the range. It looks decent though. I haven't started buying them, Frederick, but I'm open to it. I just need dominance to relax. We came down into the zone where it's like, okay, I can open the door to some of these micros, but it's not time to buy in just yet for me. But at least they're on the list now, right? They weren't even on the list before.
You know, we've seen down only price action ever since Coinbase launched their perps this week.
Damn Coinbase.
Brian Armstrong.
Yeah, Christoph. Alts can still drop. Depends on what Bitcoin does out of this range here. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with sprinkling, right? But just be aware that it could end up just being a DCA, and you have to be okay with that. Unless you just want to run tight stops and keep redoing entries every time it breaks one, but people are running into walls on Twitter. Every once in a while, it almost seems like somebody goes into Twitter and just shuts off the lights. Like they shut off the lights and they let off a gunshot, and then everybody's just running crazy, hitting walls, falling over furniture, waiting for somebody to shine a little bit of light on the situation so they can know what narrative to get behind. Crazy, bro. What do you think it is? You think it's just the lack of a underlying thesis for most people that makes them flip sort of so crazy whenever things happen? I think that's what it is. I think most people don't operate off of an underlying thesis. They're either just reacting, right? It's reactionary.
Social impatience.
Yeah, but
Let's
that
say
I
this from
think that's what it stems from, right? Like cycle
Yeah, I
theory
mean,
gives us like such a good underlying, such a good theory, such a good thesis to play against. Like, how do you know? It's like it's like having a code, right? Like as a man or a woman, like living by a code, right? If you don't have a code, how do you know when you're out of line?
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, how do you know when you've gone too far to one side or the other if there's no mean, if there's no like motivating thesis? Yeah, it's a lack of conviction, Charles. I agree.
Yeah, it is a lack of conviction, but it's. I think, yeah. Obviously, no one, everyone sort of can have a level of conviction as to where they think cycle top would be. No one will know for sure in terms of price, and I think that not knowing for sure means you do get a little bit, impatient and a little bit skittish. But yeah, generally, if you have like a much stronger conviction in your thesis, then yeah, you're gonna weather the storm and you're gonna hold through things a lot easier than others will. But at the same time, some people want to be rich now, right now, like tomorrow. Like they need God Kettle tomorrow, and then they need to sell that and leave.
I almost feel like having the wrong thesis is better than having no thesis.
I agree.
Because at
I
least
agree.
you have a thesis, right? Like at least you have something that the chart's going to react in a way and it's going to disprove that. It's going to go counter what you're thinking and that tells you, hey, something's up. But if you don't even have an underlying thesis, then every move is possible at any time Like I wouldn't even understand how to trade under those conditions.
Yeah, it's definitely the if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything, right? It's
Yeah.
just that in chart form.
Yeah, Frederick. Some people just trade. True scalpers are just gonna trade price action, current price action. If you've got midterm and long term bags, then you're forced to have a sort of more long term thesis to play off of. But I know plenty of people that just trade price action and do well. That's a very stressful, anxiety filled way to trade, though. Just imagine the entire bull market. You never get to a point where you get to kick your feet up, right? You're literally just grinding this thing out the entire way up and the entire way down. I mean, that might be all right for some people. But...
Yeah, been there, done that. Don't like it.
Nah, that was one of my warnings in the beginning.
Having to fight.
Like, trade leverage if you want, but be careful that you don't put yourself in a situation where you're not accumulating and you're forced to trade leverage the entire bull market all the way to the end.
Yeah, you have to face stress every day, multiple times a day. So you're facing the fire of risk often, you know. It's a hell of a way to participate, you know. Well, some people like it.
Any OGs that are talking to you about the 4-year cycle topping are either lying to you or they haven't done their research. Because I agree that the 4-year cycle is still intact 100%, but we're nowhere near the topping. I'll tell you guys right now, unless something affects global liquidity, we will have a bear market, y'all. Please don't let anybody lie to you when we get to the top of this market. Can it extend? Can it super cycle? 1000%. Will it eventually go down into a bear because of M2? Yep. It's like everything else. Money expands and it contracts.
So in the bear market, will the prices be even lower than where we are currently because they're mostly at their lows?
100%. Most alts will go down 95%. Most alts. Bitcoin and Ethereum between 70 and 80%. Ethereum a little bit harder hit. This is traditional, and this is taking into consideration the diminishing returns on the bottom, right? It used to be 95% for Bitcoin, then 85%. Then the last cycle we had 77%. So let's call it 70%, 65 to 70%. But the alts get absolutely smacked, guys. The alts do not retain any value. They will go down 85 to 90%. This is your favorite alt that I'm talking about, the one that you love, the one that I love. Yeah, this will be the first one with ETFs. But like I keep saying, BlackRock is preparing their investors for this. Right? When they started putting out the sales, they talked about the cyclical nature of it. Right? They talked about how there will be a season, a Bitcoin season, or an oil season, commodity season, or whatever. And look at what they're doing currently. Look at the outflows from Bitcoin ETFs into the Ethereum ETFs. Right? They're already being advised to cycle. So it'll be interesting. But you're 100% correct. We do not have a cycle to look at with ETFs yet. And we also have the possibility of nation states deciding not to wait for the bottom of the bear market. Right? Chances are they probably will, but we do have that threat.
Let's go.
What I like to say is, if I'm wrong, I end up with a big bag of money that I get to relocate however I want into this cycle that never stops. Right? If the bull market, if the 4-year cycle is over, guys are right. If they're wrong, though, if they're wrong, they give back 2 or 3 years of trading. Ahmad, I'm looking at somewhere between 6 and 7 for ETH.
Hey, Dbloc.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question for you. So you know how like the coins go up and down when Bitcoin goes up and down?
Mm-hmm.
Is there like bots or is there some kind of like thing that someone has like watching Bitcoin that can immediately like purchase on alts? Like how is it when Bitcoin's going up the exact same time alts go up? Like all of them.
There's algos, but it has a lot to do with the trading pairs, right? It has a lot to do with Bitcoin trading pairs because most alts are traded against Bitcoin. So still to this day, and I'm not even talking about maxis, but the majority of people that trade alts are trading alts to acquire more Bitcoin. So that rotational play between Bitcoin and the alts is what sort of gives you that, right? Bitcoin going up acts as a risk on indicator. So as Bitcoin moves up, people pour into alts. That's how you get the moves at the same time. But a lot of it has to do with the Bitcoin pairs. If there were no Bitcoin pairs, you wouldn't see that. You wouldn't see such a tight correlation, in my opinion. And it loses its. You'll see it flip to ETH, right? As we start moving now, and ETH takes over, you'll see everything follow in ETH instead of Bitcoin. Bitcoin will still control what ETH does, but the percentages that you get on ETH will be bigger than what you get on Bitcoin. And all of that trades inverse to the US dollar because it's all priced against the dollar, right? So Bitcoin's priced against the dollar and the cryptos are priced against Bitcoin. Then they have sympathetic pushes. It's one of the things that used to bother me when I first started trading too. I'm like, how the hell? Like literally in real time. But most alt traders that have been doing this for a while are doing exactly what I'm doing. They're watching their alts on their side screen, and their main screen has Bitcoin and Bitcoin dominance. And decisions that they're making on getting in and out of their alts are coming from a combination of what Bitcoin and Bitcoin dominance are doing at any given time.
That's interesting.
Yeah, for the
I've
most.
never really traded pairs. I just do USDT.
Yeah, you're trading for fiat. For the most part, people will trade alts for more satoshis. Right? If they're trading into an alt, it's because it's outperforming Bitcoin, and then the profits from that go back into Bitcoin. And then you've got sort of the lower layer of retail that's just trading fiat, right? You're just accumulating as much fiat as you can by selling in and out of these coins for more and more US dollar. Whether that's giving you less Bitcoin or not, that's not really your focus. For me, that's my main focus.
Now that's people like where Bitcoin is their currency, like in other countries, and also people who believe that Bitcoin is going to be the currency in the future.
Yeah. For me, I denominate my wealth in Bitcoin. Right? Like when I think about how much money I have or how much wealth I have, it's in Bitcoin value, not USD. So when I'm buying in and out of these alts, it doesn't matter to me what the USD price is. Right? Like I didn't get into, like I'm just now looking at micro caps. Right? I didn't get into mid cap alts until we were down underneath 63%. Now you look at the USD pair and you're like, damn, you missed the bottom on those. Until you pull up the Bitcoin pair and realize they bled against Bitcoin that entire time they were going up in USD, they were still bleeding against Bitcoin. Right? So if you're buying them with Bitcoin, then their value against Bitcoin is what's important, not their value against the dollar.
But isn't like Bitcoin like really slow? Wouldn't like Ethereum or Solana or XRP or something be better as like the main currency?
No, this isn't about being a main currency or not. It's just about what you denominate your dollars in. Your main currency is going to be whatever the fiat currency is in whatever country you're living. Right? When you cash your Bitcoin out to buy something, you're going to cash it out and you're going to, you're going to get dollars and you're going to use that. Not using my Bitcoin to buy anything. Right? It's a store of value for me. I don't need any of these to be. When you first start, the word cryptocurrency gives you the impression that all of these coins are trying to be a currency, and they're not. Bitcoin's original purpose was peer-to-peer transactions, right? But it's grown past that at this point. That's why you hear Bitcoin maxis say never sell your Bitcoin, you know? So even Bitcoin maxis aren't trying to use it as currency. What they're trying to use it as a vehicle to carry their wealth into the future without being debased. Right, without losing
Yeah, it's like it's been
against the dollar.
rehypothecated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gustav,
So
I
when the bear
mostly
market
chart
comes,
I mostly chart USDT pairs here because most people in chat are trading against USDT. But for me personally, I chart against Bitcoin pairs. And when I do TA for people, I try to make sure to check the Bitcoin pair because your strongest plays are going to be the ones that are bullish on the Bitcoin pair and bullish on the USDT pair. If you're just bullish on your USDT pair, price is going to move, but it's not going to sustain, which is what's been happening this entire time, right? Alts go up, but they don't hold their USD value because their Bitcoin value is bleeding out. But chat has definitely gotten a little bit more hip to that because when I get TA requests now, like people are asking directly for the BTC pairs. I like that. Good.
Good.
Yeah. I've noticed it more and more.
Sophistication.
Mm-hmm.
So for someone then who's like not trying to move a lot of percentages when the bear market comes, are you thinking more so like taking out some of your money that's in Bitcoin and putting it into like gold, like gold tether or whatever it is, because that doesn't move a lot, or it's gradually going up?
I mean, it depends on what you want to do. During a bull market, I will always bring it back into Bitcoin. But at the end of this bull market, I am looking to, hold on, where is this? I'm trying to show you this chart if I can find it. So I've been looking at metals heavy. I've been talking about them for a while. And I'm not saying it's time now, but I'm already looking into my rotational plays for the end of the bull market, right? Like, what do I put my money in during the bear market that looks like it has a possibility to go? And since we've been looking at these, they've been doing nothing but ripping. Platinum is still setting up, right? Platinum is still in its bull flag. Copper just made new highs. Silver's making new highs. I think gold is getting ready to make its last push. I'm getting out of gold at about 4K, and I'm going to be rotating some of those profits into some of the other metals. But this is really the only rotational play that I'm looking for right now. And this for me is going to be a defensive play that I go into as the real estate cycle starts to go down 2026, 2027. Yeah, I like physical, Gustav. I prefer physical. For gold and silver. For copper, I'm trading paper right now, though. More liquid.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out, what's when we do get to the bull market and we're selling our Bitcoin, what is the safest thing
Stables.
to put it into?
Stables. USDC, USDT.
Yeah, stable coin.
Yeah, that's where you want to lock it in at. Then you decide what percentage of that you need to take out your taxes, decide what percentage of that you want to send to the bank for your living, And what I do at that point is I cold storage my stables, or I find a defensive play.
I like to call that spot shorting because you're not doing it leverage, but you're riding out the storm essentially of the bear market at that point, and your dollar gets more powerful in that scenario.
One of
So
my
that when you
favorite things to do during the bear market is I'll keep up my exchange for the coins that I want, right? Let's say I took profit on Sui and I'm looking to buy Sui in a year at the bottom of the whatever, right? After I take out my taxes and I take whatever money I'm going to use to spend or whatever, and I know what I have that's investable and I know what's going back into Sui at the bottom, I'll go to my exchange and I'll put in a buy order for that. I won't press it. I just put it in to where you see how many Sui you're getting. And then I keep that up and I watch that through the whole bear market just get bigger and bigger and bigger. You know what I mean? It's the same amount, but every time you look at it, it's more and more and more. Because that's what you're doing, right? You're accumulating, right? That's your future accumulation for the next bull market. But doing that for me keeps me from spending it, right? Because I haven't bought anything yet. It's dry powder. It could literally go into anything. But if I keep in mind exactly how many coins that is for what I'm looking to get back into, it keeps me sort of on track. I like doing it on like when we recompound too, same shit. Right? If I sold my Bitcoin up here from then I've got like however much dollars, I put that in and I look and as we drop, the amount of Bitcoin that I'm getting goes up and up and up. Because what I'm doing is I'm trading coins, right? I'm accumulating, trying to get more coins without having to put any more money in. The fiat value doesn't really matter to me until we get to the top. Fiat value only matters 1 second before you press sell, you know? What matters is the amount of coins that you're going to have at the top. Barry said his altcoins want to know why they got punched in the face. Dominance, man. Dominance and Bitcoin did a little dance, but Bitcoin wasn't smooth about it at all. They were stepping on each other's toes. Shit got ugly.
So where do you buy like physicals? Because the only one I know about is gold.
I
That
got
you
a
can get
gold
through
guy.
either
My
BTCC or
my gold guy has silver and shit. He's got other metals too, but I mean, if you want to hold copper physically, you're gonna be holding a shit ton of copper. But with silver, it's not bad. Just buy silver bars, gold bars, or coins, blanks. I like my gold in jewelry personally. Solid Cubans.
but when you buy those, you're always buying like way above market price.
It depends if you're at a jeweler or if you're somewhere that's really trading gold. Me and my guy have been working for a long time. That gold position that I got into about almost 2 years ago now. When we got to 3,300, I was supposed to take profit at 3K. And then I told Discord, I'm not doing it, guys. I'm being greedy here. I'm going to hold it. And then they forced me to take profit at 3.3. And I was like, okay, I don't want to set a bad example. Let me get rid of some of this. But what I did is I called my gold guy and I was like, look, you know how much gold I have? I want to wait for it to top out. He's like, you can't just walk in here on the last day and I'm going to give you, like, I get it. Everybody needs to make some money. So I made a deal with him. I was like, I will let you buy as much of the gold as you want right now. And you can hit me over the head for it on percentage, right? On a premium. But when gold hits 4K, I'm going to walk in here with the rest of mine and you're going to give me fair value. And he took the deal. So he managed to get some gold when it was most needed, right? Because people are coming to a shop to get gold because gold is flying. He needs to sell it. He needs inventory. I let him take his percentage at that time. But just know that when that shit hits 4K, I'm walking in and I want every penny. But you got to have a relationship, right? That's the good thing about building relationships with people. There's been times where he got the best of me. There's been times where I got the best of him. It's just good business,
Yeah. So you know how there's like a time frame when like the bull market and
Big
everything?
buys.
Is there
Oh,
a time?
dude, can I just very quick shout out? Sorry, someone just bought $80 million of Bitcoin all at once on
About
Binance right now.
729.
80 million.
729
Holy
Bitcoin at 118K.
That's the biggest one yeah,
Big
dude,
buy,
that's the
big
biggest
buy.
that's the biggest buy I've ever seen, like on the tape like that.
If you're asking
sorry
about cycles,
to interrupt.
if you're asking about cycles, commodities run on a longer 30-year cycle. And that's what's interesting about that is what silver, copper, and everything is doing, right? Silver put in this cup in 2025. I mean, this is a small one. The bigger cup that silver put in, it put in 30 years ago, right? The cup that that gold put in, that broke out, it put in 2011. Right? These are really long cycles, and they take a long time to play out. But the way it's setting up right now, even if it's not explosive, I think they'll be moving up while everything else is moving down during this next downturn we got. At least that's my thesis. The second that I feel like it's wrong,
Well, what I
I'll
was
be
thinking,
very loud about it.
I was thinking about putting my earnings into gold tether because I feel like it is just going to keep going up while everything's going down, and that way you're still accumulating.
I don't know
I
what
mean, I
you
could be
mean by
wrong.
gold tether.
The crypto coin. It's
It's like a what, a
Talking about
gold derivative or
PAX
something?
G.
Gold? Maybe Pax Gold.
no. Hold on.
Yeah, I've never heard of gold tether.
You mean XAU?
Yeah, XAU
That's just
tether.
gold. Yeah, that's so the gold. That's just showing you what the value of gold is versus the dollar, right? There's really no gold tether asset. It's just showing you valued in tether what or valued against the dollar what gold is. What you're gonna need to do is you're gonna either need to buy physical or you're gonna need to buy a gold ETF.
Oh, so you think that'll still go down?
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm taking my profit at gold at 4K. This thing has run for 2 years. So I do expect a run for metals, but I think that run already started with gold, and it's starting to bleed into copper, silver, platinum. No,
Well, as long
I'm
as
sure
we
they
never take our
hold.
crypto
I'm
out
not
of
saying that
crypto.
Tether doesn't hold gold. I'm saying that there's no gold Tether coin. My bad. I was talking to somebody in YouTube chat.
Oh. Yeah, I thought.
Well, as long
Pax
as we
Gold
never
was
take our
basically
crypto.
that equivalent. It's not like sort of. Yeah, I think that was supposed to be the one that's backed by like physical gold. I don't know how reliable it is though, because I've never personally used it.
I thought PAX G, right? They're
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they've got something like they've got like a place in New York where they've got they're headquartered in New York or something.
Yeah, but it's just like
Well, I'm
everything
thinking
else.
taxes wise. Like as long as we never take our money out of crypto, we don't have to pay any taxes, right?
Yeah, you do. As soon as you move it to something else, you've got to pay the value that increased. So if you made $100,000 on Bitcoin and you move that into gold, you still have to pay. You put in 20K, and you made 100,000, right? Then you got to pay taxes on that 80. Whether you moved it into gold, whether you move it into USDT, whether you move it into anything, they want it. If that was the case, shit, I would just move into stables.
Yeah.
I mean, you could play that game if you want to, but gangsters way bigger than any of us have been taken down by the IRS in a big way. So that's not the type of enemy I want, man. I look at taxes like a once a year bill that you pay so that the government just leaves you alone for another 365 days. Like that's literally like, here's my check. Here's my leave me alone check. Take your money. I'll talk to you in a year. Don't get me wrong. I used to love getting that $4,000, $5,000 return. And as much as it hurts to write that big check, it still feels a lot better because you know what that means. You know what I mean? You know that you just made a shit ton of money and that's why you're having to pay this. Never feels good though.
Dbloc, for somebody to invest 20 grand to make 100,000 on Bitcoin, that would have to 5x, right?
Yeah, if you put in, if you bought Bitcoin at 15, then you've made that 100K already, right?
No, but I'm talking about if somebody did it now. I mean, what are the chances of
Oh
that
no,
happening?
you're not doing that now. No, you're not doing that now.
Yeah,
That's
that's
just
what I
that's
understand when
just an
people
example.
say. I don't understand when people say, they take the profits and they put into Bitcoin. I mean, how much more can you make on Bitcoin on this price now? I don't get that.
Taking profits and putting into Bitcoin is a defensive move, right? I took profits on alts yesterday and the day before, and I put those profits into Bitcoin. Alts dropped 10% today, 15% in some cases. Bitcoin's only dropped 1%. When I take that Bitcoin out and I put it back into alts, I'm buying way more alts than I would have, and I didn't sit underwater double digits. It's a defensive play. It's not like you're going to make more, right?
So here's my question. Are you actually trading the Bitcoin pairs? Like, are you trading like Bitcoin straight, like buying altcoins straight with Bitcoin through the pair? Or are you just cashing out your altcoins into Tether and then using that Tether to buy Bitcoins?
If it's available, I straight swap. But if it's not, then it doesn't matter. As long as you take it, as long as you buy it as soon as you can. Right? You can't wait. If you're going to do it in dollars, you got to do it immediately because there's way too many fluctuations. But it still comes out to the same, right? Because your Bitcoin is worth more dollars. So you use those more dollars to buy them, to buy the coins.
Yeah, to purchase power more than anything else. It's the same as like Bitcoin to fiat, right? Why Bitcoin is preferred over fiat, and you want to buy that house and you leave it in the bank, and the house gets more expensive. You leave it in Bitcoin, and the house gets cheaper, quote unquote, even though it is becoming more expensive.
Gustav said the reason you buy Bitcoin instead of stable so you don't miss out on it. Yeah, exactly. So in yesterday's situation, we have the possibility of Bitcoin going to all-time highs, right? Which was the swing that I was looking for. But we also have Bitcoin dominance needing to retrace, right? So best case scenario, Bitcoin goes to all-time high, takes dominance with it, and that move is a Bitcoin heavy move, right? Which means that it's going to outperform the alts on the way up. Worst case scenario, we get a retracement on Bitcoin and the alts retrace even more. So yeah, it's a defensive play against the alts going down, but it's also a defensive play against Bitcoin going to all-time high on one of those like Bitcoin only pushes. Right? The risk of going into alts, taking that profit and going into alts, is that Bitcoin runs by itself. Right? And then you lose Satoshis by sitting in stables.
So let's say that 123 was the top. How many, is there like an average amount of days or cycle that it takes before okay, we're about to go into the bull market now?
The bear market, you mean, or you mean like it's done?
Well, no, you're in the bear market,
over?
but then it's starting
It's
to turn
about a
around.
year. It's about a year before you bottom out. So it's like a whole year of downtrend. There's dead cat bounces, right? You can get 100% move during the bear market on Bitcoin. You get 150% move. We've had 2x's during the bear market on Bitcoin, but they give it back. It doesn't sustain itself. If you're in the Discord, go into the education part, and there is a channel called Tops and Bottoms, and it gives you a list of indications to check for when we are actually at the top or at the bottom. You can go through and check them all yourself, but I'll save you some time. Not one single top indicator has signaled yet.
Dbloc, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because what you were saying about the strategy that you're using, which is, I think, is pretty freaking awesome, to be honest, because you're measuring the underlying asset, right? And based on that, you're making your move.
Mm-hmm.
For what any other asset do you think it depreciates less than Bitcoin right now?
Well, I mean, you would be doing the same thing with Ethereum, right? Like, let's say you bought a bunch of Ethereum on that dip now, and you're up from 1,300 to where we are now on ETH. As Ethereum starts to push and the ERC20s start to run, the only time that you would sell your Ethereum to go into an alt is if that alt is outperforming on the ETH pair, right? So you would check your AVAX ETH chart, or you would check your
like Pengu right now.
exactly. You'd look at your Pengu ETH chart, right? If your Pengu ETH chart is outperforming, right? If it's going up, that means that your money is better off in Pengu than it is in ETH. The second that
Right.
tops out, then you would go defensive and you would take that ETH that you just accumulated in Pengu, because that's really what you're doing, right? It's like a
Right.
leverage play on the underlying asset. You would then take that
Exactly.
ETH, cash out, and put it back into your ETH pile, and then leave it there while ETH is outperforming until the next alt that you want to get into starts to outperform ETH, and you know it's safe to move into that sort of alt, right? If you're moving into something that isn't outperforming what you moved it out of, you're leaving money on the table, right? You're moving too early.
Right. So because of this swing that Bitcoin has right now with the underlying asset, which is the fiat dollar, that's why most of the investors go to gold, because of the deviation in that we have in price of Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, yeah. Some people just want to look for something stable. They don't want to sit it
More
in.
stable, right?
They don't want to sit it in a fiat, in a derivative of fiat, and get debased for a year. You know, even a year is too much for some people, and they'll look for other things to put it in. Yeah,
Gotcha.
Pangu is performing better than a lot of things right now, definitely. But that ride
Yeah.
will come to an end eventually. I'll tell you a story. Before stables were a thing, everybody traded pairs. That's the only option that we had. You traded out of
hmm
coins into Bitcoin, back into coins, back into. So this kind of strategy I'm talking about was just how you traded, right? Old school traders know this because this is how it was done. You had to learn this. When stables got introduced, there was a big sort of fight in the community on whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, right? Most people were like, well, damn, obviously it's a good thing. I want to take profits, know that those profits are locked in. I don't have to worry about Bitcoin going down. I don't have to worry, I can breathe for a second. The problem was that when we got to the end of that bull market, people that had been trading for a long time realized I just lost Bitcoin. I made a bunch of fiat. But if I was to take all this fiat right now and buy back the Bitcoin that I had, I'd lost Satoshis. I'd have been better
Right.
off just sitting in Bitcoin. Right. So that's sort of what you have to decide. What's your focus here? Are you trying to get as much money as you possibly can and build that fiat bag? Or are you trying to build a Bitcoin bag?
Right. So I have another question, Dbloc. So with stable, so stable is going to be a defensive move if you stake the stable.
Yeah, you might be able to you have to be careful though, right? You don't want to end up like Celsius and Luna and all of these people. What was so bad about those falls is that you had people that took every last penny they made during the bull market and they staked it. And then they lost it.
But let's call it USDC, for example, because it's backed.
It depends on where you stake it, like I said, right? You don't want to go to some third party. You want to go to a
Right.
centralized exchange, and you have to watch how much they're giving you, right? My rule of thumb is if they're offering more than I get in bonds, I don't trust it.
Gotcha.
So 4%, cool. 8%, 10% on stables, where's that yield coming from? Right? If you can't figure out where the yield is coming from, then you're the yield, right? Anything underneath bonds, chances are what they're doing is that they're buying bonds and then they're giving the yield from the bonds. They're passing that on to the to the stable holders.
Yep, makes sense.
One of those, like, if it's too good to be true,
Yeah, I've been thinking like I had something in mind a couple of months ago. That I don't understand why more developers they don't go and and pair their project with Treasury on Bitcoin, and you can use like the NAV
Hmm.
against the pair. That would be awesome to see. To be honest.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Honestly, I just feel like most of these projects are extractionary. You know, they're
Just
more
just call it.
they just want to pump up the price of their coin and get as much as they can out of it before shit hits the fan.
Yeah.
But you're starting to
Yeah.
see that amongst legacy companies, right? All these Bitcoin treasury companies, like it's starting to go that route. I mean, think about it, right? This isn't anything new. Corporations hold assets on their books. It's just traditionally it's been real estate, right? Or it's been bonds, or it's been, and now we're seeing Bitcoin sort of shine as, hey, maybe this is a better idea. You know, maybe I should have a Bitcoin treasury when the stock market is about to go through its 18.6 year correction. Maybe it's not a good idea to have all this brick and mortar on my asset sheet.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, especially when they're expecting a pullback.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
All right,
So
we're at,
I did some
we're at the top of this
research.
range. Just heads up real quick, guys. We're at the top of this range, so we would assume that we're going to reject the top of this range. Right? Resistance is resistance until it's not. So we'll watch to see anything different, but chances are we come back down unless we see some buys come across the tape. What were you saying, bro?
I was just doing some research. So XUA, sorry, what is it?
XAU.
Yeah, XAUT. So they have real gold. So that they're talking about how they do have real gold, and I don't think they are going anywhere. Sorry about that.
No, yeah, you're gonna have there's options. There's options that you can go into that are supposed to track 1-for-1 on gold. Me personally, I just prefer to hold physical. That's just me. It's more liquid, right? I'll give you that. In other words, you can get out of your position and into your position quicker, obviously, because you don't have to physically get in your car and go somewhere with physical gold, and so it's more liquid that way. My problem is just from experience in the past when you have supply shocks. Let me give you an example. This whole narrative that they had recently about going into Fort Knox to audit the gold supply. Look at what it did to gold. So we're still accumulating up here, which is absolutely crazy. Right? This gold position is, let me go to the weekly because this shit is so long.
Well, 30 years, we have a few more years then.
Right. So this gold position here started setting up in 2011. Right. We didn't finish putting that cup until 2020. We didn't break out of that cup until 2023. Right? This is a super, super long accumulation. This measured move, for the most part, is already played out. And then some, right? Which is why I was supposed to take profit at 3K, and the world was just way too uncertain at that time. Just all types of wars and rumors of wars. But right around this time is where we started getting that sort of news about auditing Fort Knox, right? And the reason that physical gets so crazy at times like this is because if they had happened to go in there and found one single brick of gold missing from what was supposed to be there, you get supply shock. And what happens in supply shocks is that paper gold goes to zero for the most part. Nobody wants it because you can redeem your paper gold, right? So what happens is you get hardcore redemptions. There's some question about supply. Everybody redeems their paper gold. All that gold that these companies are holding to so-called back that paper gold is deemed insufficient, and then you have runs on gold, and physical gold goes crazy. So I prefer to hold physical just for that sort of time. It's happened on silver, it's happened on gold before. Right? If they would have gone in there, I'll tell you what would have happened. If they would have gone in there, gold would have gone another 50% up, and paper gold would have dropped by like 75%. So that's the risk that I sort of avoid by sitting on paper. On things like copper, you can't do it. On platinum, you can hold. Right? Platinum is, you're not going to have a large amount of platinum because of the price. But with copper, I mean, you would just end up with a shit ton of copper in your house, which is not very functional.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about gold. I mean, do you really trust keeping that much gold just sitting in your house?
Yeah, my gold is well defended. Just like anything else. If you can't provide security for your assets, then you go other routes, right? But I take precautions. And my gold's not in my house, by the way. The majority of my gold, just throwing that out there in case anybody on YouTube is trying to get creative.
The move on alts, isn't it just a retest of the 50 or whatever on the daily, like you say, always?
The move on alts, for the most part, has been a drop down to the psychological ranges. Right? So if we look at something like DOT, just I'm picking a random coin here, right? The weakness, anything underneath its psychological range, is showing extreme weakness and going after vectors. Right? The things that are strong, for the most part, have held their psychological ranges on the dip or are trying to reclaim them right now. And so if you look at something like Jasmine, remember we were talking about earlier, Jasmine hadn't come all the way down to its psychological ranges. Well, now it's come and it's reacting, right? Or something like H-bar, right? Came after the vectors underneath its psychological range, but the motivation is to the top side now because of the mean reversion. Or Doge, right? Back down to a psychological range. Moondang, back down to a psychological range. Pepe looks like it broke its psychological, yeah. Right. So these are how we these are how we judge the strength, right? Underneath your psychological range, you're doing weak. Above your psychological range or just touching down on your psychological range, you're super strong. If you haven't even made that move down to your psychological range like Pengu, you're just killing it. Right? This is strength. This is a base case, right? This is what most of coins have done. Just come down to their ranges and they're sitting in their range. This is weakness. So then you can kind of scroll and see, right? Prime, okay, holding a psychological range, pretty much a base case. PYR, probably well underneath the psychological range, weak. Quant, probably right down to it. Look, not even to it yet. Strong. Strong, but can still dip. Sui, showing weakness. Toshi, weakness. And then you can look at your totals, right? Look at total 3. So on average, for the most part, anything outside of the top 10 has come down to its psychological ranges, maybe a little bit underneath. Most of the things that are under now are things that pumped hard or that accumulated after a pump, right? So it had its pump early and then made its psychological ranges during its accumulation and then swept liquidity, right? Versus something like versus something like Litecoin, right? That's in its range. Narrow weakness.
So then what do you see on total?
So if you go to total, regular total, and just look at the average of what everything is done. Anytime now, TradingView. The TradingView has been annoying as shit today with this.
Yeah, it's doing that to me too.
See? So on average, mostly everything came back down to its psychological range, minus a few exceptions that we've already seen.
But is that the bottom or like because of the Bitcoin?
Well, that's the current mean reversion, right? We went from being above and having all of our mean reversions, the 50, 200 psychological ranges below. You know, now we've reverted to that mean. Now we need to see what happens next. And it's going to depend on all the factors that we've looked at. But right now, if you look at mu, all of its mean reversion targets are above. Right? You'd want to revert to the 200, the psychological low, the 50, the daily open, the psychological high. But you have one last mean reversion, which is your 800 underneath. As Bitcoin does this, right? Because we're just in a range. But as Bitcoin does this, if dominance is going down on this downswing, alts will continue to drop. Right? Every time this downswing happens from the top of this range, you've got to watch dominance. If dominance is popping while we're going down, then your alts are going to keep coming down into those ranges, the weak ones anyways. Right? So Bitcoin doesn't really have to make huge moves. It's literally just directional in real time. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
So we got like an hour and 5 minutes until the daily close as well.
What up, everybody?
Yo.
Yeah, next time, Mr. Dbloc over here, more like Santa Cypher, General Block. I don't know what the hell to call this guy, but whenever he goes into defensive state, I'm all in, man. I was asleep for a few hours and I remember I woke up at one point, bro, and I looked at the charts. Bro, I thought I was down bad before. Thank God I was asleep. Let's just leave it at that. And
Yep,
in my
it's a
defense, though,
conviction.
in my defense, I did take profits, and not only was I looking to take profits, I actually put up everything for sale, right? Because I saw that number. Remember, I told you I see that juicy number. It's like I want it. Like I don't want any less. I want that number. I'm good with that number for now. So I put up like a little spider web, like a little fishnet of cells, and some of them sold. So I took out like maybe 5%. I was looking to take much more though, and yeah.
It's a faith testing move, you know, or conviction test, whatever you want to call it.
I just got greedy, bro.
We've
I
had a
should've-
few
I
of
sh-
them.
Yeah, I should have just. I saw it wasn't going back to the tippy tops. I should have just taken it there and then.
Depends how
So-
you're playing it. Are you like an intraday trader, or do you trade the swings, or?
I mean, there's no way to play it, bro. That shit came all the way back
Yeah.
down. I gave back more than I took, basically. You know what I mean? But in my defense, I had to run out to work, so it's like it was a quick play kind of thing. I took profits. I was happy, and then I just left the spider net of sales that never got touched again. So yeah, getting
How
punished over
strong?
here by the.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead, bro. Finish up. Finish up. Finish up.
No, I'm done. I gotta head out to work anyway. How strong? What?
Have a good one, bro.
Rick, how strong is your faith?
Well, I'm in a new one. I'm in a new long, so
Okay.
I with XRP, I mean, there's no question. It took like a big retracement. So I had a pennant idea on it, which got invalidated. So it stopped. Like I stopped out, and that afforded me to be able to reposition on whatever this dip was. Like, what was it? A 9% dip or more, something like that. And I'm just hoping this. I'm hoping this sticks. I mean, if it doesn't stick, I stop out and then I hunt for the next opportunity. You know. But this is like the part that needs babysitting. Like when you're fresh into a position, like you have to be actively there to bob and weave while the market's still figuring out the direction, you know?
Yeah.
But if you're in from way like further back, you can afford the volatility. You can afford
Hell
to
yeah.
accommodate it, is what I
Yeah.
mean. Yeah. So it's it just depends
Shoot.
where you're in at.
And the way you look at it, yeah, you can slide some
Yeah,
dry powder on in, you know.
that's it. Yeah. Whether you're spot or leverage or it depends on the context. Like, yeah.
I'm still holding this long from
Oh, what?
that
Why?
wick down we had the other night.
Here's the question though. What's the theory? Because like if Bitcoin dominance is bouncing hardcore, why go long on altcoins at the moment?
Well, this has been a
They've taken a
macro
hit of more than
retest.
5%.
Yeah, I'm not saying that this can be done on any altcoin. I'm just because I've been trading XRPs for the last I don't know how long, like 9 months in a row, in and out of like different XRP positions. So the $3 recheck makes sense because it was such a huge level that we achieved like 3 times. There was a nasty head and shoulders at it from between November and say like March, and now that we've broken above it, this is I would see this as like the big back test of that level.
Let me see. I'm trying to get up on your screen there, Rick. Come on, Discord.
Yeah, I gotta hide some lines. It's a bit busy, so
Come on. What's going on?
you know what? I'll get a complete bare XRP chart, a naked chart, to show you what I mean. Wait, let's get a complete fresh one. Maybe like a Kraken chart because I don't really use Kraken to chart on.
Hey man, I don't know what's going
So
on. Well, no.
I think $3 has been a big level for XRP lately. So getting above it, that's one thing. Holding it is another thing, and that's what I think this has been, this back check. So the reason I'm getting in or have got in, I didn't get in at the best price. It's like $3.15 or something at the moment. But if this holds up and starts to turn around, awesome. If it doesn't, I'll look for the next. Whether it comes back and checks this high, like I'll fire it off again. But
Rick, your chart's not loading up for me. I don't know for anybody else.
Yeah, it's not
really,
for me either.
Me too.
okay. Let me. I can disconnect
Yeah.
it and then bring it back up again.
Good afternoon, everyone. Me either.
Yeah, Rick, if we could get it back going and you could just go through real quick again, so I could just visually kind of watch it.
Sure, dude.
We could visually watch along with you.
All right, I'm in now.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. There's a So there's a $3 level. We struck it really big here and got rejected. So, and not to mention it's $3. It's like a big round psychological number.
Yeah.
So to finally get above it is a big deal. So getting above it's one thing. Getting and rechecking it to make sure it's holding is what I think it's doing right now.
Hey,
And I feel like it's been
more
front
pivot.
run.
Living more pivot.
Yeah. So the $3 level right here, I think there was a crowd of people stacking orders to try and catch the cheapest possible price because of the confidence of that level of like $3, like the thesis of $3 being a buy, So yeah, it's kind of like it's been padded. Just like if you go back to Bitcoin, the same thing has happened with Bitcoin when it came back to check. Where was it? It was this year. Is it? Let me find it first. Yeah, 100K. So initially, see this pullback here? It didn't quite even hit 100. It was so close though, but close enough was good enough, and most people got in, and then you got that. But yeah, it flagged out, and we had to do more activity in this flag, and then we finally broke out. But yeah, man, these are the front runs are interesting for buying. I think if the buy side is getting front run, that means it's still like evidence of a bull market. Like it's still, things are still bullish.
Yeah.
There's still demand in the system. But and then, you know, on the opposite side, if you know, if highs are getting tested by swing fail, like as in it's just going a little higher than the previous,
Wouldn't you like to see
it's like,
Bitcoin maybe come back down and check that? Yeah, those highs right there.
oh,
You know, where
these
we broke it.
highs?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
I
you,
think,
you know?
yeah, dude, that is still. Oh, here comes some buys, by the way. Yeah, man, like that's still healthy too to do that, to come check this 112K level.
Just to
There's
make
nothing
sure
wrong.
like as people
Yeah,
still you still buying? We still in it, you know, like
yeah. I'll show you how it's done that on
Yo,
the way up
Pengu's running
too.
away.
Like, look
Sorry
at
to
this.
interrupt you. Pengu's running away, Rick.
Good. Yeah, nice.
that coin's stupid.
Well, that's good.
In a good way. In a
So,
good way, y'all. I don't want to offend nobody in a good way.
It is
so yeah,
it is.
check out the back check of that. That was the all-time high we got back in 2024 before the halving. Look at the way it got back checked right there.
Boom.
See that? It's like what was resistance became support.
Yeah.
And so here we've got like, okay, we've got a resistance. We'll just call it 110. We know it's
Yeah.
technically 112, but
Yeah.
coming to back check that and find support, that's great. There's no problem with doing that. It's if you want to go higher, that's what it's been doing, man. Look, since 2022.
Yep.
It's been staircasing, like, you know, back checking
Yep.
along the way up. Yeah. I'm gonna check out Pengu. Oh yeah, I see it. Bonk and Pengu turned the corner already. And it's one of those like bullish W's. You know how there's, I would
Oh
say that's a
man.
neutral. If it's equal lows, that's like a neutral W. But this one is like a
Ooh.
higher low W. So it's,
XRP trying to get that green vector candle on the 4-hour. Got under an hour left remaining. Oh,
yeah?
that would be a good stopping volume candle on XRP on the 4-hour. If that holds.
The other thing that attracted me to it was the length of the wicks on the bottom side on the hour chart. There's 3 of them in a row. That to me shows demand right there.
Buying.
Yeah,
People
just like on
buying.
the high side, this, like a wick like that, is huge resistance. Like that's people taking advantage of the markup and selling it off, and the bulls not being able to sustain the price.
So I see
and then has to
why you
relay.
took that trade. It makes sense. And right now,
Yeah,
I mean,
315 about
there's
there.
buying pressure
Yeah.
right there on, coincidentally, an SR flip.
Yes. Yeah. And that's a macro level. This ain't no 5-minute chart. This is like, this is a pretty serious time frame.
Man, Rick said he ain't no 5-minute man.
Try not
I
to
was
be,
looking
but
for the Rick, how are you? I was looking on the
yo,
I was looking for a ABC correction on the macro for all of these like DTC, XRP, which you know is what we're waiting on before the send.
Man, Elliott wave theory is not my strength. I'm not good at that. Like, because I haven't dived into it. Only because of the subjective nature of Elliott wave theory. Like, you get 2 Elliott wave experts, and they will have arguments with each other about how to interpret. Which for me, I'm like, okay, well, I don't need that.
Yeah.
Like, I'll use a simpler system. But I'm not trying to knock it. I'm just saying it's just not for me. However, like dude, it's still a strategy, you know, if you like it.
Rick, I
Ishimoku
found a
is
new
another
name
one
for
that's
you.
interesting. Wow.
Retail Rick and Whale William.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I love that. Retail Rick, because I am retail. Yeah, 100%, man.
I thought you were gonna say Rick 3.0.
Rick 3. Well, and I'm just like Dbloc said as well, like I'm still a student myself. Like, you never stop learning, and the market will continue to humble you, by the
What
way.
does Dbloc
Like,
know anyways?
Well, he's learning.
I'm
just
that's a
like
joke.
us.
I'm
He's
joking.
like
I'm joking,
he's
right?
got a yeah, I know, but he's got a couple of years on me in
Yeah.
crypto. He's been around longer
I
than
I
me.
just heard it on somebody's channel. That's why I found it funny.
Oh,
Hey Rick.
yes, yeah, dude.
You were talking about Elia Wave and all that stuff. The good thing about
Hmm,
Elia Wave is that it give you like a better understanding of the structure that
Yes, it's like a
that you
blueprint.
yeah, it's like a blueprint
100%.
of what could come next. At least it
Yes.
give you an idea until you let it process and see what's going on. You know,
Yes. But it's
that's
the
the
interpretation of the blueprint, which is
yeah,
what
yeah,
people debate over, which makes it
yeah.
like difficult for me.
It's
But
more like
I'm not.
the label. They want to call it in that
Yeah,
way. The other one thing is another way. At the end is the same thing.
pretty much. Yeah.
The end point is the same. They just want to call it a different name. But
Yeah. No, I agree.
Alien Wave is it's very good. I suggest whoever want to learn about it, it give you a very good idea of the structures and all stuff.
Yeah. And yeah, there's I think just my style, what I've started with, I feel like the most foundational thing is to figure out the supports and resistances. So just and that's just price levels and picking out where the highs and lows are on the high time frames, and that gives you okay, you figure out what book you're reading, like that's the title page for me, or and then you go, okay, what's the chapters? So you dial down back to like a lower time frame, the 4-hour chart, knowing the context of the daily and the weekly. It's like we know what the flavor is. Now we have to you're just whittling your way back until you figure out.
Yeah.
You just you're increasing your precision as you're working your way back down the time frames. But yeah, man, trend lines are also really helpful, I've found. So they're the ones that go like at angles, like diagonals, picking out the pivot points.
Right, but you know that trend lines is more psychological, right?
What do you mean by more psychological?
Because at the end, when you have, I mean, most of the traders that were against them, it's computer. So computer, they don't care about lines. They just analyze price, right? But we that we trading on the computer, that we're visual, we playing against the the lines.
It could be. Mm,
In reality, it's not the line. It's the price. It's the price tag.
yeah.
Right. Right. A
There's no
visual
difference between the
representation.
line and the price, though, is there?
So I understand.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying.
take your
I
It's
point,
can
more
get
man.
what he
psychological.
says.
I
Yeah, I can
understand
get
what
what he
you mean.
says.
So I think when price goes into consolidation, because I feel like there's two things that price will do. You're either marking up, like drawing up, like in a rally, you're either consolidating or you're falling, which is like marking down. So right now, Bitcoin's in like a broader like not a correction, an accumulation. If we end up falling out of this range, that'd be okay. We've just been through some kind of distribution. So the big question is this distribution or accumulation? Like, is this reaccumulation to build up for the next leg up? So in that mindset, when you have a range, you have a buy side of the range and you have a sell side up here of the range. So one's premium, one's discount. So discounts down on the buy side, premiums up on the sell side. And for me, the patterns like the triangles and the wedges and whatnot, that is the same to me as this. You've got a premium side and a discount side of the shape. And then, the cool thing is you have a context of where price will invalidate that shape if it breaks down or breaks up. You know what I mean? So instead of
Yeah,
trading
well,
blind like this, like where you don't have any lines whatsoever, at least you have something to look at and target, you know. And you see the amount of times that price reacts to these trend lines. It's really cool. It gives you a projection to work with.
It happens too
Like,
often
follow.
to just ignore it. It happens way too often
Ex-
just to ignore it.
Oh, it happens very often. Yeah, like the targeting system, the measure. Yeah, if it breaks out there. Yeah. Yeah.
And
And
great,
the
yeah.
brutal
And
truth right now,
I'm not
here's a
against
brutal truth about Bitcoin. Sorry, just very quickly. Brutal truth is Bitcoin loves to do this sometimes, and it'll go up, consolidate, look really attractive to go in, and then completely drop out the bottom. And that's a Bart Simpson pattern, like where it marks up, consolidates, and then just drops the whole thing.
you were doing good, Rick.
Yeah.
You were doing good
Yeah.
till that point.
Well, that's the brutal truth, man. Look, here's one. Look at this. This one's really nasty. Look at this one here. It looked like a bull flag at the time. You know, bull flag, break out the top. Nah, complete failure all the way down. So you have to be careful of them. And you can get an inverse Bart Simpson, which is something that's looking like a bear flag setting up, and then it goes up and invalidates it. And they're really cool too. Like, oh, this is not very clean, but this is a kind of an example. Like this one looked really nasty. And then it actually comes up and recovers instead of dropping out like the textbook would tell you.
Are you using a pen to draw on a pad or something, Rick?
No, it's just my right hand on the mouse.
Oh, okay, okay, all right, yeah. It's not a mouse, obviously.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a mouse.
It's
Got a mouse in my hand.
Man, you
Yeah.
got the neatest handwriting with a mouse I've ever seen, brother. For
Oh,
real.
thanks, bro. Thank you.
Rick got the penmanship.
That's what everybody says. It's like, you like a pad, like one of the.
Well,
And Quai, you roboting
you
hard.
know, TradingView does smooth out your pencil marks. It really does. Like it adds arc to it, curve.
That looks like a mountain
You'd
road
agree?
I want to ride my motorcycle on, bro.
Not mine.
Really? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
So, Rick, real quick, what's your thoughts on this range that we're in Bitcoin? You think?
Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Dude, it's middle. I feel like it's middle of the road on the higher time frame right here.
Yeah.
So we haven't quite come down to the like the demand level of the past, and
I'm
we're not
more
quite at the
like the
sell side.
more like on the structure.
Yeah.
Like, is this something you've seen in previous in history in the
Heaps.
past?
Oh, heaps of times. Heaps of times. Yeah. Yep. Look, there's a little one here. Check this out. This is a good example. It's just on a small time frame. You had a triangle, and this one was a little bit nasty because it faked people down. Like it kind of looked like it failed and it was going to break down, but then it got going again. You might argue that that wasn't a triangle. Actually, it was a bull flag or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bitcoin does this so often. These consolidations after a move up. It
In
does
your
a
mind, do you think that's
consolidation
more of
and then
an this is
figures
more of an
itself out.
accumulation zone or
I
structure that
want
we're
it to
more?
be. My
Yeah.
bias says yes, but can it drop out and become a Bart Simpson? Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely it can.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which is scary.
And we're to the top
But
side too, you know. So
yep, you like I was saying before, you have to be humble to the market. Like it will dictate where it's going.
Yeah.
Don't try to tell it where to go. Like just wait.
Exactly, because you're not.
Wait for the move to
Yeah, you're
happen.
not about to move it in that direction.
Yeah, that's right. Like
Yeah.
if it's gonna fall out here, there's no point in holding blind faith that this is still a bull flag or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, you may as well just the quicker that you can get into harmony. And I still struggle with it. Quai knows this. I still, you know, will hang into an idea that's failing and end up like giving back what could have been some nice profits or whatever. But yeah, it's just practice, man. It's like I wish that I was as good at trading as I am analysis, and I'm not trying to say that I'm some master technical analyst. I'm just saying um,
No, I hear
the
you.
practice of technical analysis for me is more logical because it's, you know, it's geometry. It's you're linking up points on a chart. There's no emotions with that. Like emotions would be like falsifying your lines and like ignoring obvious data on the chart. That would maybe be more emotional TA, where you're trying to warp it to fit your bias or whatever. But yeah, man, when it comes to trading, I'm an emotional wreck. Like I'm, and that's just being human, you know. And you have to, like, you'll forever be trying to work better at it and become more logical and less emotional. And it's not easy. It's like a constant challenge, at least for me. But I tell you what, I'm a lot better than I was back in 2021 and like 2018.
And big on you for
Which
like
is
realizing that within your own self about
oh,
yourself.
you have to, man. You have to. You can't kid yourself in this because you'll lose money. It's
I can't remember who
cannot
said it,
afford
but
to
the other
bullshit yourself.
day he said he's like this trying to play the market and trade the market will expose it damn near exposes all your flaws as a person.
Yeah, and it's good because then you can work on it. Then you
Exactly.
can
Oh
like if you
yeah,
find
100%,
weaknesses, it
bro.
gives you something to work.
That was crazy, fool.
Yeah, yep. I remember him saying that. I was like, damn, that makes a lot. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like, oh, that makes a lot of sense because it does. It's true. It's just really exposes you,
Mm.
man. Leaves you
It does.
exposed, especially getting in, being new. Yeah, man. It's just
Yep. And that's how you
And what
improve.
you
It's like being aware of your weaknesses is how you work on those weaknesses. If you go through life not knowing where you're weak, you'll never work on it and you'll never be better for it, you know? Man, the tough thing is the first cycle, if you're down from the money you brought in, that is normal. But the truth is that a lot of people will take that and then walk away from the market and give up. And then they'll
Yeah,
come
that's
back in the next
too bad.
bull and forget all the lessons. It is too bad. It
Right.
sucks. Hopefully, like anyone that's new this time around, sticks it out and realizes that there is a lot of opportunity in a bear market. Like that is where the big money. That's where what they call the smart money gets involved. Like that's where they're building for the next bull market, whenever that's going to be, like 2027 or 28. Going off the 4-year cycle.
I was so hesitant about it because when I actually started getting in crypto, like last cycle where we were last cycle, I was trying to futures trade, and I was just doing 50x leverage and all that crap. I was
Nice.
That is the deep end, man.
I got out of it. I finally smartened up. Like, dude, this is retarded, man. Like,
day trading on leverage is like hard. That's the hardest mode you can play.
so I've
It's
scaled
the
back
most
big
attractive
time.
too.
Big
That's where you
time.
grow. I
Yeah,
think
I've
that's
scaled
where
back
you
big
grow.
time. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Well-
I would never want to touch a 20x or even a 10x. 5x at the most
Yeah,
on Bitcoin and 2x
dude.
at the most on altcoins.
Yep.
I do no more than 2x.
No,
Dude,
it's
I don't
just
feel
like
I'm
you
ready
don't
for.
want to start doing futures. Like when you're a brand new trader, you don't want to start trading on
No.
perpetuals. That's like asking
Yeah, see, I
for.
didn't. I was
Like,
doing spot. I had it right. I was doing spot first, and then I switched over to futures, and I really started. I was getting jacked up by it. And
Yeah, I mean, you really need a couple of years of experience
yeah,
to just
that,
spot.
exactly. No, and that's I've gotten my time in now to where now the whole just a spot game and everything. It just makes so much more sense than trying to 50x or 100x leverage my way up to some kind of, it's just
If you have the appetite to learn by fire, by all means,
yeah,
go
yeah,
for
yeah.
it.
Go for it. Yeah, for
Yeah,
real.
if you like
If you like
learning
pain,
through the
go
pain,
ahead.
yeah. Just remember, like you're likely to give it all back.
Yeah.
So only play with, money that you're willing to see get liquidated or lost or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I don't like the odds. Mm, yeah, yeah. It can get like that. Yeah, because the level of risk is just so extreme that, yeah, it does become,
Now,
you're leaving your chances at the whim of the market, of the whim of the noise, really.
I would do
But
better with higher leverage now, but what I've been doing for some months now, I don't want to go back. I'm good at I'm good
mm,
now with what I'm doing. So I don't care about it no more.
tell you what,
You know,
I would take high leverage over a slot machine any day because you can't put a
Oh, yeah, I
stop
was gonna
loss
say that.
on a slot
That's
machine.
excellent. You
You
mentioned
can't put
that.
a stop loss on a
Yeah, I
yeah,
can't. Yeah.
on a slot machine.
yeah,
The only stop loss on a slot machine is not to play it and walk
yeah.
away.
Right.
Kick that
Yeah.
thing over.
Yeah,
And
man.
I think that's a big part about learning how to leverage
No,
trade
that's
is
not
using
true.
the
You can
tools.
go up with $100 and say I'm only risking 10% on this machine, and if you put in $100 and you're down to 90, you stop playing.
Sounds like we
Yeah.
got a slot
Like
machine expert
money
here.
management.
You
Money
you just
management.
have to have the conviction or like the discipline to be able to do that. Some people will sit there and be like, "Oh man, I've spun this thing like 20 times. It's got to hit for a winner at least once."
You sound like a seasoned Las Vegas like pro that's like defending slot machine. Like, no, it's
Joe,
good.
no,
You just gotta do this.
I go to the casino
I'm kidding.
sometimes, but yeah, I totally
Yeah,
agree. Like, I
yeah,
definitely, at
yeah,
least with
yeah.
technical analysis, you have some sort of educated guess. With a slot machine, it's just all completely random. Like, there's no like
It is.
strategy
It's
to it. It's
chance.
just all
Pure
luck.
chance. Yeah. It is pure chance. Yeah.
You were just playing at the right time.
Yeah, or some. Yeah,
Yeah. It is similar.
yeah. At least if you get on a slot machine and you like after a couple spins you win like $100, like chances are some poor asshole just lost $1,000 doing like a bunch of like 100 spins in a row and didn't win a single time.
Yeah.
It's gassing up. Yep.
You, you know what I
Yeah,
I feel like's
as soon as
dangerous
I
with
hit a jackpot, I get the hell off that machine as soon as I hit the jackpot. Or even if it's
mm,
just like a minor. If I sit there and I spin it 20 times and I hit a jackpot, I'm like, all right, guys, that's it for this machine. Tapped it out, and I go and I find another one that looks like
mm.
somebody gave up on.
You you know what I find is more risky than the leverage and losing money on high leverage is winning on high leverage because it gives you this false sense of you know what you're doing and keep it up, buddy. You're going to make more money. And yeah, so winning on risky plays is training you to be risky, which is not sustainable. Like you're going to come unstuck at one point.
Yeah, it
Doing
builds
that.
bad
So
habits if you do it too much.
yes, exactly. So it rewards bad habits if you're winning. Like this James Wynn guy,
That's why
he
I
just
always
sucked it
set take
enough.
profits. I always set take profits because it's like it forces me to stick to my plan. I'm like, okay, if I put take profits here
Yeah.
and I walk away and the shit goes up and then it comes all the way back down while I'm gone and it hits where I would have taken profit and I wasn't there to actually push the button, I'm gonna be pissed. So it's like
Yeah.
I make sure that I'm disciplined enough to just be like, okay, that's it. As soon as it like, you know, when it gets, if it gets to this price, I'm taking some off. If it gets to this price, I'm taking more off, you know? So like, but there's like the big word there is if, you know what I mean? And then if it doesn't do it, if it doesn't go to any of these prices, then it's going to hit my stop loss and it's going to, you know, one of them's going to get hit. Like that's the power of having a strategy. It's not like just a game of chance. It's like, okay, it's not like, all right, I'm swinging for the fences. I'm putting it all in on this bag, and hopefully it goes up 1,000%. Like, and then maybe I'll consider shaving some off. It's like, no, I have a target. I have a stop loss. I have risk to reward ratio. I have targets. Like, I think that being like having that, it maybe it doesn't make you as super profitable as like somebody who by chance like, you know, hit the jackpot and on like a lucky play. But what it does do is it builds good habits and it gives you consistency. And consistency is really important when it comes to like actually trading, like, you know, whether it's full time or whether it's a supplemental source of income or whatever. Like if you want to be like, you know, the safer, more conservative, like, okay, I'm trying to lock in a certain amount of gains, like per day, per week, per month, like per quarter, then you need consistency. Otherwise, you're just like, you know, spinning the slot machine. Kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you're
know
just
what's
like
crazy?
just winging it. Yeah, you're just winging it pretty much from there. If you're not,
It seems like every month crypto gives you like these giant pullbacks where like if you're patient enough and you just wait for it and you happen to be there,
yes,
and you
sir.
don't pull the trigger too fast, you can make a lot up in just one day.
Dude, like, imagine just like if you wait up, if like, oh, this shit's topping out, I'm gonna wait a month. You wait a month, it freaking falls down and gets to a really good low price. You buy on spot, and then you just hold for a month, and you say, I'm gonna hold for a month. And when, like, whenever a month comes, wherever the price is, you just sell it all, take profit, and then wait another month. You know, like we would probably all be richer if all of us just did that, honestly. Like not even technical levels, just like this month I'm gonna buy. At the end of this month I'm gonna buy. At the end of this month I'm gonna sell. At the end of this month, you know, like it could be like some people play it just that simple, and that's probably why the price does what it
Oh
does.
yeah, dude. There's people. Yeah, when certain times of the year come around, yeah, they're out the market, man. They don't matter. They just gonna sit back, relax, and oh yeah.
Yeah, towards the end of the month, almost every month, crypto just seems to have a flush. It's been like that for like months now. Always towards the end.
Have you gone? Have you gone back? Have you gone back and like back tested like month after month and see what it was truly doing leading up to the end of the month? I might
Yeah,
do.
because
I might do that tonight and just go back
uh,
through and see how it looks. You know?
I'm usually in position from the lows, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna ride this out, and then towards the end of the month, it always comes right back to where my original entry was, or close to it.
Yeah, don't you just love a round trip? Isn't it great?
Speaking of, let me take a little bit more profit off this.
Ooh, some cells coming down. Biddy, careful. Just want to know if XRP has paid the toll. Like, has
I'm
it
still above the 200
retraced
on
enough?
the 15 minute. I hope it holds above that 200 on the 15 minute because that'll be the first time it's done it all freaking day.
And I'm back. Let's go.
Yo.
I took profit, man. I don't trust
Oh,
this
did you?
range. Huh?
On a short or on your
Oh,
shorting?
longs. I was on
Oh,
longs
longs.
on a couple of
Yeah,
alts.
yeah,
But yeah, none of the alts have the strength to go beyond. Even Pengu's having a hard time.
Hey man, that
I'm just crossing my
that
fingers
114
now.
area is looking like something maybe here in a couple days.
I mean, as soon as you lose faith, that's when it will actually go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose all faith.
Knowing the
Pepe
market.
though, Pepe is creating this very familiar arc, and it's just resting on the 13.
Dang's doing the same as Pepe.
And it's
Yeah,
been going. It's been through
I'm
distribution
seeing
for a
memes.
while.
Memes are starting to pop a little harder, and memes
Yeah.
didn't run that hard this last week. It was mostly like random altcoins, like those ISO coins. Memes were kind of they ran, but not like you'd normally see those memes run.
These 5 memes here, Mudang, Peanut, Chill Guy, Pepe, and Fartcoin, they all look very similar down on the 15-minute here. They've done similar retracement, and they're all trying to put their brakes on. Pengu and Bonk though, woof, nice little kick up, and then Whiff has sort of done its own thing. Nice candle there.
Yeah, Pengu's been on a straight heater, man. That thing's crazy.
Out and out, out.
So we did get momentum shift on the 15-minute on the 13 crossing over the 50 on the 15-minute. So see if we can hold up.
Rick, are those your top 8 memes, or
Yeah, they're just sort of like
just reference
hot
points?
ones that people talk about, and they pull volume at certain times. Maybe not so much Peanut and Chill Guy at the moment. They've been kind of quiet, but yeah, it seems to be Pengu and Bonk at the moment, and even a little bit of Whiff. But if you jump out to like the 4-hour chart, yeah, like Peanut, Moodang, and Chill Guy definitely had nice rallies in the last few days, the last couple of days. It's just that they've given the whole thing back. Like they've come right back to the entry, That's the danger of meme coins, man. They can come right back.
Well, there's also a newborn hate with all pump fund coins. So some of those coins you mentioned came from pump fund, and a lot of people are
They
like,
did,
"Yo,
yeah.
let's yeah." And
Oh.
there's like kind of an anti-pump fund kind of
Totally.
campaign right now. So a lot of people are trying to flood those, and it's working. Some people are getting flooded out of their bags.
Did Pengu come from Pump Fun?
I don't think
Might
Pengu
have,
came
right?
from Pump Fun, and the
Oh.
thing is, Bonk, like they have a pretty good launch pad right now. Bonk and Pump Fun are probably the top launch pads. Bonk took a lot of Pump Fun's kind of flow or flavor, or stick or swag, whatever you want to say. Same way with OpenSea and Blur. Basically, you know how like Blur just came in out of nowhere and got 8% of OpenSea's volume. We saw the same thing with Bonk, with the Bonk launchpad right now. But I think competition's healthy, and I'm still swinging with Pump a little bit, but they got to pull something out of a magic hat pretty soon. Pump.none.
Pump.none, I like it.
Bonk seems to be. It's a yum.
Yeah, man, it's squeezing up to something,
The
huh?
Bitcoin long though is still on. It's just the alts. I'm not like Fartcoin. I took profit. It's kind of looking. It's not as strong looking as Pepe, Pengu, and Bonk. It's Pepe staging right now. It's ready.
The low swing on these alts could very well be in, you know what I mean? Like all these lows that they all have, and they're all now trying to fight and come up the other end.
Yep.
Dude,
Yeah,
it very well
Bonk's
could be
out of
in.
here. Bonk just passed the 200.
Yeah.
Pepe is staging. Wait, I've been waiting for Pepe to make a move.
I like waiting for meme coins when they've done distribute. Oh, if that's the case, then Toshi should be ready too.
Toshi, I think.
Yeah, Toshi looks ready. Look at Toshi. Toshi looks
Yeah, Rick, are you
ready.
still looking at me? Oh yeah, take a look at Farcoin and look at those 4-hour candles that were leading up to this drop. It's like if you just go to 4 hour, it was like look at those 4-hour candles. It was
Oh
just
yeah,
like
that's
straight
very
ascending,
interesting.
and I
Yeah,
was like, I thought that was a
yeah,
bearish sign, but I didn't. I should have listened to myself.
Yeah.
'Cause
yeah.
that's a
It's
broadening
tricky,
wedge,
dude.
right?
Well, if you look at the macro situation for Fartcoin, it's heading up. There's nothing wrong with its uptrend right now. You know, the lows are higher, the highs are higher. It's
Got a good
marching on
bounce,
up.
good bounce off the 50 on the 4 hour.
Hot air rises.
Yeah. Um, it would be concerning if it got below $1.40 or started to really challenge, $1.40, $1.30. If it started to arc over, like that would be a bit concerning. But you know what? I think Bitcoin's price action at the moment is it's on the side of optimism at the moment. It's still trying to break out of that. I've got like a sub trend line inside this huge triangle,
It's a flag on the
and it's
15. What? How does it look like on the
trying
5? Oh, it looks
on the
ready. Look at
5.
the 5. It's
Yeah, it
about to
looks pretty
bounce.
juicy,
It's
and there's
bouncing on
some
the
buyers
13.
coming in.
Let's go.
Yeah, it has to get. I think getting to 119,000 convincingly would be a good first step. There's a little bit of a pivot at 119 that we have to overcome. Just there, that one there.
The S&P minis are at 6,400 right now. Still pumping.
S&P had almost at a percent today, or just a little under.
This is a really good example of a triple bottom on Bitcoin. 1,
Yeah, I was seeing
2,
that.
3.
At first, it was a double bottom, and then it came back to make a
Yeah,
triple.
did another triple. Yeah, a
People
triple
buying.
double.
Oh, we're getting people buying right there. Right at the psychological low.
Big push on bulk. Let's go, Pepe. Come on, I know what you're doing. Want to
Jump
give
down
me
to
that
the 1
big,
minute.
big,
See how
big
they're
candle.
moving.
Come on.
Let's go 1
Toshi,
second meme.
Toshi's ready. Whoever has a Toshi bag.
This is like the
Ready.
degen view. 1 second on all the memes. Look at whiff on the 1 second.
Oh my god.
Bit of a pickup. Oh, Fartcoin's getting some love. Even Peanut, the squirrel. Come on. Nah, it's hard to see where you're coming from with the 1 second chart, I think. You need the 1 minute. Someone was saying the 15 second. I've never really looked at the 15 second before. Yeah. Damn, these time frames are just anxiety inducing. Can't do it.
XRP's having trouble getting over 320. It's the previous 886 from its other all-time low.
Yeah.
Careful,
He's slamming up
careful.
against it.
BTC looks like it's about to jump off a cliff. Just careful.
It does, hey.
You see it? You see it on the 5? It's like
Yeah. Let me just yeah,
big
it's
jump.
not still dealing with this yellow line here, the sub trend.
They used 800. The 800 on the 5 as the diving board.
We got fifth, like, oh, How many minutes left of the daily? 16 minutes. How was Bitcoin's daily? We had that bullish engulfing yesterday on Bitcoin.
Okay, we daily
like,
close coming up in 15 minutes.
Yeah. The big picture, dude, there's nothing wrong with Bitcoin on the big picture, you know? It's definitely not like a concerning chart whatsoever to me. The weekly's even better. It's literally sideways on the 4 hour. Like, you know, we're just in this big squeeze.
Wake up. Put in the keys on the table. Wait.
Nah, man.
Oh, that was me. Hope I don't pass out again.
Man, you guys, when you're tired, just sleep. Doesn't matter if you're in a trade. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, oh well.
Drew, you
Don't
got an
fight sleep.
ASMR voice. You have an ASMR voice, man.
What's that mean?
Same with Dbloc. ASMR. What does it stand for? It's like
From smoking too many ciggies back in the day.
You don't smoke no more, Drew?
No, I quit.
Something or other.
Attaboy. I quit 420. I think it was 2023 on 420. It's either 2023 or 20. Yeah, it was 2023, 420. That's when I quit.
What about vapes?
Oh no, I smoke mad weed. Ganja man coming to kick the wick in the flow. Scene flower.
Said vapes.
Yeah, I do a little bit of vape too when I gotta like can't be stinky when I can't link up and stink up. I just pull the vape up.
Sorry, also.
But no nicotine. Nicotine's out of my system finally. That's like worse than crack. And I've smoked
really
something
is, bro.
similar to crack, but yeah.
Autonomous sensory meridian response, ASMR.
What is it?
ASMR. Oh, just ASMR. It's like when you like hearing something, like it either relaxes you or puts you in a trance, like the sound of something.
No, I know
There's people
what
that like.
it is. I just don't know what it stood for. I missed it.
Oh, autonomous sensory meridian response.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's when
So it's
your mouth is basically eating the freaking mic and it's like making up close and personal sounds. The first time I ran into that on Twitch,
baby.
bro. I know you've been seeing that ASMR with the ear microphone looking thing. Oh my god, bro, cringe, super cringe.
it's yeah, it appeals to your autonomous senses. So the senses that you don't have control over, like when you get goosebumps, or you feel cold or whatever, anxiety.
This pump is giving me
Pretty sure that's what
anxiety.
that is. Yeah, man, I know.
Interesting.
Dude, I've just been scooping and I am like moving up in wallet count. It's kind of amazing, but I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
Wait, you're scooping up some more? So you ended up selling?
No, I haven't sold once.
And you're not underwater?
Oh, I'm way underwater.
Okay. I was gonna say, bro, what's the secret?
Yeah, I'm like 60K underwater dollars.
Yeah, you get it back, bro.
Oh, you'd be all right.
Oh, guys, I need it, man. I gotta get it, guys. I mean, I got
He's
a good
in,
play off
dude.
Doge. I faded out of Doge. I got a good play off Doge too. But I mean, I didn't. Yeah, I mean, I told you the cat sold around 17 and a half, and then I got back into 20, 21, so it's all good. Hey, I can't do what, I can't blame anything but the cat, so I can't control the cat either. I'm telling you that he just headbutted my hand, and I had the trade armed, and it was just like click. But yo, no push-ups, Joe. I'm not regretting, and don't try to pull me in your regrets. No regrets, Joe. No regrets. No push-ups. Oh, you sound like you were trying to pull me in your shoulda,
like-
coulda, wouldas.
There's like we've got a few people watching. 284 people. Damn. What's up? Hit the like button. I wanna
Smashy, smashy.
see if we can actually. Does it actually give you a live update of the likes? I don't think it does.
No,
Might.
you gotta refresh.
You got to refresh? Oh, okay.
Yeah, refresh.
Mhm. I'm
164.
seeing 126. Okay, let me check it.
164.
Yeah, they're starting to come in now.
Looks like all the Google investors want Google to go crypto friendly. They're saying AI is not enough. I heard people talking about Google earlier. There's some people that invested, right? They might jump into crypto. Who knows?
They had their earnings today.
Yeah,
They did all right. They did all right. It popped.
Yeah.
Now it's just going sideways.
He's such an unk. Does that mean I'm old?
Yo,
Yeah,
get this.
I
You know
guess I
that
am.
Unk. Yeah, you're an Unk. Definitely. You're an Unk. Whatever
Yeah,
happened to
I
crypto
mean, I've
Unk?
got.
Remember?
Oh yeah, crypto unk. Yeah.
He had the dope beats. Or no, he
Well, I
did the
am actually.
animations.
Yeah, he did. He did. I am actually an uncle, like 4 times an uncle. I've got 4 nieces and nephews. Well,
Yeah, so get this. Remember that kidnap that happened in New York not too long ago, like 3 weeks ago or a month ago? So the judge was like, okay, I'll give you guys $1 million bails. These are the kidnappers. The judge is like, you guys can get out of jail with $1 million, but you can't pay in Bitcoin. And all these guys got is like crypto, and they can't really get in cash right now because they have no way to cash out. They have no onboard because they're locked up, I guess, and they have no connect. Kind of wild, right? The judge is like, and the judge probably knows they have some hidden Bitcoin, and the judge did that just to really, screw with them. Oh yeah, $1 million. You just can't pay with Bitcoin.
hey, do you remember back in like the late 90s? I don't know if this is just an Australian thing, but girls were calling guys snags, SNAG, sensitive new age guy. Did you
That's
guys
me.
have that in the US?
I think
Yeah,
I'm a
yeah.
sensitive new age guy.
Yeah.
So
There you
I'm
go.
just kidding.
It's called
I-
it's called different, different. I guess something called different.
It's called soy boys.
It's,
It's like, no.
it's off trend now. It's definitely off trend. You know,
It's
it's not. That's not what. Yeah,
It's called
snags. Girls aren't
softies.
looking for snags.
They don't want softies.
What do you? What do they call them? Casanovas and like people that are real, all that kind
Oh,
of
so
stuff.
Rico Suaves.
Yeah, Pepe Le Pews.
Dude, Pepe Le Pew would be in
Pepe.
jail. Like if Pepe Le Pew was around right now, like
Yeah.
that's
For
like
real,
harassment straight up.
True. Yeah, he's too much. He's too much.
He's like he doesn't know
Doing
that
too
no
much.
means no. He's-
Oh dear. Greybeard here. How y'all doing?
I
Miss
digress.
Greybeard.
I digress.
I digress. Yeah.
So there's a lot of people saying, all right, July was bullish. I mean, I had a really good feeling that July was going to be bullish, and I love that July was bullish. And now they're saying August is going to be a wreck.
Perfect.
I don't believe it.
I love
That's
it when
good
they
though.
say that.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good. It's fuel. It's
I
fuel
was
for
going to
them to
say,
prove
yep,
them wrong. Yeah.
eat those shorts.
Yeah. Yeah. Put your bearishness where your mouth is. Put it on the table, and we'll liquidate it. Like we have been doing for 3 years now.
So right now, BNY is partnering with Goldman Sachs. There's all these banks, they're getting in. They don't care that Bitcoin's 100. Like, all right, they might try to be like, maybe we could scoop it up 90, 100, who knows? But you can see institutional money's coming in. It doesn't matter if it's 120, 110, 100. It's like they're trying to jump the gun for Atkins to put out the framework. I think that's just my opinion.
Getting close to the daily close, huh? 5 minutes?
Yep.
Yeah. So who's the Atkins person? Are they in government or?
Paul Atkins, that's the man with the master
Oh,
plan
Paul
in his
Atkins.
hand. That's who.
Oh yeah, that guy.
That's who pushed over the Gensler
Yes.
or replaced him.
Yeah, he's got all those applications on his desk waiting for his stamp of approval. All those ETFs.
Yeah.
Have you noticed BlackRock has been kind of quiet with ETF applications? They haven't really been posting any.
But they had.
I don't even know if they have any
They do
at the moment.
They have some
They do?
past ones, but I think all of theirs have passed. Like
Yeah.
the main ones are Bitcoin
Oh yeah.
and Ethereum. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's no pending BlackRock ones.
They
'cause
filed
they
one
haven't
recently.
posted any.
I can't
Oh,
remember if
did
it
they?
was for Solana or XRP. I
Ah.
can't remember which one. It was
Is it?
something BlackRock filed.
There is an image I put in the side chat, like that shows like the schedule.
There's a really
Most of it's
bullish.
grayscale. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a really bullish interview on CNBC with Paul Atkins not too long ago, and he was just like talking about the Genius Act, and then he said, you know, it's like this stamp of approval for stable coins, basically, that is given from him and the U.S. government, is that you know, there he basically said it out in the open. It's going to mitigate market risk somehow, you know. So he's kind of trying to make these institutional money people coming in a little more comfortable by saying these things. And he said it in that interview. He's like, this is going to be important. They're going to, you know, mitigate market risk. And for the first time, government's been given its stamp of approval for stable coins. We don't know what stable coins, and that's going to be the trick, you know. And I think USDC got a green light. You know, I don't know about USDT. And there could be a little shakeup. Imagine if like something happens with USDT just because people FUD it because USDC gets the green light and USDT doesn't. It could still, you know, do some ugly things. You know, some crazy things could happen. But I'm not trying to FUD anything, of course. But this whole thing with Atkins right now, it's like he's so bullish on Bitcoin and Ethereum. And he said that the Ethereum blockchain is like the key component for a lot of digital assets. So he admitted in that interview. And he said, like, you know, everything that's going to be tokenized are not necessarily securities, but he recognized that most of them are going to be on Ethereum. And he said it's not a security, just like Bitcoin. He said neither of them. He confirmed it, but and that was like that's a bombshell. So like during the interview, it's like a lot of people just went under the radar that that's a bombshell right there that he confirmed on CNBC. Ethereum's not a security, just like Bitcoin. And he said Ethereum blockchain is a component for other digital assets. And it's like it's on. It's a green light right there.
Here come the buyers. Come on. Come on. Keep it coming.
Keep talking that bullish stuff, Drury. Making bitty
You know it, baby. Gains.
These are the firms that have applications. So you got like, I won't read them out, but there's an image out there circulating that has all the like Grayscale, Van Eck, Canary, 21 shares, all that stuff.
Fuck family. Look
No
at all this
BlackRock. Come on,
platform. I
BlackRock.
don't even know which fucking train it is.
Yo, 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 open mic.
Whoa, open mic.
Big buys coming in, big buys. Watch out.
Yeah, come on, Biddy. Reclaim that 120 level, 120K. Oh, 1 minute left of the daily candle. 1 minute. And S&P 500, like the post market, I think closes on the daily candle of TradingView. Let me have a look.
Yeah, I found his quote. So this is quote unquote. Similar to Bitcoin, I mean, the SEC has stated informally, more than formally, that Ether is not a security. And so, but it's obviously the ETH blockchain is a very key component for a lot of other digital currencies. So he clarified that ETH is good to go.
Bonk as moving.
There you go. That's the daily close right now. Boom.
Yep.
Yeah, in the Bonk Launchpad, they did a thing with they're giving creators 1% or something like that. Like something, I don't know if it's 1%. They're doing buybacks to maybe whether in Bonk or one of these creator projects that are launched on the Bonk Launchpad, but something that was really bullish on the timeline about Bonk Launchpad giving 1% to its creators today. That happened like 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago.
Bonk is above its 200. One of the first odds to be above the 200 right now. Woo, and hauling ass.
Sprinting out the gate. Where's the dust settling now? Now that the I think it's a funding checkpoint too, isn't it? Once the daily candle closes, that's also a like a funding round. Every 8 hours, there's a funding.
Yep, it is.
Yeah. Down to the 1 minute. Oh.
Big buys coming in, big buys coming in. Watch out.
Also look so weak. Check on Ada.
Bitcoin's trying to set the tone here and let everyone know it's okay, you know? Don't be frightened, child.
It looks like it's breaking out of a symmetrical triangle on the 6 hour, 12 hour, 4 hour.
Yeah, I see the one you're
It's trying to,
talking
at
about.
least. Just needs to get a little bit higher, and it will technically be over that angular resistance.
I want to see it get above 120 convincingly. Then it'll be like game on. That'd be awesome. Cool thing is it can get that done very quickly, like inside of 1 hour, if it really wanted to. Get one of those super pump candles. That's not an expectation, Bitcoin. That's just an invitation. You do what you want to do. You take your time.
Yeah, even if you want to hang out here for a while, that's cool. Just hang out, you know. Take off your shoes,
Yeah.
kick up your feet.
Just don't go home. Yeah,
Yeah,
don't go
chill
back
out.
home now.
Relax. Grab a drink.
That's right.
Because that's all the alts need is, you know, Bitcoin not to do anything drastic on the downside. I think for them to slowly pick up the pace.
How's old brother Ethereum going?
It should be warming up. I think either that or blow off top would be the best for like a dominance kind of, you know, it seems like Bitcoin's waiting, wants to accumulate dominance again. But to get under 60% dominance, I think it would have to do a really crazy blow off top and wake up to those like 130, 140 levels. And after that, then we can see big profits being took from a lot of positions that got in at 75, 80, 90, 100K. And then the big trickle down shall begin.
Trickle down economics. Trickle down profits.
We kind of have a trickle down narratives in a way.
Yeah.
And grouping the way, you know, things trickle down in groups.
Yeah, definitely. Bitcoin's definitely the front door to the crypto market for the new fiat currencies coming in, and then like every other coin is like the bedrooms inside the house, the crypto house. But yeah, Ethereum is a big living room, one of the big rooms.
So Bitcoin's pointing down. Look at Bonk. It doesn't want. It doesn't want to go. I don't want to go down. I don't want.
Oh well, I'm gonna have to re-aim at that XRP position because I just got
Yeah,
stopped out in
I'm gonna
profit
go
on
to
that
bed,
one.
guys. Hopefully we get a proper bounce when I wake up.
Yeah, get some rest, guys.
Have a good night, Jay.
Sweet dreams, baby doll.
Trade safe. Trade very safe, man.
Those phone calls. Good
Yeah.
night, bro.
Love you.
Love you too, bro.
Damn, that made me feel cringe.
It's funny.
You have to be comfortable in your skin to be able to say that to another man.
You do.
I
You
just
got
try to
issues.
I just try to break the ice to see if I could do it. I was able to do it, but it hurt. It hurt.
It made my I gotta admit, it made my shoulder like kind of
Comfortable or curious?
uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable. Good thing my girlfriend didn't hear that. All right, pause. Bitcoin's pumping.
Come on, Betty. XRP's teasing me to chase it now that it's stopped me out. Isn't that a classic?
Yep.
Once you get stopped out, it's like, oh, cool, we dealt with him. Let's go. We kicked him off the train. Now we can go.
I already took my initials out of Bitcoin, so it doesn't really matter anymore. All this is profit now.
Profits.
No stress. If I'm gonna go to bed, I want to make sure at least my initials are out. I don't lose any money.
The viewer count has bumped up a little there. 291 people now.
Yeah, so what I'm reading is that the SEC granted then halted approval for XRP ETF.
That was
Right?
yesterday, Drew.
So what's up with that though? That's kind of bizarre, right?
It is very weird. Like, what the hell? What are they doing?
So they just halted?
Yeah, immediately.
Well, Citadel's been opening their mouth and they're telling the SEC, like, guys, can you please slow down? And Citadel, they got a little bit of weight, but they've been asking the SEC to slow down. They're like, you guys are going too fast with these tokenization processes and everything. Please slow down. But if we do have another super cycle, it'd have to be, Ethereum to lead it, right?
I think so. That's how it's sort of played in the past, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty big news, though, for Atkins to say that on the interview.
Cool. Use all the good news we can get. I don't know about you guys, but July has been great for me.
The beginning and the beginning of July up until mid-July was great. And
yeah.
Luckily, I didn't give back everything that I made, but I'm almost about to give up everything that I made in early July. This last position, I'm underwater. But luckily, I had a few good trades in early July.
Is it something you're willing to ride out?
Yeah.
Because you're on spot, right? So you're happy to just sit tight? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to ride this out. Unless I see some craziness with Bitcoin or Ethereum dropping and breaking structure, yeah, I'll ride this out. I think Solana's going to push too pretty soon. That's going to help. Once Solana's finished pushing, I think a lot of the Solana coins are going to get a little bit of that love too.
Drew, you still in Dodge?
Right now, I faded out most of my position, but I'm looking to buy back.
Buy Penguin instead. NFA.
It's a little too hot right here.
They're making me chase it, man. XRP's making it's inviting me to do it.
What's XRP? 318? 314?
Yeah, 317.60-ish.
You think this is chasing right now?
Oh well. Not really. I think chasing would be if it gets above 320 and you're trying to open longs in it, but yeah.
Depends.
Depends.
317 to 308, 309 is fair.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
Dominance creeped up a little bit.
Yeah. It sure did.
Bear back.
I might have to go make myself a little bit of a coffee.
Hey, it's winter time in Australia, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah.
Man, we're hot over here.
Yeah. Our winters aren't that bad though. They're pretty mild. They're not freezing like you guys in the US. Especially like East Coast and in the north. I've never even been in proper winter before, to be honest. Never seen snow. Yeah.
You thinking about coming over here and visiting?
100%. Yeah, man. I'm planning like a road trip around the US after this bull market. But for now, I got to lock in on this. I got to focus. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to seeing the world. Got the passport ready.
Yeah, I heard that guy talking. He'd been traveling for a couple of years last night.
Yep. Yep.
Sounds like I'm missing out.
Yeah, me too. I want to see the world, adventure. It'd be pretty cool to see the pyramids one day. Another surreal place would be Machu Picchu in Peru. Place up in the mountains. It's like an ancient site.
Yeah, that Mount Fuji, that looks pretty cool.
Oh yeah, Japan would be awesome. Also want to go to which is not far, New Zealand. I'm a fan of Lord of the Rings and all the scenery, like all the shots from there. That looks beautiful. The mountains and the fields and the valleys.
Just let us know when you want to come to New Zealand, bro. We'll look after you.
Oh, definitely, man. Yeah, I imagine all those
Does
like
this crew
landscape.
actually do meetups? Like where everybody has like meetups and they do stuff?
I think people in our community have met up before, like in the US from prior cycles, but me being in Australia, I haven't. Oh no, I have met one person through crypto that was living in the same city as me in Brisbane.
We should
Went and
all do a
grabbed a
mass
beer.
thing where we go around to the world. And then like, each person from that area shows everybody something cool from that area.
It'd be pretty cool.
Like a big round trip.
Yep.
Sounds great. If
I
anyone's
remember
up in
that.
Greece, let me know.
There was a similar conversation back in the last bull market where everyone was like, "Yeah, let's meet up in the Pacific Ocean in our power yachts, like in our big luxury yachts, because we've made so much money in crypto." That hasn't happened yet. Not yet.
How'd those steaks turn out?
Oh man, so good. Yeah,
They
hit the
look good.
spot. Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm glad I got back into XRP right now. Like, I got stopped out, then I chased a new entry, and it's come on, come up, come on up, please.
Sounds like me at the horse race, like betting on the horses.
It's not as nice as my other entry, but hey, it's something. I got in where I fit in.
That's a nice XRP
So
handle.
Yeah, 317.50 is my new one. Yeah.
So are you thinking this is a good time to buy right now? Like for the continuation
I don't
of
want to
the
advise anything.
not
Yeah.
short.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
not as
it
advice,
could be,
just
dude. Yeah, well, if you want to know what
opinion.
I did, yes, I got into XRP, but I mean, some other alts might be a better option. Like, it just depends on what your goals, like what kind of performance you're looking for.
I'm pretty heavy in right now from the last dip on a bunch of volts.
The important thing is knowing where to cut it if it doesn't work out. You know, as long as you got that in place, you should be all right. I mean, that's what we're all here for, right? We're all here to trade, or at least make money out of crypto. So, yeah, man, get in where you fit in and use risk management.
Your alts are popping.
Try not to give the market back any of your money.
Got back in on Fartcoin.
You're in fart
Yeah.
coin? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every time I think about getting into that coin, it underperforms with me. And then whenever I get out,
You have to really know it's rhythm.
It's rhythm,
Fartcoin
yeah.
isn't in rhythms. When it's going on a downtrend, don't even try to trade it. Like when it's ready and it hits a major EMA, then that's the only time you should join. But it will pay. It will pay if you wait. Always pays up.
I'll put a couple bucks into it, see what happens.
Come on, Bunky.
Me, I got
Let's
in.
go. What you got in where?
I got into a couple alts.
Nice. Yeah, I'm with big caps and stuff. Soul is going for the 50 finally.
Hey, Solana.
Wow, big buys. Look at that.
Again, I got in 12 minutes past the hour. What is it now? 20 minutes past the hour.
Really hope we're at a bond.
There you go. That's Fartcoin. So if you you wait for Fartcoin, it retests major EMAs, it'll push. All other times, it'll just mess up your wallet. It'll mess up your bag, trust me.
That's what we want. Come on. Keep it up.
XRP got over that 320 bump.
Oh, thank God. Yeah.
What's our
That was a
bear
test.
or our bullish
should
trigger?
It should go test that previous all-time high now.
Bullish trigger for me is like structure breaks, like back
Send
to
it.
the upside. So
Well,
a
didn't we already
structure
do
break
that?
is when you get above an old high. Technically, yeah, because this was a point of structure back here, and yep, we got above it, but this dip stopped me out, and then I had to chase it and get a worse entry. But
And
man,
same
it's
with
better to
Fartcoin.
be
I
in
was
late.
originally bottom, but it broke down. But it was able to keep itself in the right EMA. So yeah, came back in. Right. So the reversal is Asia time reversal. So Asia Thursday, not US.
US and Asia just helps it.
Yeah, Asia time, good time.
So right now it's Asia Thursday, correct?
Yep.
No, I quit doing that. During that last thing in December. Yeah, I feel like the market knew. You know, like this feeling real.
Something friction.
It's
It was
those
a
Bogdanov
U-turn.
twins.
Yeah, for example, Fartcoin. The first 5 minutes of that candle, it was red. It retracted itself from a green candle. It retracted red. On minute 8, that's when whales and big wallets start buying. They want to see first what the first half of the candle will look like before they make their buys. That's why when you come too early on an opening candle, it feels like the candle goes the complete opposite direction that you put it in. You'll see, like for a 15-minute candle, watch the 8-minute, 5-minute, and the 2-minute. And when you reach those points in the candle, you'll see a sudden burst of volume on those time frames. And then a last flurry at 1 minute. Same with Bitcoin. Bitcoin can like hold the price. You won't see anything happen until the last minute of the 15-minute candle. Because that's smart, right? You don't want to put your bag in while everything's like kind of volatile in the first few minutes. You want to make sure that it is actually going the right direction. That's why I make it a habit. I wait for at least the 10 or 9-minute mark. If it can hold itself green around that time in the 15-minute candle, then I come in. Like for example, this next candle in Bonk, I'm pretty sure the next candle will come out and it will create a retest candle again. It will be red. So it just like kind of scares everybody. And then in around 10-minute mark to 8-minute mark, it'll start pushing. That's why I know how you feel, because like I used to have that question until my mentor pointed it out, and every single time, like I would watch if it happens. That's what happens, especially on a bullish trend. They will try to fake you out in the first few minutes. So for example, right now, like Bitcoin retracted, it's approaching the minute mark. Now it knows its identity. Now you can see a sudden burst in volume, pushing the price up again. It's a neat little trick that I found out. Guys, careful on Bitcoin in the next few candles. That's a double top on the RSI. It might want to take a rest and maybe rest here on the 200. So it might be good to put your stop losses in or raise them into profit.
Thanks for reminding me, dude. I need to do that.
It's finally above that range, and it's finally going for that liquidity.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some
liquidity. Liquidity.
Liquidity.
How are we feeling?
Yeah, next resistance.
Substantially better, I'm guessing, with a green candle to look at.
I'm sleepy.
Bro,
I've
100%.
been waiting all night. A little better. I'm just happy that it was able to hold itself above the 200. That was a nice thing to see.
Oh, come on, Biddy. You got this.
Oh, she's going. She didn't get pent up that whole time down there to not make a move. Question is, does it get through this 860 Bitcoin in one go, or do we retrace and retest the top of the accumulation?
Yeah.
Guess we can change this to a triple bottom now.
You call that accumulation right there?
I mean, it's either accumulation or distribution, right? It's the breakout that makes it. If this comes back into the range and is just a deviation, then that would be a spring out of a Wyckoff distribution A, which means you keep going down. Right? If it was upside down, right, and you got that swipe out, came back in, you would expect it to pop and keep going. So we still got to prove that move out of that range. We didn't really get, excuse me, triple bottom is good bottom, but we didn't get a swing fail or a, you know, the liquidity sweep down the bottom. I'd have a little bit more confidence if we had popped, and then, but it's a new breakout. We still got some time to prove it. Just glad to be out of that box.
I agree.
I thought we were in the weekend trap or something.
I'm gonna make some pancakes. I'll be back.
That was a rough day today.
It was, man. It very, very much was not easy.
Is
A lot of
ETH
odd and
still
uneven.
showing your fractal, Dbloc?
Yeah, it'd be really hard to invalidate that ETH. Oh wait, you mean ETH BTC or ETH?
You had a fractal for ETH, right?
I had one for ETH BTC. Give me a second, I'll show you.
That a DJ move, Mew.
So we had this fractal for ETH BTC. Remember we were following this thing. And it looked perfect on that dip. Right when we got to this range where I had the circle, I said, I feel like this is where the fractal breaks. Because this part of the fractal happened because of COVID. Right? Everything up till then fit perfectly. But then we got to the part where we were supposed to get a lower low. Or at least, well, a higher low overall, but a lower low on what we had gotten. Chances are this doesn't play out because this happened during COVID. So what I was saying, if anybody can remember at the time, was the best thing that we could do, in my opinion, was to take this price action and take this price action and marry it and get rid of the COVID lows. Right? And if we were to do that, then that's what it would look like. I wish I cared enough about proving that I'd go back and search through the 12 hours of footage to find it. Which is what I mean by, like, I'm probably a pretty shit YouTuber, because that would be a nice clip to have. But that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, I remember you doing that one.
So basically sideways Foggers types, if the fractal says anything.
Well, we would have a little bit of accumulation before a continuation. I mean, if we were to take the rest of the fractal, right? Because all we were trying to do by finding that fractal was seeing where this thing sort of ends at, right? But if we were to take the rest of the fractal, and again, I don't expect it to follow. The only reason that I thought the fractal had any validity is because we were touching down, and chances are with the indecision, it would probably follow because people would mimic. But at this point, like I said, with COVID and everything, it's pretty much not useful in my opinion, but just for shits and giggles, since we've gone this far. Right, so again, if we were to do the same thing, and we were to get rid of this price action in the middle. Actually, let me just do that. I'm dumb. That would have been easy to do. Give me a second. So if we just take that, and we put that back where it belongs, get it as neat as possible, and bring this price action over.
119.
So this is what it would look like. This would be the price action that we just had. And then you would have a retracement to the top of the bull flag before it continued. The only difference is that this in time happened way earlier in the cycle. I don't think we have enough time in the cycle to sit here and go sideways forever on ETH BTC. But what it does basically is it pops up and it creates a bigger bull flag before, you know, continuing to move. If you want my honest opinion, we don't have the volume or the liquidations that we need to push hard enough to break that wall on the first attempt right now as it stands. If the tape lights up the way we've been seeing it light up with, you know, 100 Bitcoin buys, then that's a different story. But just sort of do the math, right? Add up all the Bitcoin that's being bought and then add to it the Bitcoin from these liquidations, and it has to add to more than 860 or we will get rejected from that wall. And so it's about absorption. But more importantly than anything, we've established bullish momentum. Right, if you're following the 13 and the 50 strategy on the 15, which is a little later, right? It should be on the 5, but even on the 15, you would have got in right here. Right, on the 5 minute, you would have got slightly earlier entry. Not by much. But the important thing is that we're not ranging around the 50 anymore. We've picked a direction and we're gone, right? So momentum is bullish at this point. Yeah, it's still there. It's split up into a couple buys. I mean, a couple sells. Well, let me see how much is left, actually. We might have already eaten through some of that. Or they might have gotten scared and got out of the way. If it was just meant to defend a short position, then we'll see that it moved. Yeah, More than half of it is gone. Let's see, from 119 to like 120, you've got maybe 500. So let's just put that big buy wall that's there, that 364. Some of the bears are getting out of the way. It's interesting. Definitely makes it a lot easier to get through there. That 640 should still be there. 49. Oh. Yeah, roughly. Grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Thank the Lord. I think that W is finally going to play out. Jeepers Croker.
Ooh.
What's the measure move for that? It's like 120. Got to be at least that previous high.
All-time high, baby.
No.
No, I don't know.
I just want the measure move for the W that we made today. I don't even care. I'm not holding this position past tomorrow or Friday. It's not happening. I don't care if I'm only up 1%. I'm selling on Friday. I'm not dealing with this horse shit anymore.
What's Friday? Like, why is Friday the mark for you?
Weekend trap.
Because there's probably going to be another weekend trap. And if it's lower than we are on Friday, then I'm going to get out. And then, I mean, at the bottom of it, if the false move out of that one is up and we end up going down and there's a 3-day down, chances are we're going to fill that CME gap that's been defended for like 2.5 weeks now. And if that happens, I can get a way better entry. So there's no point in holding it. I'm not talking about like your spot positions or whatever. I'm talking about just a leverage swing.
All right.
I don't like to hold
Okay.
anything on leverage more than like a week if I don't have to. I've already been holding this for 2 days, so. But holding through the weekend also sucks. Even if there's a chance
Oh,
that
so
the false
you're
move.
under the water right now.
No, I'm in the profit,
Oh.
but I don't. I'm gonna take profit. I'm not gonna sit through the whole weekend with a friggin' position open because I might. The high of Friday, right? This Friday, whatever the high is put in this Friday, is very likely to be the high of the week.
Guys, I have a
Why?
question.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm just trying to learn.
Okay, I have a question.
Stick
If we look at
around.
the
You'll learn more. You'll learn more about the weekend trap if you stick around. Trust me. It gets mentioned
okay,
real frequently.
that's
Sorry.
exactly
Go.
the topic that I want to talk about. If you look at the chart in 50 minutes,
Well,
isn't this a Friday, a normal Saturday? I've seen that trap a million times. You're gonna swipe up, go down,
swipe
swing
down and then
failure,
stay in the middle.
swing failure, and you're gonna pump.
Yeah, you stay in between the high and the low of Friday, and then you decide which direction the false
No,
move is.
no,
You either.
no. Okay, I get it, but I'm talking like right now.
It's not the weekend.
Right, but that's the pattern that I have in my head right now.
Okay, well, I mean, if there is okay, so you're talking about reaching the all-time highs again?
Nope. I'm talking about a rejection in the wall. Go down, swipe that 3 pins that we did. Swing failure on that floor, and then we pump.
I don't know. I
Basically,
hope not.
he's saying we're getting the weekend action right now. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of, yeah.
I
Look at
I
just
hope not
look at the chart
because
and look at the bot. It's exactly the same move.
all right, here's why I don't think so, because we're in the 3-day up scenario because the false move from the end of the last weekend drop is down. So we should be in a
We have
3-day
time.
up.
We have time.
And the low of the day today was higher than the low of the day on Monday night.
Yeah,
So
but
that means the 3-day up is
we
still
close
active.
below.
And
We close below our support. So
yeah, but that doesn't really have to do with the weekend drop. Like as long
no,
as
no,
you're
no.
higher.
I know. It looks like this exactly the same pattern right now.
All
I'm
right,
just
if you're
watching
seeing this,
Bitcoin right
if
now,
you're
and
seeing the
it's
same
fluent.
fractal, all right, if you're seeing the same fractal or pattern or whatever, that's one thing. But like, it's not the weekend trap if it's not the weekend. They
Yeah,
do the weekend trap specifically to to make sure that there's not too much volume over the weekend.
Yeah, when they want just to take some liquidity. That's a moneymaker structure.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I would try to go more in depth, but like if it, like I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question, but I actually gotta go. I'll be back later on.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm going to dinner.
Oh, okay. Where are you going?
Bon appetit, my friend.
The 99.
Cent store?
Yeah. Gonna get me
I'm
some
just
peanut
kidding.
butter and jelly. All right.
Well, you have a
Anyway,
good time, man.
all right. Thanks. Catch you guys later.
Adios.
lows. I didn't catch the bottom. I was a few thousand in the hole, which is kind of normal for my positions. And it suddenly just closed out of nowhere. I had no stop loss. I had
Wait, are you on BitUnix?
Blowfin.
Did you get
It's doing
liquidated?
that to me right now on BitUnix.
No, it says the support says it says that you did a market close. I was like, well, I had no stop loss on this. I had double confirmation for a close all for the close all button. It just closed. That's thousands of dollars just instantly down the drain, and that was a hedge position. So it's just bizarre. I had Bybit back in the day do this to me. They would just start closing my positions if they were too long.
You said that was Blowfin, right?
Yeah, Blowfin.
Oh yeah, if you go on Reddit, there's other people saying exactly what you just said.
Yep.
Really? That's crazy.
Okay, so Blowfin has a bot that when it feels that if you're over leveraged, it closes your trade. That's why I don't use Blowfin anymore. Binance has it, but Binance actually sends you an email first before closing your trade. They didn't send you an email?
I don't know.
Check your email for I don't know, for confirmation, because usually when a trade closes, an email goes to your you get an email about your trade being closed, right? It's in MEXC, they do that all the time. Like when I get my TPs, or like when I'm like away from like I always get emails from MEXC about my take profits, my SLs, everything. Check if they emailed you about closing that trade. If they didn't, then they have to give you your money back. Yeah. Thank you.
Was it in profit or not in profit?
He said he was down a couple thousand.
It wasn't in profit, but I got no email.
That's not necessarily
tell 'em
true
that.
either, guys. I've seen positions get auto deleveraged with no notification.
Oh.
Just they will tell you if that's what happened though. You've got to contact support and figure
Yeah,
out
they
exactly
have
what's
to tell
going
you.
on.
Because Binance usually emails me if something's if they're planning to deleverage a position.
That happened to you, right, Gloomy? When that position got auto deleveraged, they didn't. Yeah, they'll tell you after exactly.
So supposedly there was a worker that used to work for MEXC, and I'm guessing the same thing for other exchanges as well, where employees were paid to just look for trades that were over leveraged that didn't look right and just basically close them out or liquidate them.
I mean, the thing is that it's in the terms of service, right? And is that
It is?
ethical? Yeah, if you go into terms of service, it tells you the exchange has the right to close any of your trades at any given time if they feel like, especially on leverage, right? That's not going to happen to you on spot. But on leverage, they will make decisions, right? And the metrics that they use to make those decisions on what trades need to be deleveraged seem to be arbitrary. Basically saying that they're protecting themselves from you.
Well, don't they make money when it goes down and gets liquidated?
They make money when they auto deleverage you too. Either way, they're making money on transactions.
What's up, Dbloc? How's your night going?
Good, man. Good. Just juggling a bunch of shit. Crazy day.
What's going on? Do you want to talk about it?
We've been talking about it all day. Talking about the charts.
Oh, I thought you were talking about real life.
Nah.
This is as real as it gets, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is real life to me. I know what you mean, though. In the
This is my
physical,
only
not the virtual.
reality.
I don't trade leverage anymore.
Yeah.
0 F out there, right?
Well, that says a lot about your guys' wallets.
That's why I always say, go to the gym when you can.
Beautiful blue sky day in Australia right now, where I am. From that rain bomb that happened yesterday afternoon. Are you guys still getting snow in the north? This late into winter, or this part of winter? Oh wait, you guys are in summer. Sorry, my bad. Never mind.
I state that I have to remove myself from any winter conversations until I get the hell out of Miami.
Yeah.
Why
I
would
would
you do
imagine
that, D?
Miami.
Why would you leave Miami, man?
I'll be honest with you, bro. I miss the seasons. I would much rather have like a 6 month cold. Because like a 6 month cold, 6 month hot cycle again.
I don't know. I have this feeling that, in theory, it sounds like you miss it, but once you're out there and you're actually dealing with that snow again,
Well, don't get
maybe
me
about the
wrong.
second or third time.
There's a big
Yeah.
difference having to get up, go out in your pajamas, heat the car up, take the ice off the, drive through the traffic in the snow and have like a regular 9 to 5 work life. That's completely different. That I wouldn't do ever again.
Yeah, maybe now with a different financial situation, life would definitely be different, and
New
you're
York's not
more
the
on
place
the.
to. New York. Well, if I live up north, it's gonna be New York, and New York's not the place to live. Not the place to make it. It's a place to go once you've made it. Especially with the way they feel about crypto. All the money in the world isn't gonna put me back in the city until they handle some of that bullshit regulations. I love the city, but I'll love it at a distance.
The mayor keeps trying to, push New York City as, crypto friendly, but they have this one guy right now who's up and coming who I don't know anything about, but his personal take is on crypto, and it can't be good. Not to get into politics or anything, but it just doesn't sound like he's going to be crypto friendly thus far.
What do you guys think about California passing that law where they can take your crypto if you haven't done anything in 3 years? I think that's crazy.
I feel like we're missing part of that story. The details.
Well, you guys don't know?
I'm saying there's something that you're leaving out. I'm willing to bet everything I have that there's no law that lets them take your crypto if you haven't done anything for a year. Where there's something missing there.
Yeah, so if you don't sell, buy, or add, or anything to the position, if it's basically labeled dormant after 3 years, they can seize it, and the exchange has to give it to the government.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard.
Oh, look it up.
Sounds right. If
It's
you're
real. It
hodling.
happened. It's
So is that passed or just proposed? Like that,
it
is that
passed in California. Trump got mad about it. It was the whole
oh
thing.
right?
Yeah, and the
So
market dumped
good.
for a little bit. This was what, maybe about a month ago, I'm pretty sure.
So a remedy to that would be like if you are a long-term holder, just accumulate, like add to it in the bear,
Yeah.
or like
I mean, you
add
can
to
add
it
just
every now
$1
and then.
and you're good.
Yeah, you can just add $10 or whatever. Keep it alive, keep it active.
I think you guys are looking it up right now. I thought you guys would have knew about that. I'm surprised I knew that and you guys didn't. I really am.
I did hear about it, but I didn't really dig into it. But yeah, man,
I don't
that
live in
doesn't
California.
What
sound very
loads of
nice.
people are here for, right? To transfer information and educate each other. So you said it's on exchanges.
California, man. Anything is possible in California.
Well,
Sounds like a money grab.
why don't you just take it off exchanges?
Yeah, that's the solution. Yeah, go to your own custody, self-custody. It's the solution to a lot of problems, self-custody. But you have to trust yourself with the keys and with all this, the management of it.
If you leave your
It's
crypto on exchanges for 3 years, you don't deserve it. The dumbest thing anybody could do.
Ouch. Ouch.
Self-custody, guys, not your keys, not your crypto.
it's kind of nerve-wracking having money on an exchange that's not even on the home soil. Like that's like a bit wild. Like when it starts getting to like serious size, you're like, oh damn.
You guys might hate me, but I've been letting my bots run on Blowfin for like 2.5 years. I never done anything with it.
The
Just
active
letting it
trade, though, that's
accumulate.
different. Active trade is different. Just letting them hold crypto, like buying spot and just letting the exchange hold your crypto because you just don't want to open a wallet or something. Or that's like a crazy third-party risk.
I don't know how to do that whole. I do get worried because
Self-custody?
everyone keeps saying that their accounts get like canceled or something because they find out you're using a VPN. I do worry about that, but it's never happened to me.
It's always a risk.
Self-custody would be the way.
Yeah, and if it happens, what's the solution for you?
I don't know. I guess I have to get an ID in that one small country.
Well,
have any of you done that?
Getting an idea. What are you talking about? Passports elsewhere, like a foreign passport.
Yeah.
He's talking about in Palu.
Yeah, Palu. Yeah, that one.
They're closing all of
It's
those
like that's
loopholes
where.
in real time.
Yeah.
But that
If
was
you
the
don't have
big
one of
thing when Mexi cut off Americans. Everybody was trying to get their Palau ID. Crazy. It's like a bunch of junkies lined up for a. It's like, I need to get this so I can get my fix. This country lets me do my drugs.
There's a lot of countries that have have those options, but yeah, as you're saying, they're tightening the noose sort of as the years pass. In Europe, there are a lot of options for like golden visas that aren't really there anymore, and for passports that you can get via like investment, 200,000 worth of property, etc. That's not really as much of a thing anymore.
Is there some kind of rule in the UK for financial advice, or for because in a few videos that I've watched, they stress at the beginning this is not for a UK audience, and then they'll say, not financial advice, rah 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 rah, and it's yeah, there's got to be some law or something, because I don't know why they stress that it's not for a UK audience.
I think they're just doing that whole.
It's weird.
Recently in the UK, they've done the whole there's this idea of education that you need, like a level of education you need before you participate in any of these things. Like I think they're trying to get a lot of these sites to do like surveys or not surveys, like sort of tests to prove like you're sort of literacy, basically, when it comes to trading or whatever financial instrument you're using. So I can imagine it's related to that.
Yeah, and this
But
is
it's the
only
dumbest thing
coming
ever.
from a channel. This is coming from a channel that is in the UK, so they say that it's not for their home
Oh, well,
audience
then,
or
was
something.
there a
Probably
specific
because
thing they
they're
were
because they're probably at the mercy of UK law, I guess, being in the UK, so they have to play by the rules, sort of thing.
No, for sure. Was there anything in particular they were covering? Maybe it's like the subject matter, or was it every video?
Oh no, it's
that?
just crypto video. Like it's all They say it at the beginning of every video, but it's just your typical crypto YouTube channel. Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah, that's
guys, just to add a little bit of clarity to what we were talking about, that California law is being worked on by legislation. It's Assembly Bill AB 1052 and Senate Bill 822. Legislation allows the state to classify crypto assets in inactive custodial accounts, exchanges as unclaimed property if there's no owner activity for 3 years or if mail or electronic communication is returned undeliverable. Listen to this part. It's meant to temporarily transfer the assets to state custody where they will be held in their original crypto form, not liquidated for fiat, until the rightful owner reclaims them. California will act as a custodian, and owners can reclaim their assets by proving ownership for 10 years. The focus on custodial accounts, not cold wallets. Bills aim to modernize California's unclaimed property laws. They do the same thing for your money in the bank. They do the same thing for safety deposit boxes, that sort of shit.
Right.
Okay.
Well, yeah. So there you go. There was always going to be a
With not bears.
There was always going to be a minor, sort of not a minor, but a detail that was
There's
missing
details.
from that.
There's always details there. But I mean, at the end of the day, as a cypherpunk, do I like the idea of that? No. But if your coins are on exchange, then you are a co-signer on that account. They get to decide what they do with that, right? So you really don't. But the state will never be able to come in and do anything with what you have in a cold wallet.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that reminds me of being an
I need to learn
artist
how to
at a
do all that
studio,
crap.
like a movie studio, where they make you sign an NDA, and then they reserve the rights to all of the IP, like all of your ideas.
Yeah.
Go to the studio. You don't get to take them with you.
That's what they did to Kanye. So Kanye got the Adidas deal. They made him head designer. He signed over his soul for that. He gave them rights to his name. He gave them rights to the intellectual property. Gave them rights to his likeness. And when they got rid of him, they gave him a long ass list. You are no longer allowed to make sweats, anything branded, any shoes, sneakers, jackets, anything you ever made for us, and all of your designs are ours. So now when you go on like the Yeezy website, what he's doing is he's selling off all the blanks that he still owns, but he's selling them as blanks. There's no Yeezy branding, and they're literally all $20. He can't make profit. He can't profit. He can't profit on the sales of everything that made him famous, and he did that voluntarily.
That sounds like Michael Jackson and Sony.
It sounds
apparently
like
in the last years of his life, he was trying to get
gonna
away
buy
from
it.
Sony.
He was going to buy Sony. He was in the process of not only leaving
True.
Sony but buying it, and that's
Yeah.
where
Wow.
a lot of the conspiracy theories kind of go around. Like that's where they kind of stem from.
Yeah.
But look at BitBoy Crypto. BitBoy Crypto did the same thing. Right? He signed over his name, his likeness, all the property, everything to his partners, and then they ripped him.
Now he's the bid boy.
Listen, you get what you negotiate, right? You deserve what you're able to negotiate.
I think he's still locked
I
up.
heard the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC back in the 90s signed some contract that was so predatory. Like they basically got paid peanuts for all of those albums. And,
that fat
all the
dude,
success.
what's his name?
It's crazy.
Big fat dude created them, both of them, another like two more boy bands too. He was just like putting out a boy band farm, bro. signing
Yeah.
these young kids up
It's
to like
crazy.
360 deals.
And these kids, they were just like, "Oh yeah, cool. We get to be famous and make
And
music."
let
then,
me tell you
yeah,
what's
they
even
realize.
Let me tell you what's even crazier. All of these contracts that were made before the digital age don't have anything covering digital rights. So they're just out there selling these. You know, they're just out there like taking it, especially these 360 deals.
Yeah. Poor old Britney Spears.
Well,
That's a different story. Again.
Yeah.
She
She's
got some new
now,
spice in her step.
for better or worse.
Yeah. Well, that was more her family looking after her, I think. Probably a good thing, to be honest.
She turned into a firecracker.
I think she probably always was that, and we just didn't realize that. To be honest.
Probably.
Yeah.
Hey, Dbloc,
Yeah.
do you have like education on doing the cold wallets, hot wallets, and stuff like that?
Nah, but I do want to focus on that when we go into the bear market. I was saying that I want to make sure everybody can get set up, but there's good YouTube content on that. You just simply want to set up a hot wallet or something. Yeah, there's really in-depth videos on that type of stuff.
That's a great idea. Man, that's
How do
something I
you,
intend
But during the bear
transfer
market,
it
I
to
want
the
like as a
exchange
group
quickly?
to do that. Like not only that, but get these wallets funded, get enough gas fee on each blockchain so that when we go into the next bull market and these coins start popping up left and right that are doing 200, 300x's or whatever, right? Nobody has an excuse for not getting involved, right? Because they have access, they have the gas, they've got the wallets. You don't have to wait for shit to get listed on centralized exchanges anymore and get dumped on.
Also, you can create a wallet right now in about 70 seconds. To be
Yeah,
honest
it's
with you,
super easy.
like,
Bro,
you could
TikTok
like
videos
cold
were
wallet?
teaching people. Listen, I saw a TikTok video during the height of the meme coin trend that taught people in one TikTok video how to open a Phantom wallet, how to get it funded, how to go on Pump Fund, and how to launch a token. Like a 30-second video, bro. It's like, oh my god, we're
That's cool.
we're screwed.
and there is also a difference. There's like of these cold wallets, there's software wallet and then there's hardware wallet too. But both are essentially getting off exchanges, which is
And
good.
there's paper wallet too, which
old fashioned.
is hardcore.
Yeah,
So the
manual
exchange,
backup.
it will make the trade for you on the account while it's sitting
Yeah.
in the cold wallet?
In cold wallets, they've got interfaces now. It's basically like being on a swap.
But your cold wallet, in my opinion, on financial advice, you want to keep your cold wallet secure offline. That's why it's a cold wallet, because it's offline. You don't want to swap it. Your hot wallet is what you use to swap and connect to dApps and stuff like that.
That's how I do it. Yeah. You're right, Hoover. The fees using those cold wallet dexes are pretty ridiculous too. Cold wallet is for coins that you plan on holding for 3, 4, 5, 6 months, a year, and you just want to take it out of your. It's more getting it out of your way, not only keeping it safe, but just keep it away from exchange where you can press the button when you shouldn't be pressing the button. Right? If you made decisions to hold it long term, just kind of keep it safe from yourself. And then hot wallets are
So it's
hot
like a
wallets are
flash
like
drive.
your web-based wallets, right? Like your Phantom.
Yes,
and
it is like a flash drive. Yep.
Yeah,
And you can
all it
plug in
is
your
at the end of the
computer,
day is a device
and
that's
then
holding your seed phrase. That's it. It's a way to
Yeah.
remember your 12 words, no matter what wallet it is, whether it's paper, metal, electronic, a tangent card, no matter what it is, it's a way to remember those 12 words.
And when you do like if you're trying to do a paper wallet, you want to go offline basically, and like you download the generator that generates that phrase for you, and you want it to be disconnected from the internet before you generate that password.
A lot of people
so no one's
do.
spying on you.
A lot of people do phones, old phones offline, with notes saved. But you've got to keep the phone safe, right? Because anybody can find that, and that has to be a backup because phones fail after a certain amount of time. You don't want
And if
to.
you're
You don't
gonna
want to be
use the
pulling it
phone,
out in 15 years trying to get it to start.
yeah. And with a phone as well, if you're gonna use a phone, I mean, iPhones tend to be like some of the more secure phones that you can use, and obviously you don't really want to be interacting with anything, right?
Well, if you want to stay
After,
offline completely, you want it to be off completely. No SIM, no nothing, no Wi-Fi.
Like, if you're gonna do Wi-Fi, do your own Wi-Fi, right? And then just install the apps, and then that's it. Nothing else beyond that.
Yeah.
Or even just do a transfer. If you want, you could even just do a transfer from one phone to another and not even have to interact with any of that. But yeah, there's multiple ways to skin a cat with that, and they're all important to do.
If you are on iPhones, guys, make sure that your automatic cloud saving shit is turned off. The amount
Yeah, I
of
don't even
people
use
that
it.
have saved their seed phrase in a note in their phone, but have their cloud storage turned on when iCloud is one of the easiest things to hack. Like, kids hack iCloud for fun to find naked pictures of their favorite celebrity. Like, they're gonna find your wallet and go nuts.
And if you want to be safe, you know, a lot of computers have keystrokers or key loggers. So what you want to do, instead of type down when it tells you to type down, you know, to recall your phrase, you write it down on a piece of paper to have it instead of typing it, you know. So once you type it, it could be logged.
Yeah, delete your copy and paste. And honestly, at this point, you shouldn't even be copy and pasting.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Don't even copy paste that.
Oh yeah, the clipboards, damn.
The clipboards stay, and clipboards stay for a long time. People don't realize that. You know, for people that people have access to their computers, right? Just people in and out of the house. I mean, that's an easy. Not even like, somebody could not even be trying to rob you, but they could just literally be trying to copy and paste something and be like, "Oh, look at these 12 words." And I promise you, most people that are aware of crypto at all know when they see 12 words now. Not just a random sentence that they can't spell. Like, that's a seed phrase.
What's the max amount that we should leave on an exchange?
I don't leave anything more than 10K on an exchange at any given time unless
mean,
it's in a trade.
That's a relative question. That depends how much weight you got, because there's custodial services too. I mean, there's people that feel very comfortable, even more comfortable on exchanges because they do got some pretty good protocols. I mean, like Coinbase. Some of them offer insurance services too on your USD wallet, though, not crypto. I feel safe on Coinbase, in my opinion. I feel safe. I wouldn't put more than $500,000 in there, though.
Lodic, it's
Well, now that
we're
Coinbase
still 3 days up.
is doing leverage in the United States, I'm starting to think about getting rid of all these exchanges and just moving to Coinbase.
Let's go.
I mean, because what do you guys think? I mean, I feel like a lot of these exchanges are going to be peed off that Coinbase is allowing it in the United States.
Coinbase
You know what I
is
mean?
good, in my opinion. I mean, they're tough when there's a lot of volatility. Like sometimes, you know, their desktop most of the time has little hiccups, which sucks, you know, in the most important times. So make sure you always have your phone backed up. I mean, as a backup. But yeah, Coinbase, I think in the U.S. is top. You know, then you got Kraken, you got Gemini. You know, Coinbase is going to have some competition. Robinhood as well. But I like Coinbase. I've been using it for a long time.
What do you guys think of the new perpetuals that they're doing?
Stay away.
I think
Stay
they'll make a lot of
away.
money. I think they're gonna make
Wait,
tons of money.
I think they're going to get all of your money.
Wait, why?
Because that's what they do.
Exchanges only offer.
I've been doing really good with perpetual.
Exchanges only offer leverage vehicles because most contracts expire worthless. You can do well as a person, but overall, it's extractive.
And I will say, I'm not.
Again, most of this shit is.
I'm way down, but ever since I did the $100 challenge, I'm up really good.
How long did it take you? You got through it in one go?
Yeah, really the first time. I mean, I probably went down to about $50 negative, and then I just stuck to one plan, just trend lines and 618s, and now it's working for me. And now I'm up like 800%.
Nice.
Let's go.
Yeah, and Dbloc is actually in these past 3 months, he's really helped me, just like confluence wise.
Nice.
Just kind of.
Glad I could help.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Do you have any spot trades?
Yeah. I mean, just stupid stuff. I was really stupid. You know what? You know Adam.
Yeah, it's not that stupid. Adam's all right.
You know how on Coinbase they have the 13% APR?
Are you sure it's up to
Or
13? I don't think it's 13. It's like 4 or 5%.
no, it's 13% staking.
Are you sure? Damn.
Yeah, it's high.
Yeah, but the thing is, Adam's been also just going down. So it's like you're getting that APR.
Yeah.
But the underlying asset has been just dropping for the past year.
Well, I made the great financial decision to put a lot of money in that, thinking that I was doing all this math, and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna be doing so good that every year I'm gonna be able to just pay bills. Yeah, it's it didn't work out. So
That's why ETH staking gets so much love, because even though it's less APR, you get the appreciation of the underlying asset, which is like a double banger, right? Not only are you getting the APR, but Ethereum, you know, on a 5-year horizon is going to be higher than it was. You can't really say that about too many other coins. What do you guys feel about Kramer saying that he's buying Bitcoin and Ethereum?
It's a shame, dude, that he said that.
It's like one of the only negatives I can find. Like everything was going so great. Here comes this guy.
I think it's good. He's throwing like a curveball because sometimes he does get it right, you know, and he knows there's a lot of money coming in too. So, you know.
I mean, to be fair, he's just very late. That's all it is. You know what I mean? He's right. You really should be buying Bitcoin and Ethereum if you're not. But, yeah, it's just funny. Yeah, it's one of those things that if the bull run was to end, we'd be like, well, duh. You know, we should have seen that. We should have seen that one coming.
Damn, they are giving 14.8%. Sheesh.
Does anybody happen to trade through the trading panel and TradingView?
Trade the what?
I was asking if anybody trades in the trading panel section in like TradingView and like connects to an exchange.
Oh, like with API? Nah, I haven't.
Would that be less effective? Like, would there be more of a delay maybe in price?
It's super convenient. There is a bit of lag, not enough to make a difference unless you're trading forex pairs.
Crazy scalp speed.
Like yeah.
Yeah.
It is convenient.
If you need that response time.
The problem is none of the options they give you to connect with are like really decent in my opinion, unless they've added some new ones.
Well, that's what I was looking, because I saw there's one for Coinbase, and I was kind of interested in that.
Yeah, I'm persona non grata in Coinbase. They said my money's no good there. But yeah, I mean, that's an option. It definitely simplifies shit. Yeah, bro, they don't want nothing to do with me, Rick. I think it has something to do with some of my old wallets. Or some of the big.
Maybe because you win too much.
That's what I like to tell myself.
Like, no, we can't afford this guy.
I like to tell myself that they just had a meeting and were like, this guy's extractive. Get him out of here. He takes out way more than he puts in. No,
I think they did that the crypto face.
That's what I was saying.
Some
so
of the exchanges he was on.
There's only a handful of people that I know that are dealing with the same exact problem. And the only thing we have in common is that we're all old, like old wallets, right? So what I'm thinking happened is that when they cracked down on Tornado Cash on the tumbler, I don't know if Coinbase just put a filter or something to see if anybody had moved any tumbled coins through, but it was impossible to not have anything that was tumbled if you're using super old wallets, right? If you're passing shit through with super old wallets, because everything was tumbled. Like, if I send you 1 Bitcoin, you don't know if I passed that through a tumbler before I send it to you. You know, it's just not common now, and it's not illegal. But it's the only thing for me that makes sense because it's the only thing we all have in common.
What is that exactly? Does that like erase the paper trail of where it came from or something?
Yeah. You're basically just taking it and splitting it up into tiny pieces, and then recompounding it and passing it through a bunch of and it's all done sort of instantly.
Right.
AI right now could probably undo all of that. Right, you would need something more like a Monero or something more like a privacy specific. But even Monero and shit was already been cracked. But like I said, it's a cost benefit analysis, right? If somebody's willing to go through that effort, then you're doing something horribly wrong, in my opinion. Like that's like they're going after some sort of terrorist organization or some sort of. But a regular hacker isn't gonna go through all that effort. Most people that put their money through tumblers are just because they don't want everybody to know how much they have. It's a safety. It's a safety thing, right?
Fair enough. Yeah, exactly.
Or even in business, right? Like, how hard is it for me and you to negotiate if you know my net worth? You're like, I can't lowball you if you can see. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things.
Yeah.
Like, how long do you keep your employees if Susan finds out how much you're paying Amy?
Exactly.
Or if your competitor finds out who your supplier is and how much your supplier is giving you your supplies versus him, right? Then he's like, well, hey, you give yours, why is so and so getting this price? And business just breaks down without privacy. It's not even like everybody's trying to smuggle money and buy drugs. Like, this is just to keep things operating
That's right.
the
They
way
just
they
want a fair
operate.
go. Exactly. Makes sense.
No, Thomas. I understand that they dropped 10%. The time to take some profit off the alts was yesterday and the day before, when we were looking at dominance and we were saying, look, this thing is probably going to have a relief rally. And if that happens and Bitcoin goes down 1 or 2%, you're probably going to get 10% on the alts. Like, doing it now would be reactionary. And there's no guarantee that it's going to keep going down. So what you're doing is you're risking getting shaken out of a position. Like, not financial advice, but just me personally, I like to do these things on the way up, right? We keep talking about taking profit on the way up, taking profit into pumps, into green candles.
Oof, they almost stop hunted me on that one. Damn. XRP. Oh, this is good, man. I wish this was around. I mean, push-ups, right? But I wish this resource of this channel was around when I first started in 2018. But I feel like retail just wasn't at that level of sophistication yet. You know? So it is. It's a nice time to be a beginner, I think.
It was a bit lonely back then.
Yeah. You had wild. It was just way more wild and speculative back then. You know, no one really knew the future, or at least they didn't have the conviction and confidence in the future that we sort of have now. it's probably still a ways to go with that, but it's different now, definitely.
Yeah, Rick, the 2013 bull market was such a different different place. Not
It's
much
like, I
knowledge.
reckon people weren't probably even thinking of a $20,000 Bitcoin back then. You know?
No, they were just thinking
Like,
about
that's
the
just
the
crazy.
dark web and Silk Road and all that shit, you know?
Yeah.
Mount Gox, that was crazy. We saw $100 go to $1,000, bro. Like that was some next level crazy move.
I don't think there would be many people that can say that they mined Bitcoin or bought it back in, 2011, 2010 that never sold it, because the amount of times you would see the profit go up and then you would have to ride the drawdown, and that's like a 90%. That's crazy. And they did that, like, that's a lot of cycles to ride through that.
Yeah, they say like if you died or if you lost
Or if you were
your
Satoshi.
Bitcoin,
Yeah.
you're probably in profit from that moment.
Yeah.
But a lot of people will sell, right? Because they can't handle that downturn of the bear market and the amount of emotion that goes into it.
Well, imagine seeing your P&L go up like multiple millions and then drawing down to like 10 grand or 5 grand or something. You know what I mean? Just that's
Yeah, I mean, I
crazy.
remember
It's like,
2014, 15, it was like at $150 again, right? Like, so you're talking about $1,000 to $150. That scared a lot of people, you know? That takes a strong diamond hands to hold through all that.
Yeah.
To see 119K Bitcoin is so surreal to me.
Yeah, I mean, even where we're at right now, not many people were thinking like that we would be talking about, government regulations coming in, and there were people always asking for it and calling for it so that we could get more adoption and whatnot. But yeah. Do you remember CZ, like after the FTX crash, he said something like, "Oh, this has caused the progress to go backward by a long shot. Like we've got so much work to do, and it's put us back." That was concerning to hear.
Yeah, he's made a lot
As
of
the FTX
statements
thing.
that has made
Yeah.
people feel uneasy.
Yeah.
He's an interesting personality, like slash influencer slash CEO, you know, that really, I don't know, like I never really trusted him, if that makes any sense, you know?
Yeah.
I felt like he was never on the right side of this. I don't know. Could be just personal.
I mean, exchanges are making the real money, aren't they? They get paid no matter what, like whether the market's going up or down. If they're, unless they're SBF and FTX, they're getting paid fees and all sorts of things.
But yeah, I remember the bull market. It was like around like 2020, 2021. It was when Bitcoin hit 69K. That was a moment in history, you know?
Oh yeah. And that was a
And then it
confusing bull
fell
market too.
heavy. Yeah, it went from like 69K to like 420. You know, like two really comical meme numbers. And I think they were just putting a big FU middle finger to the retail traders, like we could control this. We have bots that can go to specific prices and liquidate you guys at any moment. Like we are now in control. Like I don't know. Like I saw a shift during then, you know, but in the early stages, no. It's a lot more natural.
What was confusing also was the
algorithmic trading.
The fact
is what changed everything.
Yeah. Exactly,
That's when
Dbloc. Yeah,
things change.
and I come from like legacy, and I come from like commodities and futures. So I kind of started seeing a similarity between correlation, and I'm like, okay, now institutions are getting involved. You could see that switch.
I love them. I love algorithms. Algorithms are why we return to the mean so religiously. Algorithms give us the slight predictable nature of the very random shit that we deal with in crypto. If it wasn't for that, it would be completely random. Just emotion based.
Yeah, we know how it goes to like even numbers, and it goes to specifics. Like definitely algos behind this.
Funny part about the 69 one or the last one was when all that news on the 4chan about the billionaires going at it, and he was gonna sell all the bitcoins to screw everybody else. And that's how we thought that supposedly that 115 or was like 10K day or whatever.
Yeah. And what was also tricky about it was we hit 65,000 as an all-time high, and then came all the way back to 30, which is typically the kind of pullback you would get at the, which would depict the bear market. Like, oh yeah, the bear market's on, and then it rips back up, which we hadn't seen before in a bull market on Bitcoin. Usually it was a blow off top, not a double top. So that was weird.
Bear market with Terra Luna and Celsius was really hard for
Oh.
people. That
Yeah,
FTX
that was
issue where
terrible.
they basically rug the whole community, and then
Yeah.
they had like an arena in Miami. I was
Bad
at my
actors,
friend's
man.
house, and he has like a high rise. We were overlooking that arena, and then 1
Yeah.
year later, it's a completely a different story. Like that was
That
so
Japan
scary for people to
Yeah.
be so
That
sure of FTX and then watch it fall right in front of their eyes.
Who was that Japanese American tennis player? Female tennis player? Her name was she's like, what was her name? Anyway, she had FTX as a sponsor, and she had it on her like outfit during the
So did
US
Tom
Open.
Brady
And
from the quarterback
Tom
from
Brady.
the
oh,
Tom
fake.
Brady
Yeah.
was one of them.
Yeah.
they roasted Tom Brady on one of the like Netflix, and they kept talking about that. How he was like a big voice for FTX, and I don't know, like it just showed us that like even something like a Coinbase can fall right in front of your eyes. I'm not saying or crypto.com or something, but yeah, not your keys, not your crypto. Put it on a hard wallet as fast as you can, Learn how to
Yeah.
navigate Keystone and Ledger and all the other stuff, Treasure, and yeah, it'll be in your best interest for the guy who's asking about cold storage. Like, go learn it ASAP. There's a ton of YouTube videos that will give you a step-by-step tutorial on how to do it,
And that double top you were talking about on the last bull run to me was a huge indication that the institutions are here, man, because that's a legacy style top type of thing. Like before, like you were saying, man, all cycles were blow off tops pretty much. It was just straight up, and then once you get that retracement, it was down. But that second run up, I was like, yeah, man, this is big money now. This is big boys are here.
Yeah. Oh, that's who it was. Naomi Osaka, American tennis player. TX.
You guys think they test this 364 Bitcoin wall and come sweep that low? That triple bottom low? That pool of money that sits below there?
Where's
I
that,
see
sorry?
triple bottoms, and I just see a pool of money below it,
Oh, yeah. Like where all the fresh longs opened up, probably.
Yeah, there's so much more potential for them to grab that and then use that as the fuel to push this thing up, than if they just try to go up now. I don't even think they have energy to go up now to pass that Bitcoin wall. I'm sure Dbloc was talking about. I just logged on now. I just started waking up. It's the morning here.
The only reason I would say maybe I'll go back to those is just some of these alts still look like there's another mini leg down because some of these like are hitting kind of supports, but I don't know, some of these coins are still look like they have another good retest of some of these lows that they put in.
Oh, a little bit of buying activity going on, just a little bit. Talk about a close one.
The market was brutal for the New York session yesterday, huh? I fell asleep quite early. I was looking at price
The
action, man. They were really liquidating both sides. Like, holy
Really?
crap.
But overall, didn't the S&P do really well? Yes, like today's.
Oh yeah, Legacy went.
Yeah.
They went to an all-time high again. Couldn't believe it.
Yep.
Let me see the price of ES where it is.
I'm back, y'all. Let's see if we're gonna have to take some profits.
Yeah, Rick. ES was like basically 63.75 was like that all-time high. That's crazy, man. We're really close to it again. I think it
Yeah.
had to do with there was like a lot of earning reports yesterday, right? That had to do
I think
something
so,
with
yeah.
Google.
Google and Tesla and whatnot.
Well, this is a good sign. This little pickup that we've had in the last 15 minutes or 10.
I still see us clearing all this liquidity and making a push until tomorrow. I do want to point out that if we make this move and we get through these sell walls tonight, our midweek reversal coming tomorrow will be to the downside. Right? We were talking about it earlier. If price was to break down out of this and come down into these liquidations, our midweek reversal would have been up. But if we're pumping into Thursday, I would expect our midweek reversal to be down. Midweek reversal isn't some drastic thing that's supposed to scare the shit out of anybody. Just means that we start to get ready to set up that weekend trap on Friday. My target 7 might have to wait till after next weekend. See.
Hey, is anyone getting any TradingView messages saying data issues with real-time updates? The streaming might be delayed. Our data vendor is currently investigating this issue. Has anyone else gotten that warning on TradingView today? It's like a exclamation point, like a white exclamation point in a red bubble, where you would see like your indicators.
Reload your layout. One of your indicators is misfiring. Happens every
Oh,
once in
so
a while.
it's not the liquidity provider.
Nah, switch to a different time frame, or just hit reload on your browser and see if it fixes it. Be right back.
All right, let's try that. Yeah, I reloaded the template, the indicators, and changed the time frame. Still there. I don't know. I'll work it out. I just thought maybe it's something that happened while I was sleeping yesterday.
Down.
What if alt's just V-shaped out of here?
Well, things are suddenly starting to look a lot better for the high caps.
Yes, sir.
Good. Quietly confident again.
I caught the bottom of that ETH candle, almost.
Oh, nice.
It bounced exactly at the 786. It might have gone a little bit lower. I was thinking maybe like exactly 35. But it hit the line. I was like, let's go. You know, if I was patient, I would have saved a lot of time. Like the entire time on my chart, I saw that line there, and I was like, it's gonna probably go there. But then it just kept looking like it wasn't, and then eventually it broke down there.
Yeah, it took them a
XRP
while
made
to
the
shift
same
it.
move.
To shift it back into gear, man. It took them a little bit of time, didn't it? like at least a few hours there, 3 hours or something, to turn around, you know.
Yeah, XRP made that same exact move that ETH made.
Yep.
Same with XLM.
Yeah, XRP I thought was gonna hold around 318, 319. It got me with some crazy wick down.
Yeah. No, it got me out of my first position. Shook me out.
Hey, Rick,
Yo.
you know what time XRP started turning around today?
Yeah. Yes.
When
At 3
Sydney
p.m. to 5
opened.
p.m.
When Sydney opened. And that's when I bought in, not along.
Okay. Nice. That's the Asia session, because Australia is part of that region, basically.
Doesn't Asia open up a little bit after when Sydney opens?
Yeah, there is a 2-hour difference, but they sort of, their sessions kind of overlap, so you just pull it all together and call it the Asian session. But yeah, the Aussie stock market's only, I think I called it out yesterday, it's not very big. It's smaller than Bitcoin. The whole Australian stock market is smaller than Bitcoin.
Yeah, I asked you and Dbloc about it yesterday. That's when you told me it was like 1.4 trillion, I think you said, something like that.
Yeah, it's quite small compared to the US, like, what is it, 50 or $60 trillion stock market. Pulling back on ETH at the moment. And Bitcoin, I guess.